Norman Diary of a Nomad by Norman Victor Mascarino, also the author of Norman the Nomad, Pile of Pages 1 and The Insane Ramblings of a Madman. This book is dedicated to the strangers I traveled to meet this year. You have all changed my life in ways I will never forget, especially to my friends Eiley and T. Copyright 2026 Norman Victor Mascarino and its affiliates, assigns, and licensors, all rights reserved. Norman Victor Mascarino is the owner of Norman the Nomad, Outlaw Turnip the Nomad, and Normal Norman. Introduction. Hello, friends. I am happy to share with you another piece of my life in this book. I have always been adventurous at heart, and I aim to travel the entire world. In this journal, you will read about a lot of my first time doing things, like traveling to Mexico, England, and so much more. I pride myself on my courage to try new things. Unfortunately, not everything goes to plan. This year of travel, in particularly, I learned a lot of lessons about boundaries. This year, my focus was traveling across the world multiple times to stay with strangers I'd never met. In this book, I have written about all those interactions. We will also delve into some of my spiritual encounters. Ooh! As I am writing this, I am currently 25 years old in college, while juggling a fraternity and buying a new truck for van life. So I apologize for taking so long to get the second book out. However, once I am done with school, I plan on traveling for quite a while. In the meantime, please enjoy the stories I've collected since we last spoke. Snowshoe Race on the Mountaintop, January 20th, 2024. It was a cool winter morning as I peeled myself out of bed. I made sure to have a light breakfast and dress warmly. We are having an adventure today. I'm headed to the peak of the Sandia Mountains, located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I drove through the pine forest mountains with my snowshoes haunting me in the back seat. Although the breathtaking views helped to distract me, the sky was full of large gray clouds, but the sun was still able to shine through. After many long and winding roads, I passed my old family home, where my grandmother resides. I felt a sense of nostalgia. I continued my journey to the tallest peak of the mountain. As I neared the top of the mountain, I drove along narrow switchbacks covered in snow. I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. I tried to ignore the steep cliffside next to me as I gripped the steering wheel. After all, ignorance is bliss. Thankfully, my nearly bald tires still had enough grip to handle the oncoming ice. I continued up to the top, going a measly 30 miles per hour. Occasionally, the road was blocked, so I had to prepare to share the already narrow road. A nearby sign caught my attention. It read, "Sledding area ahead." I passed it and saw people playing in the snow, having snowball fights and sledding. I'll have to remember to come back and visit it. I finally reached the mountain peak, and the view was captivating. Smaller peaks surrounded me and appeared purple and pink in color. I couldn't believe it. As I got out of my parked vehicle, I began locking into my oversized snowshoes. I had 10 minutes before the race started. I walked toward the starting line and felt amazed that my snowshoes worked. If I hadn't been wearing them, I would be knee-deep in snow. I attached a racing bib to my shirt that had the numbers 3, 6, and 9. I was surrounded by people in their snowshoes. Shockingly, many of them had to be over 60. There are 200 people, including myself. We are about to race on a mountain that was 10,600 feet tall. I felt more nervous knowing the search and rescue team was on the scene. It was a 3.1-mile race. Everyone started counting down from 10, and after 1, it was complete madness. Running in the snowshoes proved to be a bigger challenge than I expected. Everyone tripped over one another while trying to pull ahead. For me, this was a personal test of strength. Last August, I had a surgery that went wrong, which resulted in me losing my ability to walk properly. I had to relearn how to walk after not being able to walk for 5 months. I live a very active lifestyle, so I had an idea that I didn't want to fall behind. I was smiling ear to ear with excitement as I raced down the snow-covered mountain. As I entered the pine forest, I noticed the people beside me took this way more seriously than me. I'd never been in a snow-covered forest before, and it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. I'm kind of glad I wasn't the one leading the race. If it weren't for the tracks already laid out in front of me, I wouldn't have any idea where to go. The only downside to it is that it is more difficult to traverse since the snow has been flattened. This caused me to trip and stumble often. It was about 30 degrees outside, but I didn't really notice. My main goal was to prevent myself from landing on my ass as I slid down the steep portions of the trail. I soon made it halfway down the mountain near the ski lifts. It was along this path that I met a woman who gave me some great advice. She said, "It's my first snowshoe race as well. I decided to do the race because I don't want to keep waiting to live my life. You never know how long you truly have." Her words really resonated with me and made me feel more grateful to be doing this race. Even though I was suffering, I found a new sense of determination, which couldn't have come at a better time. I am beginning my ascent back up the mountain. The forest became denser as I followed various switchback trails up the mountain. I got to know the forest better. I met trees with skinny trunks, wide trunks, some covered in moss, and some that had collapsed entirely. I quickly became exhausted after encountering sections of the trail that were so steep that the only progress I could make was with baby steps. I moved much more slowly while taking deep breaths. I may have bitten off more than I could chew. I had to keep stepping aside to take breaks and give faster runners a chance to pass me on these narrow trails. As I leaned against one of the trees, an elderly woman approached me. She asked, "Do you hear that?" "It's the sound of me breathing." I chuckled. I was mostly alone now. The forest was dead silent besides my breathing and the crunching of the snow beneath my feet. I'm really starting to feel the weakness in my right leg. I can barely lift it up anymore. I began limping up the trail. As I stumbled up the mountain, I kept repeating to myself in my mind, "I am strong. I can do this." Soon enough, I encountered a couple of stragglers. Their names were Tom and Carrie. It was Tom's first snowshoe race as well. He looked to be my age, but taller, as most people are compared to me. Carrie said, "It's my 50th birthday." My mom's name was Carrie, and she was also going to be 50 this year. Shortly, I heard Carrie call Tom Babe. This is when I learned she was Tom's sugar mama, and my jaw dropped to the floor. I only had about 1 mile left, and with this knowledge, I gained a second wind of energy. I smiled as I stomped my snowshoes into the ground, moving faster than before. Reaching another steep section of the mountain, it quickly burned up this newfound energy. Every time I stopped to take a break, I became incredibly dizzy. I had to keep pushing forward. No one was going to come save me. It was up to me to get out of here. I continued pushing myself up the mountain with everything I had, while practically dragging my leg behind me. Even though I could begin to hear the roaring of the crowds nearing, I began to feel discouraged. I was about to give up when suddenly an elderly woman with trekking poles approached me. She wore a blue and orange jersey with a pair of sunglasses. For some reason, she decided to go at my pace and keep me company. I was incredibly grateful for that because she distracted my mind. We kept a slow pace, and whenever she needed a break, I would pause and wait for her as she would wait for me. We heard the roaring of the crowd grow louder. Every time they would cheer, we would share a glance and smile. We exchanged names. Her name was Nancy. I said, "Nancy, we are going to finish this together." Nancy replied, "Yes, we are." We could see the finish line now. Nancy said, "Go ahead, get in front of me, and congratulations on learning to walk again." I dug deep using the last amount of energy I had and jogged with baby steps across the finish line with my arms in the air. The crowd cheered, and after I passed the finish line, I dropped to my knees. I couldn't believe I did this. I worked so hard to be here, to be walking, and I just summited a mountain. I didn't win my age group, but I didn't care. I was incredibly proud of myself. I sat near the cliffside, taking in the vast desert landscape below me. It feels good to be alive. The sun had risen, and I could see the curvature of the earth. I let out a sigh. I admit it was hard not having anyone show up for me physically in times like these. However, it's when I really get to test what I'm made of. I passed Nancy one last time in the parking lot, and we shared a high five. Sometimes, strangers are nicer than your family and friends. As I drove down the mountain, my bald tires caused me to slip once, but I didn't drive very fast, so it wasn't a big deal. I passed by my grandmother's house on the way. After some celebratory pizza, I returned the snowshoes. It turned out the rental guy forgot to give me trekking poles. Oh well, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. The horrors of church camp, July 20th, 2011. It was a warm summer day and I was on the bus to church camp, or at least I was till it broke down in the middle of the desert. It was so hot outside and we had no water. It turned out the one bush we parked next to was full of large bees, so everyone ran screaming into the hot bus again. This wasn't my first choice of summer camp. I would have preferred to go to space camp or robotics camp. However, at this time, although my parents were divorced, they had traditional Christian/Catholic values. So church camp it was for me. We had mild entertainment that mostly consisted of annoying the grown-ups. One of our favorite ways was by singing a song called "This is a Song That Gets on Everybody's Nerves." It went like this. I know a song that gets on everybody's nerves. Everybody's nerves, everybody's nerves. I know a song that gets on everybody's nerves, and this is how it goes. This just repeated. Once the bus was fixed, we continued our journey to Ruidoso, New Mexico. On the way, we passed through a town full of aliens along the way. The visit there was incredibly brief because in no time our bus was hidden beneath the coverage of a dense forest. The bus took us 6 hours into the mountain wilderness. Eventually, we stopped in a grass field in front of an old, beaten-down farmhouse. The first words I heard as I stepped out of the bus were, "Avoid all forms of water. All the water is contaminated with leeches." I felt fearful. In my gut, I felt a restlessness. I did have my phone, so I tried to call my mom to tell her I wanted to go home. Someone snatched my phone and spoke, "Now why would you do that? You don't need to do that." She snatched the device from my hand. Everyone else had to stand in line, single file, and dispose of their phones and all electronics. With everyone carrying their pillows and sleeping bags, we entered the old dusty farmhouse. It was full of old cars and strange tools laid across a desk where my questioner sat. I was questioned about my medical conditions as I sat on a rusty stool with a soft light gently swaying above my head. Before we were ushered out of the barn. Once everyone was processed, we followed one of the grown-ups deeper into the woods along an old beaten path. Even with the path, it was so overgrown that it was hard to navigate. I felt confused when suddenly our walking came to a stop. My eyes focused on a clearing in the trees. Inside it stood an old rotted cabin nearly overgrown with tall grass. The windows were covered in a thick layer of grime. Oddly enough, that wasn't the strangest thing I saw. There, lingering in the shadows of the cabin, sat an old and rusted playground gently swaying in the breeze. Not too far from it was a tipped-over yellow school bus. The moss and dirt are nearly reclaiming it back to nature. My eyes, curious as ever, glanced out beyond all of this. At the edge of the tall grass was an abandoned school. The windows were all boarded up, and the paint was cracked. Witnessing all this didn't leave me with the best impression of the place. I wanted to go home before, well, now I feel more desperate to. As we all filed into the cabin, I gripped my belongings to my chest tightly. When the lights flickered on, I saw at least 50 bunk beds covered in a thick layer of dust. I glanced back at the now closed door and saw a variety of locks traveling down the entire length of the door. I thought to myself, why would we possibly need so many locks on the door? I placed my belongings on the only single bed in the room in a sea full of bunk beds. Just my luck, I caught a glance of my childhood bullies. They were rotten and spoiled kids. Everyone was summoned for dinner. We walked single file through the dark forest to get to the dining hall. There I stood, staring up at a large metal warehouse. We all had to pray outside with the nuns before we could go in and eat. Inside, I grabbed a lunch tray and waited in line to be served by the nuns. They all took turns slapping a spoonful of gray and brown lumpy mush from a pot taller than themselves. I poked around at the food until I mustered up the courage to take a bite out of it. After just one taste, I realized it was the foulest tasting food I've ever had. After dinner, I was required to attend a nightly mass. As I entered, the stage was covered in crucifixes. The room had hundreds of chairs and was dimly lit. The audience mainly consisted of children. At first, it seemed like any other mass. The pastor simply preached about the Bible. However, towards the end of Mass, the pastor had us all come up to the stage and get down on our knees and close our eyes. He began to scream, "You cannot leave until you see the image of Jesus." I sat there trying to search through my mind to find an image, but all I saw was darkness. I stayed so long, my knees began to hurt from the dark and cold ground. I told the pastor, "I don't see him." He replied, "Well, keep searching then." I thought to myself, how can he even know what I am seeing? So I just lied to him and told him I saw Jesus. Then thankfully, he finally let me go. I walked out into the forest, gazing upon the night sky. The only other thing I could see was a small wooden shack, accompanied by a tall lamppost surrounded by thousands of moths. It was a snack shack. I wanted to get some snacks. However, the vendor told me I couldn't because my mother's money hadn't been processed yet. It reminded me of a prison commissary. Feeling defeated, I walked towards the lonely lamppost to join the moths. Suddenly, I saw two female deer. They stared at me briefly before running away. I sat in the grass, and I suddenly became engulfed in moths. One moth in particular fancied me. It had the wingspan of at least 14 inches. I'd never seen anything like it. It landed on my nose. I was starstruck. When everyone else was finally released from mass, we had to line up again, single file. I was headed back to my old cabin in the forest. Suddenly, everyone came to a stop. A mama bear and her cub crossed the path. Luckily, here we only have black bears. It continued, and so did we after they left. After arriving inside, our chaperone began locking all the locks going down the door. I couldn't wait to rest in bed. My head hit the pillow, and I drifted off to sleep. I awoke to strange noises around 3 in the morning. It was coming from the cabin door. I looked around while feeling my heart race, but no one else was awake. As I looked around at all the bunks, I noticed my school bully rolling off the top bunk. They hit the floor with a loud thunk. They hit the floor so hard they bounced off the concrete. I didn't even know that was possible. The lights flicked on and everyone rushed to their aid. For me, it kind of felt like some justice was finally being served. I rolled over and tried my best to get back to sleep. At 7 a.m., we woke up to once again share breakfast with the nuns. Exiting the cabin, we found massive claw marks trailing down the front door. It was the bear we saw last night. Perhaps the bears were hungry, but too intimidated by the large group of people. If I wasn't scared before, I am terrified now. I tried my best to enjoy the morning. I could smell the fresh pine trees lining the trails. I noticed morning dewdrops resting on the leaves. A cool breeze gently grazes my skin. Reaching the dining warehouse, we all waited outside for the nuns to arrive. It wasn't too long before we said our prayers and were let inside. I collected my fresh piles of mush for the morning and forced myself to eat some. We weren't allowed to throw out our leftovers. I dumped them in a yellow bucket on the table. The pastor approached me. He was tall, lanky, and had a mustache. He whispered in my ear, "We don't throw out the leftovers because they are collected, put in a large pot, mixed, then served again later." My eyes widened and my face contorted with disgust. I think I'm going to be sick. The pastor squeezed my shoulder and walked away. I brushed off my shoulders and headed outside. I refilled my water bottle and began hiking up the mountain again. This time, I ended up at an old zip line. The girls behind me murmured about how last year the line snapped and a girl fell from it. I tried my best to ignore them, especially because I was next in line to do it. I felt kind of excited. I've never been on a zip line before. They strapped me in and I jumped. I was soaring through the treetops. It was a beautiful day with a blue sky. I felt as if I were flying. I couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. Although I could have stayed up here forever, I had to pull on the brakes. Unfortunately, the next kid, he pulled the brakes too soon and got stuck in the middle of the zip line. This resulted in people trying to throw ropes to him and the rest of us starving for hours while they tried to get him. By the time we could leave, night had already fallen. I was met with a pleasant surprise, though. I found a small bonfire with a s'more station. I never had s'mores before. Apparently, it was a dessert made of graham crackers, chocolate, and marshmallows. I was handed one, and I went to heat it in the bonfire. Out of nowhere, I tripped and almost fell into the fire. This resulted in me dropping my dessert in the fire. So, I got up to ask for another. They told me no because everyone only gets one. I thought to myself, oh well, I guess I won't be having my first s'more. In my opinion, it was weird to be doing it in the middle of the day anyway. I decided to go refill my water bottle. I walked over to a wooden picnic table that had a large plastic tank on top of it. The water wasn't very refreshing as it sat in the hot sun all day. It tasted a bit strange, but I shrugged it off. Today at Mass, I made a friend. Her name was Echo. After Mass, we walked to the snack shack, and my commissary was in. I got us both popsicles. Afterward, Echo was staring up at the lamppost covered in moths, as I had last night. We ended up playing tag in the tornado made of moths. We headed back to the cabin and walked inside. Everyone let out a loud gasp. Everyone's underwear and bras were scattered all over the room. They swung from the spinning ceiling fans, covered the bedposts and the floor. The adults were outraged. As for us, we spent most of the evening collecting our underclothes. A few strained phone calls later, we concluded. It turns out the pastor let all the boys into the cabin and raided everyone's underwear. Some of them even kept a few of the underclothes, which wouldn't be returned until the end of the trip. Shockingly enough, this wasn't the last of the disturbing events tonight. As we all prepared for bed, I got into my sleeping bag, to be met with a gooey mess. Upon examining my bag, the other kids put shaving cream in my sleeping bag. With a sigh, I placed it on the ground and went to the washroom to clean off my legs. It turned out I wasn't the only victim. There was another kid who had their face covered in shaving cream. I walked back outside to find my bullies giggling in the corner. I went to lie down again, and my pillow was full of toothpaste. I couldn't wait for this night to end. I slept beneath a towel on the bare-stained mattress. I tossed and turned all night. It was hard sleeping, knowing my bullies got away with it all. I woke up this morning trying to become excited. As I had breakfast with the nuns, I learned today is supposed to be a fun day, just full of games. We walked outside into a valley near Leech Lake. There were various activities people participated in, for example, volleyball, pools filled with slime, a giant ball being used to run over children, and a shaving cream war. We all seemed to be having a good time until the whole forest began to fill with smoke. Everyone began to scream, "Make way for the dining hall!" I battled my way through the smoke, vaguely making out the building. Once we felt certain we had everyone, we shut the big doors. A fire had broken out on the mountain. We stayed locked in the building for hours while the helicopters put out the fire, and all anyone did was sit and pray. Things finally cleared up around late afternoon. Things didn't really get any better from here. Kids started falling ill left and right. A few of them began leaving by ambulance. I was confused and a bit terrified, if I'm being honest. No one could figure out why the children were getting sick. I only hoped I didn't catch this mysterious illness. Later that night, after Mass, I walked to the snack shack as I usually did. My new friend Echo was there waiting for me. Oddly, she was standing there with my bullies. I felt confused, but maybe they finally had a change of heart. To show good intentions, I bought all of us popsicles. My bullies began to complain about them being too hard. Then one of them hit me with one saying, "See?" Everyone else began to laugh. I didn't really find it that funny. Suddenly, everyone began beating me with the popsicle sticks and umbrellas. I tried walking away, but they continued. I approached a chaperone for help, and all she did was stare at me. When they finally finished, they walked away laughing, while all I could think about was their menacing faces. I was glad to be going home tomorrow. In the morning, I woke up sore and covered head to toe in bruises on my birthday. As I sat up and looked around, to my surprise, I found my bullies being taken away by ambulance. I guess they caught the mysterious illness, although to me it sounds more like karma. I later found out it was due to a bacterium that grew in the hot water. Hence, BPA-free water bottles were invented. Feeling satisfied, I walked outside and sat on the old, rusted merry-go-round. It was peaceful outside. The ride back home wasn't too bad. The landscape soon changed from trees back to the vast desert. We drove for hours and everyone started getting hungry, but we were ignored. Some of the other kids began dry heaving from the hunger. It was then that we finally stopped somewhere to eat. Finally arriving back home, I was so glad to be back with my mom. Most of the girls then got their undergarments back, but some never did. A few years later, the pastor was revealed to be a pedophile. Now that I'm older, I am a Norse pagan. Lost in a crowd of 50,000. November 29th, 2021. My sister and I are on our way to see the most famous K-pop band in the world, BTS. It was so popular that they are often compared to the Beatles. Before we knew it, we landed in Los Angeles, California. My sister and I awaited our uncle's arrival. Meanwhile, we conversed with other BTS fans and exchanged little BTS-themed trinkets. We stepped outside into the fresh ocean air. I sighed with a smile. The wind sent a breeze through my hair as I sat on a bench. It wasn't much longer till our uncle arrived. I didn't mind the wait, though. One of my favorite things to do when I'm in a big city is to people watch. We hopped into my uncle's car and we began driving through the tall palm trees and lush, colorful plants. Everything was booming with life, at least until we passed through a valley of oil mining fields. I'd never seen them in the middle of the city before. I stared out the window, hypnotized by the beach. I loved the ocean. We were all hungry, so my uncle took us out to eat at a restaurant. It was a small breakfast-style diner. Before getting there, we passed through large rolling hills covered in tall buildings and fancy homes. After eating, we headed to downtown Los Angeles, where my sister and I would be staying at the famous Millennium Biltmore Hotel. It originally opened in 1923. For its time, it was the largest hotel in the United States of America. The architectural designs consist of Renaissance, Mediterranean, and Beaux-Arts. Driving through downtown, I was surrounded by tall skyscrapers and a bustling city. As we approached the hotel, it was clear it didn't fit in with the buildings around it. The hotel had golden doors, and the parking was underground. This is where our uncle dropped us off. A parking valet associate stood by the door. He wore a cap, white gloves, and a double-breasted suit. The man grabbed the golden door handle and opened the door for us. I was instantly beyond impressed. The hotel lobby was decorated in murals and frescoes, chiseled fountains, and delicately milled pillars, enormous wood-beam ceilings and oak wood walls, crystal chandeliers and stairwells and door frames covered in bronze. What captured my attention the most were the stunning murals painted on the ceilings. The paintings portrayed Greek and Roman gods, along with angels, cupids, and other mythological creatures. In the lobby, ceilings were coated in 24-karat gold, along with two statues, Roman goddess Ceres and Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa. I approached the check-in counter. The worker seemed to be surprised we were staying here. I can't really blame her because I was surprised myself. This place used to be for well-known celebrities only. I walked into the Grande Galley. Beneath the hand-painted ceilings were 4 ballrooms. Each room had its own theme. They were called the Crystal Ballroom, Tiffany Ballroom, Emerald Ballroom, and the Gold Ballroom. Each room had a chain-locked fence in front of the door. There was no way of getting in. My sister and I headed up a red carpet with gold handrails. It led to the elevators where we then stepped inside. We stepped out on the 11th floor where we were met with long yellow hallways and green carpet. I couldn't help but notice an eerie feeling like I was being watched. Inside our hotel room, it was full of old antique furniture. Yes, the room was outdated, but it was in a beautiful way. I approached the window where I stared out at the landscape of the city. I cracked the window open to hear a trumpet being played. Then the sudden scream of a woman followed by something falling off the counter behind me. I looked back, surprised. This is when I found out this hotel is haunted. There was a woman murdered here long ago during the Academy Awards. Her name was Elizabeth Short, aka Black Dahlia. It turns out her ghost is frequently spotted here, coincidentally on the 10th and 11th floors. I guess that explains why the room was so cheap. Guests who have stayed here in the past have claimed seeing figures float above them while in bed, or hearing a 1940s transatlantic accent in the room when it's vacant, or hearing 1940s music being played in the room next door. The second floor of the hotel is permanently closed due to the presence of spirits. The home floor is now home to traveling spirits, including a mob gangster called Fatty Walsh. He isn't the only ghost that people have seen wandering the halls. This explained the constant mixed feelings of being watched and feeling unsettled. I took some time to get settled before deciding to explore the hotel on my own. This is the most haunted place I've ever stayed. I was feeling excited though. I've seen ghosts my whole life, so this will be interesting. I got inside the elevator and noticed all the buttons glowing, all except the second floor. At the time, I had no idea it was closed for the spirits only. I tried to click it, but nothing happened. I shrugged it off and continued down to the lobby. I found a secret room with a marble archway and detailed carpet. I was on a balcony that had a grand staircase leading down on either side, with a beautiful skylight above me. I looked down to see a large grand piano at the bottom of the stairs, accompanied by people dressed in formal attire. I guess apparently this is some kind of restaurant. It wasn't long before I found another secret room. The halls were lined with portraits of famous people who have stayed here. This place just seemed to be full of secret passageways. At the end of the hall, I found what I thought was a throne, but it was for polishing shoes. Surprisingly, around the corner was a spiral staircase leading down. This brought me down to the basement. It wasn't what you would expect. There was a 1920s swimming pool down here. It was covered in beautiful brass trimming and hand-laid mosaic tiles. The strangest part is that it was entirely empty. I felt as if I were being watched intensely. I ignored the desire to swim and headed back upstairs quickly. I just felt creeped out being in the basement of a haunted hotel known for murder. My sister and I both agreed we needed a break from this place, so we headed to the beach to get some fresh air. The sky became gloomy as I stared out at the palm trees. We walked toward the beach. We looked down at it from a cliff. The beach grew closer as we walked down shifty stairs covered in sand, followed by a long bridge above the freeway. I was surprised to see a neighborhood on the beach. The homes were tall and of vibrant colors: pink, blue, green, yellow. As I tread upon the sand, I tiptoe past the homeless who were sleeping. I didn't want to wake them. In the distance, I could see sailboats at sea. I love the ocean, although it terrifies me, and the sand feels coarse between my toes. I ran into the ocean. I stayed until it started dragging me out too far, which made me uncomfortable. Even though I was on the west coast, when I walked out, the air felt frigid. So I sat just close enough for the ocean foam to rush up my legs. Soon I went on the hunt for some seashells, and I was successful. The ones I found were long like fingers and shone iridescent in the light with a dark purple base. Next, I tried my hand at some sand crafts. I made mud pies, failed sandcastles, and even sand tits. I could have stayed here forever. Unfortunately, all things must come to an end. As we left, I noticed a small amusement park on one of the piers. My sister and I returned to the hotel to find it emptier than before. I noticed one of the ballrooms was cracked open. Out of curiosity, I climbed the stairs and peered inside through the heavy doors. I was astonished. This is one of the most beautiful opera rooms I'd ever seen. The carpets had beautiful floral designs, large chiseled balconies, and long red velvet curtains. In the back, I noticed another open entrance, almost beckoning me deeper into the labyrinth. However, due to this hotel's history of mysterious deaths, I resisted the urge. I took the elevator back to the 11th floor. When the doors opened, I thought I caught a glimpse of a woman in the distance. She had black curly hair and a blue sparkling dress. As she walked down the hall, she suddenly vanished into thin air. It was a ghost whom I believed to be Elizabeth Short. My sister and I quickly rushed into the hotel and locked the door behind us. It was hard to relax in this place. Throughout the night, I heard strange things, including classical music and a woman crying and screaming. It was hard to tell if it was real or the ghosts of the past. In the morning, my sister and I decided to try out the fine dining breakfast restaurant downstairs. We got luxurious burritos. They came out on a white plate and were finely displayed with 3 dipping sauces. As we left the parking garage, we saw more BTS fans coming out of the dark. Their concerts were coming up. It made us feel more comfortable having familiar minds around, especially because we are going to be walking to the Hollywood Walk of Fame. We met our uncle outside the parking garage. Since he was from the area, he acted like our guide as we traversed the skyscraper city. Since we are downtown, we saw a lot of homeless people, including some man amped up on drugs chasing us. Luckily, we weren't too far from the subway tunnels. As we neared closer to the entrance, I noticed some homeless people sitting along the walls above us. One of the women began catcalling my sister. We gathered on the escalator and headed down into the dark abyss. Or at least, that's what it felt like. At the bottom of the stairs, we waited for the subway to arrive. The lights flickered, and it was dimly lit. We all stood with our backs against something because apparently people like to shove other people onto the tracks of oncoming trains. Sometimes it's hard to find something to stand in front of with so many people, and tracks on either side of us. I heard the loud screeching of the train's brakes. When it halted, the doors swung open. It was a fast-paced environment. You had to quickly board before it left without you. We all hung onto a pole. The train had multiple stops before it was our turn to get off. On our second-to-last stop, a man boarded the train with a collection of tasers. He flaunted them around, zapping them while saying, "Tasers for sale. Get your tasers for sale." My sister and I shared a concerned look with each other. I guess another character boarded the train with a lit cigarette. The conductor mumbled into the microphone. We couldn't leave until it was put out. Everyone started yelling and threatening him until he put it out, and the train started again. Passing through the dark tunnels, I pondered how it was possible for people to graffiti such tight spaces. There was barely enough space for the train itself. As I pondered, my grip loosened on the pole. Suddenly, the conductor slammed on the brakes. I flew backwards through the air and landed on top of my sister. Everyone flooded out of the train while we struggled to get up. Outside of the train, I laughed so hard my stomach hurt. Leaving the subway, I was met with the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It's known for being recognized internationally as an award to maintain the glory of a community whose names mean glamour and excitement. The Hollywood Walk of Fame is made up of 2,765 five-pointed terrazzo and brass stars embedded in the 15 blocks going down Hollywood Boulevard, in the colors of black and pink. It's a special award for actors, musicians, directors, and producers. I couldn't believe I was here walking on it surrounded by tall palm trees. I felt the glamour already. As we all explored the Walk of Fame, I saw so many strange museums I wanted to explore. For example, the Madame Tussauds Wax Museum, or Ripley's Believe It or Not. They contained world records and wax replicas of famous people. However, our uncle stopped us from entering because he said they are all Scientology traps. Various street performers lined the streets, some of them even in elaborate costumes, although you had to pay to receive a photo with them. Another common theme here seemed to be local musicians trying to get their work out there. It wasn't long before a man promoting his work on CD approached us. He noticed my broken arm and said, "Is your arm broken?" I replied, "Yeah." He said, "If you buy my CD and put it on your arm for 3 hours every day, it will be completely healed in a week." We all let out a chuckle as we continued to walk. The souvenir stores here were huge. To me, it was like the size of my local Walmart. Inside, they had all the usual types of things you'd expect: postcards, magnets, trinkets. I did find a few things that seemed unique, though. They sold fake Oscar awards, vintage movie posters, and a mug that was sliced in half. On the label it read, "Hollywood was so expensive I could only afford half of this mug." To my surprise, there are protesters in the streets. They held signs that read, "If you don't repent, you will go to hell." One of them handed me a bookmark that read the same thing. I barely gave it a passing glance before I threw it in the trash. Around the corner, there are thousands of BTS fans. They formed a line that wrapped around the building twice. Why? You might be asking yourself. Well, because this store sells its exclusive plushies. While we debated getting in line, my sister noticed a BTS billboard across the street. I held up my phone with a smile on my face, minding my own business, when out of nowhere a man walked up to me and placed his drink in front of my camera. I sat there waiting for him to move. When he finally did, he sat there glaring at me angrily through the camera until he decided to leave. I couldn't figure out his problem. I snapped a photo of the billboard that read, "I purple you." Finally, we decided to pay a visit to the Chinese theater. It's famous for hosting movie premieres and the concrete blocks set in the forecourt. These blocks contain various footprints, handprints, and signatures of famous people. Some date from the present all the way back to the 1920s. It was an amazing feeling to be able to stand and place my hands where some of my favorite actors have. Some included the Hunger Games cast, Star Wars cast, Avengers cast, Johnny Depp, Michael Jackson, and Will Smith. Nearing the end of the Hollywood Walk of Fame, the magic soon fled. A group of men holding bags of white powder was along our path. My sister made the mistake of staring at them as we walked by. So one of the men got up and started following us. My uncle noticed, and we all quickly hopped on the bus, which just happened to pull up just in time. My ancestors are probably smacking their foreheads with their hands. We only stayed on the bus for a few stops before getting back off. Thankfully, we lost them back there. After this eventful day, we decided to just head back to the hotel. Unfortunately, we ended up getting lost in the concrete jungle. From what I've seen downtown L, it did not seem like the place to be lost in. Through alleyways and streets, we finally made our way into a garage building. Steam obscured the view. Once it cleared up, it turned out we were inside some kind of strange market. It was full of many different cultures and foods. Navigating through the market, we re-emerged outside of the hotel. I'd never been so relieved. My sister and I didn't waste any time getting to the room. We had to prepare for the BTS concert later this evening. I didn't dress very fancy, but my sister wore a large gown and dolled herself up. I'd never been to a K-pop concert before, but I guess this is what real fans do. The concert is being held at the brand new SoFi Stadium. It's the largest stadium in LA and home to the NFL Chargers. It can hold 75,000 people and is 7 stories tall. Tonight, there will be 50,000 people, the largest crowd I've ever been in my whole life. Soon the evening rolled around, and our uncle was driving us to the concert. It was already dark outside, and so foggy you could barely see. This made the navigation difficult. We ended up getting lost multiple times. To add another layer to it, we are lost in a bad area known for a high crime rate. My uncle cursed at the wheel several times before we were back on track. The traffic was so bad, it was backed up for miles. Approaching the stadium, it was incredible. It looked like a futuristic version of the Roman Colosseum. The stadium was covered in panels that looked like they were breathing with purple lights. The clouds poured into the top of it. I've never seen anything like it. As we left the car, I began feeling overwhelmed. There are thousands of people surrounding the stadium. Everyone was, in fact, dressed up. With a sigh, we began moving through the sea of people with the seemingly impossible task of finding the beginning of the line to enter. It turned out there were multiple lines. I approached someone in one of the lines and said, "Hey, what are you in line for?" She shrugged while smiling and said, "I don't know." The lines were so long that there was no way you could tell where it ended. So, on a wing and a prayer, we hopped into a random line and hoped for the best. Even considering the circumstances, everyone was so excited and happy. Almost everyone had an army bomb, light stick. As you can tell, that probably caused quite an uproar at the airports. 1 hour passed and the line moved slowly. As I looked ahead, I noticed the line began to split into 2 separate lines going in different directions. Frantically, I asked around, trying to figure out where each one went. The fork in the road was approaching. Once again, nobody knew where they were going. I just went with my gut and decided to stick to the left. We began circling around the porta potties and then eventually left them. I let out a sigh of relief. I guess the other line was for the restroom. We stood in line for another hour. The band began to do a mic check and sing into the microphones. Honestly, now I understand the hype. I'd never heard a voice so heavenly. I would say this is my turning point in becoming a fan. I felt bad for a group of people sitting on the curb with all their fan merch. They didn't have tickets to get into the concert, so they are going to listen to it from outside. We made it to security. COVID-19 is still relevant right now. Everyone had to wear a face mask and present either a negative COVID test or a vaccination card. My sister was vaccinated, but I never was. The tests were so expensive I couldn't afford one, so I just photoshopped the dates of my last negative test. Security didn't even really care. He just glanced at it and let me through. From here, my sister and I are going to part ways, since she had a VIP ticket and I was up in the nosebleed seats. Now alone, I walked over to the merchandise table. It was selling fast, so I got my sister and I something before trying to find my seat. I underestimated how big this place was. I took 5 escalators to get to the 5th floor. I was in section 532. I was 1 row down from the last one in the stadium. I felt terrified as I sat. I knew for sure if I fell from here, it would be to my death. As the thousands of people filled in, every seat became filled. One of the perks of being up so high is being able to see the waterfall of clouds falling into the stadium. Another perk was being able to see all the high-tech parts of the stage. There is a walkway covered in screens, the stage, the walls, and a floating ring above the stage covered in screens as well. You could tell the stadium was new. All of them displayed advertisements for their latest album, Permission to Dance. Before the concert started, clips from their music videos played on stage while all the light sticks began syncing up, and there were 50,000 of them. The crowd began to cheer a chant I didn't know. It went like this: Kim Namjoon, Kim Seokjin, Min Yoongi, Jung Hoseok, Park Jimin, Kim Taehyung, Jeon Jungkook, BTS. Some cages on stage caught on fire, and the boys in the band climbed over them. To me, they looked like the size of Tic Tacs since I was so far away. I could only see them on the TV screens. The crowd stood up, and quite frankly, I didn't want to. People began to jump, but there was no way I was going to be doing that. The army bombs began to change colors and create beautiful patterns and colors. They even spelled out words. It was beautiful to see how this brought so many people together. It was amazing to see many of my favorite songs performed. For example, Boy with Love and Fake Love. We were also lucky enough to see the first live performance of Black Swan. It consisted of 15 dancers who all formed massive swan wings behind each dance member throughout the song. It was incredible. Things seemed to be going well, until I received a text message that read, "My phone is dying." I replied, "Just stay in your seat so I can find you when it's done." I know she would be comfortable anyway. They have cushioned seats and free lemonade. Glancing down, I saw 4 security guards battling a woman for filming with a professional camera. There were a few famous guests here tonight with us: Halsey, Melanie Martinez, and James Corden. There was a break in the performances, and band member V emerged in a Squid Game guard outfit. That's what we got while everyone else got guest performances by people like Coldplay. At the end of the show, the band got on a couple of hydraulic lifts and toured the stadium. When they met together, they accidentally squeezed some guy's head between them, but he was fine. My sister was so close to them that she could look them in the eyes as they passed. When it was time for everyone to leave, thousands of people rushed out of the stadium. I traversed the crowd to get back down to the second floor. I peered over the balcony to get a glimpse at the VIP section. My sister abandoned her seat. The panic set in. She is officially lost in a crowd of 50,000 people with no way of contacting her. I began racing back and forth across the entire stadium, searching for a way to get down to the VIP so I could find my sister. I asked workers, but they just kept sending me in circles. I even asked if they had the ability to page her, but they told me it wasn't even a possibility. Suddenly, I received a phone call from my mother. She said my sister called her from a stranger's phone to tell her she doesn't know my number. I called the stranger's phone number. She answered and passed the phone to my sister. I asked, "Why did you leave your seat?" She said, "It's what everyone was doing and I felt pressured." I said, "Where are you at?" She replied, "Outside near exit 6. This wasn't a good part of town to be lost in. I headed toward an exit quickly. Being outside, things were even more difficult because the thousands of people inside were now flooding the outside of the stadium. Not to mention there were merchandise booths selling the brand new merch outside. I was ripped off. That's beside the point. Now I am circling the stadium multiple times, trying to find exit number 6. My uncle arrived, and I informed him of the situation. So now we are both outside looking for my sister. I tried to call the stranger's number again to see if I could get a better idea of where the exit was. Unfortunately, she informed me she had already left. When the sea of people finally died down, I found exit 6. It was tucked beneath the stadium. Still, my sister was nowhere to be seen. I let out a sigh while feeling defeated. I turned around but decided to look back one more time. There! My sister was sitting by the exit sign. As I approached her, I asked, "Where were you?" She replied, "I got bored, so I stood in the merch line." I was furious. I told her, "You never wander when you're lost. You stay in one place." I let everyone know I found her. My uncle pulled the car around and returned us to our haunted hotel for one last night before going home the next morning. The center of the universe. February 14th, 2024. I woke up Valentine's Day morning. I started my day listening to songs of heartbreak. I'm spending today alone once again. However, I'm going to make the best of it. I got dressed in my best jeans and polo sweater. Next, I pulled out the finest jewelry I owned. I got in the car and decided to pay a visit to the salt cave. Pulling into the parking lot of a shopping center, I felt confused, at least until I walked through the doors. Here I was met with hundreds of Himalayan salt crystals. The walls are black and pink with crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Someone approached me and said, "Come with me." I followed her into what seemed like a labyrinth of corridors. We reached a dark and narrow hallway with flickering torches that lined the walls. We stopped in front of a large metal door with a small window that had bars on it. In front of the door, the floor was crowded with sand. The woman began prying the door open with all her strength. I was surprised to see a large cave inside. It was almost pitch black if it were not for the glowing Himalayan salt crystals and a fireplace. As I entered the cave, the ground was covered in a thick layer of Himalayan salt that crunched beneath my feet. When I looked up, I was surprised to see the twinkling stars of the night sky. The woman left, shutting the heavy door behind her. This was supposed to be a healing cave. I noticed a meditation pillow near the fire. I sat upon it and played with the sand while gazing at the stars. Suddenly, a wind picked up in the cave, and all I could smell and taste was salt. My vision was obscured by the salt. I got up and walked with my arms stretched out in front of me. I headed toward a chair in the back of the cave. I watched as the walls piled with salt. I took slow, deep breaths while staring up at the sky. I caught a glimpse of a shooting star before drifting into a deep sleep. I was awoken by the sounds of the heavy metal door scraping open. The state of the cave had returned to normal. She said, "How do you feel?" I replied, "I feel good." I decided I was going to set out on a new adventure. I am going to find the center of the universe. Most people thought I was insane. On the other hand, I was prepared to embark on a perilous quest. I began collecting anonymous tips from people on where I could find it. It turned out to be closer than I expected. It was also located in a place I least expected. I didn't need to ride a camel through the desert or chop through a rainforest. Instead, I parked my car at a university in New Mexico. I got out and followed a map I created with the exact location. I wandered through the university. The students here either didn't mind my presence or felt mildly confused. Near the edge of your average park, I spotted a metal cornucopia. As I approached it, I quickly learned it was hallowed. I ran towards it with a smile, accompanied by laughter. I ran through the tunnels till I reached the center. I looked up and I could see the clear sky. Then I looked down at my feet. Behold a golden plaque that read, "The Center of the Universe." In the middle of it, there was a silver pinpoint at the location. I couldn't believe it. How many people can say they have found the center of the universe? Although today started rough, it ended in a good way. Meow Wolf. July 25th, 2022. I found myself standing in front of 3 large picnic tables. They were colored blue, red, and yellow. The strangest part about it was a giant spider, roughly the size of a house, hovering above them. Looking for a snack? Well, I was about to find out. I slowly climbed atop one of the picnic tables to get closer to it. One of the mandibles of the creature moved, so without hesitation, I gave it a pet. It was friendly. This is such a magical place. Before I knew it, my radio began to pick up a strange frequency. It almost sounded like chatter. I followed the signal where I ended up at the feet of a giant robot holding a flower. Next to it, I noticed a mysterious building. It was white and old, but you couldn't tell much from the outside. Things only got stranger from here. I head inside to find myself standing on a freshly mowed lawn in front of a large 2-story house. I was speechless. How could this be if I just came from outside? Some strange creatures began to emerge from around the fence. They had the bodies of women, but the head of an undersea coral with no face. Their language consisted of hiccups and squeaks. I quietly snuck past them and into the house that lay beneath a dark sky. When inside, I looked for signs of life, but it was completely abandoned. I couldn't comprehend it. So far, it appeared to be normal, till I noticed an unfinished painting and an abnormally large fireplace. I peeked inside it, where I realized it was far from normal. Inside was a tunnel that was glowing purple. I crawled into the fireplace and followed the tunnel. At the end of it, the tunnel opened into a large neon pink cave. A large mastodon skeleton stood in front of me. As I looked upward at it, I noticed large color-changing stalagmites on the ceiling and the floors. Large, colorful worms made of socks floated around them in the air. I thought to myself, is this even real? There was an exit to the cave. Not far outside of it was a crashed UFO. I cautiously looked inside the open door to find flashing red lights and hundreds of buttons and controls. The ship emitted strange patterns on the walls. I think this thing was affecting the environment. Walking past the UFO crash site, I walked through a forest made of coral. It was vibrant and colorful, and I'm so confused because there are fish swimming above me, but we aren't in water. I wandered throughout the coral reef forest until a mysterious black door appeared. Entering inside, I saw geometric animal heads mounted on the walls in the shape of a circle. In the center of the circle stood a tall, color-changing geometric circle. Suddenly, a loud voice booming in an alien language traveled through the room. I gave the crystal a closer look. The top of it was a giant hand. Entering a neighboring room, it was the inside of a chapel. Although the walls are painted red with black and white stripes, the podium was covered in golden tassels. There are framed artworks of what appear to be abstract colors in various colors. I noticed a hidden door handle on one of the walls. I gave it a tug, and the wall opened. The walls in this new room shifted in rainbow colors while producing psychedelic patterns. On either side of the room stood two terrariums, which at first glance appeared to look like they are full of candy. Staring at the candy, I saw it blink. This was sentient candy. This place became stranger and stranger. These candy creatures lived in candy mountains with candy clouds. I left the room and headed back out into the forest. These trees seemed almost normal besides their enormous size. Doors were built into them. I believe they are homes of some kind. They resemble willow trees, only they have glowing mushrooms growing out of them. I brushed up against one, and it sang. Anything that touched them caused a reaction. The tree sang a beautiful song. The leaves seemed to radiate with white light. I turned into circles while admiring the place. I saw moss everywhere, along with long vines and suspended bridges in the treetops. Oddly, behind one of the trees, I found what once was a living room, only now it was completely overgrown by nature. Grass took the shape of all the furniture. The only thing not covered in plants was the living room light that slowly flickered between blue, pink, and yellow. This space belonged to the hills of the forest now. I looked back at the tree and noticed a passageway ascending the tree. I followed it. The passage was made of small tree branches, and I followed it all the way to the top. It led me to a suspended bridge, across which was a strange treehouse. It was covered in moss with a strange symbol carved on the door. The house had a pair of bird legs, one on each side. It kept the treehouse perched in the treetops. I entered, and it was rather cozy. I glanced out one of the windows and saw the strange aliens again. I took that as a sign to keep moving. I crossed another bridge suspended in the air. It swayed as I crossed it. I saw hundreds of beautiful lanterns hanging from the trees. It wasn't long before I found more wreckage of the foreign spacecraft. Maybe the locals began to worship them. Wooden masks hung on the walls of the wreckage. Maybe the wreckage ripped a hole into other dimensions. I stood in a room that was perfectly split down the middle. The plates, chairs, table, and rotten food. It felt uncanny and the stench was awful. Across from it sat half a school bus, sitting vertically pointing toward the sky. The bottom half disappeared seamlessly into the floorboards. Geometric shapes floated through the air. I walked through the doorway and must have shifted dimensions. I found myself in a room that appeared to be in black and white. Everything looked like a drawing resembling a 1950s cartoon. This included the food. I even looked out the window and there was a cartoon-looking tornado outside. This place was full of goofy cartoon-like physics. I opened one of the cabinets and saw a black cat wearing white gloves with a perfect smile looking back at me. I sat for a moment to gather my bearings when I noticed across from me stood a smiling spider in a top hat and white gloves. I slammed the cabinet shut and had the bright idea to check another. Inside was a black and white spiraling portal. I slammed that one shut as well. A new door appeared behind me, and I didn't hesitate to burst through it. I appeared to be in an old wild western village. However, it had neon lights surrounding the buildings and neon paint on the trimming. In the town center was a tall wooden lighthouse. I found it a bit odd for an old western town. The ground was painted with black and white stripes. I found another small cave nearby that had jungle plants sprouting from it. Inside were strange creatures with pointy limbs and strange faces. They had black eyes and the snouts of cats. Their bodies almost camouflaged perfectly into the jungle. They seemed harmless. They all pointed to my left. I turned my head to see a window with large jaguar paws clinging to the windowsill. These paws were as tall as I was. I grabbed onto the jaguar's paws to climb up and get a better look out the window. As I looked down, I was in disbelief. It appeared to be a narrow alleyway in Chinatown. It glowed red with hundreds of advertisement posters on the brick walls. Along with neon signs in Mandarin, yellow and red flags strung up between the walls, and traditional Chinese music playing from down below. I wanted to find my way down there. I found myself within the walls of a home, surrounded by glowing pipes of every color. They were mixed in with a bunch of toilet levers. Out of curiosity, I pulled one. It indeed flushed the toilet. Soon I found myself inside the top of the lighthouse. There was nothing inside except for a ham radio and a ship steering wheel. Was this town movable? I wasn't going to sit around and find out. I ended up at the bottom of the old western town by squeezing through a panel full of glowing buttons from the spaceship. I ended up reaching the bottom of the old western town. Outside one of the old saloons was an icebox. Upon opening the door, I found no ice at all. I climbed inside the ice chest. This was anything but ordinary. It was a room full of mirrors, which made finding the exit hell. I decided to explore the saloon next door. In the room, there was a big red rug, a payphone, and a grand piano that was terribly out of tune. I stared into the ugly flower wallpaper on the walls as I dialed the payphone. I tried to reach out to my mom to let her know I was lost in this strange place. However, the call failed. Examining the walls, I noticed some mammals mounted on the wall. Although they looked nothing like what I'd ever seen before. I have no idea how I ended up in a place like this. I walked out of the saloon and walked through a tunnel made of wood and retro TVs buzzing static channels. It led me to a green cave with tall icicles on the ceiling. That's not the craziest part, though. Inside one of the services in the wall, there is a massive pug dog head floating in place. It panted and had glowing red eyes, with a large unicorn horn on its forehead. I just assumed this was the family dog that mutated due to the UFO crash, back inside the mystical forest. I looked down to find myself surrounded by little gray gnomes with the faces of cats. I looked behind me and they weren't fascinated by me at all. Behind me stood a massive sword in stone. I carefully stepped over them and continued my way. I walked beneath a large boulder that resembled a man with a beard. It became so dark I couldn't see a thing. I had to navigate through the dark with my hands. That's when I found something I least expected. Within the center of the room stood a harp, but instead of strings, they were replaced with lasers. Of course, I ran my fingers through the strings made of lasers. It still sounded as beautiful as a regular harp. As I wandered more, the place began to brighten up. That's when I realized I was walking through an arcade. Not just any arcade, it has strange games. For example, a claw machine, but all the prizes are made of trash, or a prophetic robot telling you your fortunes. Her name was Alva, and she held a sign that read, "Portal to Bermuda." I got a fortune from her but quickly tucked it away for a rainy day. I found another entrance to the crashed space shuttle nearby. The walls are metal and the floors are white. A broken panel revealed circuitry and a hamster running on a wheel. Around the corner, I could see more of the normal world intertwining with the strange one. An old RV trailer is sitting in a small part of the woods. It even sounded like I was in the woods with cicadas singing in the forest. I know well by now it's not normal at all. The RV is decorated in Christmas lights, yet it seemed abandoned. I walked through the RV and ended up in the spaceship once again. I believe I found some kind of testing room. Caution tape lined the top and bottom of the walls. These walls breathe with glowing wiring. I entered one of the testing chambers and found a beast emerging from a broken habitat. It stood above me, around 15 feet tall, covered in blue and gray hair, 2 horns, no appendages, and a face with only glowing white eyes. It only stared at me from across the room near a broken AI machine that repeated only the same sentence. I carefully crawled through a hole in the wall behind it. Inside stood a tank full of blue eggs. Is this perhaps what it was guarding? Above it hung a chandelier made of party streamers. The hallway connected back to the original two-story home. I walked into the kitchen and felt a bit hungry, so I opened the fridge for a snack. The fridge was empty, just a glowing white light emitting from it with a path leading back into the forest. I closed the fridge door. I decided to head upstairs to see what secrets are held up here. The walls became weird and warped with ripples in them. A few of the walls opened into different portals, while others seemed normal with flower wallpaper. One of the rooms caught my eye in particular. It was incredibly colorful, with beautiful mosaic tile. The ceiling was covered in reflective CDs, and the walls covered in various colored bottle caps and framed artwork that moved on the walls. The center of the room had a gazebo decorated in the same way. I opened the closet door to find the seats of the spaceship. The room flashed various colors. The space was so small I could only fit by crawling through it. As I left this room, I noticed a small opening between the walls. I held my breath and squeezed through the narrow gap. Inside the room it was dark, and there were clothes accompanied by a large organ piano. It was out of tune, but the keys glowed different colors when played. I pushed the hanging clothes aside to see a door. I opened the door to end up in another bedroom. For the most part, it appeared to be normal, until I pulled a book from the bookshelf. When I did this, the bookshelf swung open. Looking inside, I saw more spaceship seating. Inside the bathroom, the floors had large ripples in them, starting from the toilet. I walked over to the sink to open the medicine cabinet. Within was a long tunnel with light at the other end. It's far too small to fit into, though. Wandering the home, I reached the laundry room. I opened the dryer to see a never-ending portal. I gathered up as much courage as possible before diving headfirst. As I traveled down, I was surrounded by a purple glow, accompanied by hundreds of lost socks. After all these years, I finally found out where all the lost socks went. When I finally landed, a mountain of lost socks broke my fall. I am somewhere in the magic forest again. Wandering around, I found the lower half of the school bus that belonged to the top half of the one we'd seen before. I sat in the driver's seat, in front of me a metal steering wheel and 5 buttons. Staring out the windshield, I saw moving tie-dye blotches. When I pushed any of the buttons, it fired at the blotches, exploding them. Nearby, I also found the bottom of the lighthouse. Entering inside the walls was engraved in an alien language I couldn't interpret. Thankfully, I found a portal that led to the way out. A Shamanic Journey with Norse Runes, May 20th, 2019. I wandered around a mystical shop full of wonders and strange trades. Inside a glass case, I noticed a set of 26 stones made of hematite, which had strange symbols carved into them in gold. I had the employee fetch them for me, and I proceeded to the counter to buy them. The man in charge of the shop approached me. He was tall with a large beard. He said, "Do you have any experience with runes?" I replied, "I've never seen these before in my life." To which he replied, "Classes start at 7 tonight. Be warned, the Norse gods are not easy to work with. They can be brutal." I returned later that night, where the man began to fill me in. The runes I bought were called Elder Futhark. They are ancient and trace back to the 6th century CE. In the beginning, they could only be used for divination by women. This is the story of how they became accessible to all. Freya, a goddess of beauty, told Allfather Odin how these magical stones are used to talk to gods, goddesses, and spirits. This intrigued him. He traveled to the world tree called Yggdrasil and hung himself from the tree for 9 days and 9 nights. Just as he was about to die, the runes appeared before him. He grabbed them and earned his life. My teacher now began cleansing the air with an incense called Dragon's Breath and a cauldron full of burning elderflowers. He explained we had to be in a clean and safe space because we are going to go on shamanic journeys to connect with our spirit in each rune. I had no idea what was to come, so I asked about it. He said, "Shamanic journeying is a way to connect with your ancestors, spirit guides, and a way to visit lower and higher dimensional worlds. Essentially, your spirit travels while your body remains here on Earth." He warned that you must do this only with guides because if you don't, there's a risk you might go mad in the physical world, get lost, or bring back attachments. Of course, after hearing this, I felt quite nervous. I felt safe with my teacher, though, because he told me he was taught by an African shaman, also by an Icelandic witch, who would slap his hand with a spoon whenever he did something wrong. Tonight, he is going to teach me 3 runs and bring me on a journey for each. I will continue to show up each night till we complete all 26. The teacher put Odin oil on his forehead for unhindered use of the runes. The first rune we are working with is called Fehu. Rune faces up meant things like cattle, finance, assets, or more power. In modern times, it meant something more like work, money, or things having to do with the physical world. This rune is connected to the goddess Freya. People drew this symbol to grant prosperity, grow crops, and find gold. It's said if you carry it on a piece of paper in your pocket, written in green ink, it can help you obtain more money. If the stone is pulled and it lands with the symbol facing the ground, it has a different meaning. In this case, it means there is still work that needs to be done and to be mindful of the people around you. Mainly, it shows you all kinds of things when it comes to work. The English letter it's connected to is the letter F. Now that we are familiar with the history and meaning of the stone, we are preparing to go on a journey for it. Nordic music began to play full of drums, mouth harps, and deep chanting. All the songs are by a band called Danheim, which sounded bone-chilling. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. I left my body and found myself surrounded by hills and tall grass. It was dusk outside, and this place somehow felt more real than my physical reality. I felt the cool breeze in the grass beneath my feet. I took it all in, smelling the fresh air when I began to hear a low rumbling sound. It grew as it approached me. It was a large herd of cattle and horses of different shapes and colors. The stampede began circling me. Oddly, I felt a large presence of my ancestors around me. I'd never felt so much love and power before. I could have stayed here forever. However, eventually the herd left just as abruptly as it had arrived. I didn't want to go back because I enjoyed it here so much. As I watched the herd leave, I seamlessly returned to my body. I could hardly believe how real that felt. This is what truly made me start to believe in an afterlife. For the second rune we will be learning tonight, this one is called Hagalaz. It represents being stuck or having cabin fever, the creation of the egg of fire and ice. Ice was the world and fire was everything else. This is the summarized version of Norse creation. Odin and his brothers used the corpse of a giant named Ymir. They brought the body to a place called Ginuagap, then made the earth from it. The sea was his blood, the earth was his flesh, the mountains and stones were his bones, the heavens his skull, and the clouds his brains. We are made of driftwood found by the seashore. Odin gave the wood a breath of life, Vili gave them understanding, and Ve gave them senses and outward appearance. Getting back to the meanings of this rune, it can mean family is close to you, sometimes too close. Here is a better perspective. The Nordic people used to often get cabin fever because they lived in small, multi-generational homes. It could mean you're stuck in trying to find a way out of a difficult situation, feeling off at home, or that big changes are needed. When the stone is face down, it means change is underway or is desperately needed, and it's been put off far too long. Or it can represent how we feel at home. Something is not right at home. This rune is connected to the god of mischief, Loki, and the goddess Hela, daughter of Loki and watcher of the dead. Hela is both living and dead, so she understands both perspectives. One half of her body is a corpse, the other half a youthful and beautiful woman. Whenever you're feeling stuck, you can write this rune on a piece of paper and carry it around in your pocket. The English letter for this rune is the letter H. Before my teacher brought us on our next shamanic journey, he had us sit and meditate about things we no longer need in our lives. My teacher said, when we go see Hela and leave things in Helheim, they never come back. We are about to go into the underworld to visit Helheim. My teacher warned, never attempt to go here alone and always take a spirit guide with you. He began telling me of a time he went to visit Helheim, not by choice. He said, I felt my body take its last breath. My soul left my body, and I went down to Helheim. I met face to face with the goddess Hela and All-Father Odin himself. The god and goddess demanded what I wanted with them. I simply wanted to teach people the runes. After a long conversation, they agreed to let me continue with that goal and sent me back to my body. If I were being honest, I felt terrified about what I was about to do. We learned the history, and now it was time for the journey. The same music began to play as before. We opened by asking our spirit guides to accompany us on this journey. I was shocked to feel something firmly grip my right shoulder. My spirit guide is going to grasp my shoulder this entire trip. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. As I left my body this time, my spirit guide continued to carry me. We soared through cloud-filled skies. Looking down below, I saw what seemed like endless, rolling hills covered in grass. Sure enough, we ended up landing on one. Upon closer inspection, the ground was covered in shiny gold coins. The air was fresh, and I was surrounded by elder flowers. Down before my feet sat a large dark hole in the ground. A spiral staircase made of stone descended into the hole. My spirit guide and I began following the stairs. The only light available was from the dimly lit torches on the cave walls. The elderflowers now grew out of the ground and the cave walls. It was kind of beautiful. The flowers protect the dead. So we must be getting closer. We continued deeper until we reached a large set of stone doors. They slowly creaked open. Inside sat a palace made of stone with a grand throne and a stone table, and there stood the goddess. She was huge in comparison to me. She wore a long black dress with long sleeves. She approached me and said, "Why do you want to learn the runes?" in a regal voice. I replied, "Well, I think I can help people." She nodded her head, and her servants in long black cloaks began to approach me. Hoods covered their faces so I couldn't see them. They gently laid me down on the stone table. The goddess told me I could pick one thing I could get rid of, and it would stay down there forever. I sat for a moment to think, then nodded my head. They placed a red wool blanket on top of me. The blanket became extremely hot. It felt like forever. But once the blanket was removed, I felt an immense feeling of relief. My spirit guide grasped my shoulder once again and accompanied me out of the underworld and brought me back to my body. When you go to see Hela in Helheim and leave things there, they never come back. An important thing to note, when you do this journey, hold this rune in your dominant hand only. The final rune we are learning about tonight is called Tiwaz. It is connected to one of the older gods named Tyr. He is the son of Odin and a god of war. This rune represents wars, justice, promises, and oaths, which were incredibly important to the Norse. Here is a tale that serves as an example. Loki had a son named Fenrir, and the gods were terrified of him. He is a wolf the size of a mountain. Odin had dwarves create a ribbon that could constrain him. When it was finally crafted, the gods decided to go pay Fenrir a visit. Odin praised the wolf for his strength, even though he was secretly scared he would one day kill him. So, Odin told him, "Since you are so strong, why don't we test your strength? We will tie you to this mountain with a mere ribbon, and all you must do is break it." Fenrir replied, "Okay, but Tyr must place his hand in my mouth, and if it is a trick, I will bite it off." Tyr agreed and placed his arm in the wolf's mouth. So the gods proceeded to tie him up to the mountain. Once he was tied up, he tried to escape, but he couldn't. So he bit off Tyr's hand. Tyr kept his oath, and Fenrir promised that the day he broke free, he would devour the sun and the moon. To the Norse, breaking oaths was so terrible that there was even a special place for oath breakers beneath Helheim. It was called Nastrond. It's a place of darkness and horror reserved for oath breakers, murderers, and adulterers. A dragon called Nidhogg lives there. He chews on their corpses there. The rune Tiwaz can also represent deep connections regarding soul or karmic contracts or agreements of some kind. A rune of balance. It can help show what's needed in legal or court cases and promote integrity. When this shows up face down, it can mean someone you know isn't being genuine, untruthful, or that something is being hidden. Depending on what runes show up around it, this can show what's being hidden. Some other things to note: this rune is good to use for protection, and it can show you how to settle karma/soul contracts, or it can show up if a contract has been completed or protection is needed. My teacher added, to better understand the runes, it's 90% intuition and 10% knowledge. If your questions still aren't being answered, they are trying to tell you something. In this case, write out your question in red or black ink, put it under your pillow, and go to sleep. it's easier for them to just show us in our dreams. The English letter connected to this rune is the letter T. It's time for our final shamanic journey for tonight. I closed my eyes, took some deep breaths as the music played. It wasn't long before I left my body and found myself in another grass field, a blue sky, and tall, thin trees. I wandered around and found a tall archway made of stone. Beneath it, a pair of large stone doors. I entered and saw marble floors with vaulted ceilings and beautifully chiseled pillars and sculptures. I could feel the mighty presence of Tyre, and it was strong but inviting. He wasn't here, but I got a strange sense to walk to the end of the hall. Sure enough, at the end of the hall, there stood a large balancing scale. They shifted from side to side until they balanced perfectly. The weight of my good and bad decisions began to shift the scales. I watched nervously. When they finally settled, I relaxed. The good seemed to outweigh the bad dramatically. After this, I was sent back to my body once again. Every time I did this, I focused on finding myself and entering my body, feeling sensations from my toes all the way up to my head. This was very important. My mom dropped me off the next night. She was skeptical and slightly concerned that I had spiritual psychosis and needed to be admitted to a psychiatric ward. I could understand where she was coming from. I was telling her about these journeys I was going on, and I'm sure it sounds crazy. However, I'm just describing what was happening in class. Tonight, the first rune we are learning about is called Uruz. The ancient meaning of this one is primordial force, like an ancient race of bison standing 10 feet tall. The unstable force attached to this rune means change is coming, whether you like it or not. You will face your obstacles ready or not. Bison don't run from the storm, they charge through it. This rune also means you have a connection to nature. When it comes up face down, it means an immovable wall or needing to reconnect with nature and be more flexible. When Uruz is next to Tiwaz, think of the promises around you already, so you don't bite off more than you can chew. If you want to use it for spell work, it needs another rune to be paired with it. The English letter for this rune is the letter U. My teacher said, "At some point, you will be called to make your own set of runes. When you do so, no matter what stone you do, you must do it in alphabetical order. Not only that, but it must be equal parts craft and meditation. Use an essential oil on your hands to help you concentrate. You will often find each set has its own personality with bonds to different gods, and sometimes they end up being made for someone other than yourself." Now it's time for the journey portion of the lesson. The music began to play, and we closed our eyes. After some deep breaths, I found myself in another luscious grass field. The grass is tall, and the wind is blowing in my hair. The sky filled with happy clouds. In front of me stood a rather large boulder. I noticed it had strange etchings and patterns carved into it. It was ancient and beautiful. I sat in the grass near it and meditated with the stone. Once I finished, I headed back to the home world/reality. For the next lesson, we are learning about the rune named Naudiz. This is a rune that somewhat involves fate. It's connected to a group of deities called the Norns. It's a group of 3 older women who weave together your fate. Things in your life are fated. However, you do have wiggle room to do things you want to do. They were also in charge of the Well of Wisdom, fetching pails of water to water the world tree Yggdrasil daily, with nothing in return. Yggdrasil is a gargantuan ash tree with branches that extend to the heavens and a great trunk with strong roots. On each of its branches, there stands each of the 9 realms. Asgard, the realm of near perfection and home to the Aesir gods and goddesses. Jotunheim, the fallen world of the monstrous giants. Midgard, the land of the humans. Alfheim, the land of the elves. Helheim, a resting place for the dead. Vanaheim, the world of the magical Vanir deities. Nidavellir, the subterranean land of the dwarves. Niflheim, a land of ice and snow. Muspelheim, a realm of heat and flame. When you see this rune, it can show a desperate need or being forced into a situation or someone is in a desperate situation. This can also have to do with your life's purpose. It can show if someone has a knack for divination. When it's in reverse, it can mean the person isn't following their life path, straying too far from where they should be, or it can mean an even greater desperation. The English letter for Naudus is the letter N. The shaman began to lead me on the next journey. A wooden chariot arrived to pick us up. We took off into the sky, and it carried us over a massive and beautiful rainbow. I'd never seen anything like it in my life. It then brought us over the canopy of the forest treetops before finding some empty space to land. I climbed out of the chariot while in amazement. The famous Yggdrasil tree stood before me. It stood so tall and so wide I couldn't see where it ended. I followed the bark of the tree and noticed all the vines and moss covering it. Suddenly I noticed an old man standing in front of it. He had a long white beard, an eye patch covering one eye, a tall wooden staff, and wore a green cloak. This was Odin, the All-Father himself. In his presence I could feel his powerful energy. I spoke to him and thanked him for being here. Oddly, in the spiritual realm, we didn't need to use our mouths to speak. We spoke using telepathy. To my left sat a well made of stone and full of water. Surrounding stood 3 old women in black cloaks. As I approached them, they revealed an altar with a mirror. I looked into the mirror and saw a glimpse of all my memories thus far. On the table of the altar sat a bunch of little knickknacks. One of the old women handed me one as a gift before I went on my way. Back home, my teacher explained, sometimes these gifts help us in the spiritual. If you find them in the real world, you should buy them because it will help you in the physical. When you meditate with this rune, you should hold it in both hands because you grab onto your fate with both hands. The final rune for tonight is going to be one called Berkano. This rune is connected to the goddess Frigga, Odin's wife, and the energy of a mother. They are crone gods, which means they live very long lives but still die. Face up, this rune can mean fertility, childbirth, or creation/rebirth. This is a good one to see if the person wants to have kids or is trying to create something, being around a feminine person. Face down, it can mean the growth is being stalled, or what you are trying to manifest isn't happening. You should check to make sure it's needed or that you are starting in the right place. The English letter connected to this rune is the letter B. This is also a good rune to carry when taking up a new habit, and when meditating, hold it in your receiving hand. Our last journey for tonight began. We are headed somewhere between the worlds of the living and the spiritual. I left my body in, and I stood in a foreign land. I stood in some tall grass as the sun sank enough to become the evening. Not far in front of me stood an old wooden cabin that had seen better days. The lights were on inside, and I started to approach it. I walked up to the cabin door and entered. I was surprised it was larger on the inside than it was on the outside. Inside, I was abruptly hit with a strong feeling of warmth and love. This was my ancestral home. In front of me sat a staircase in a room on either side of me. The walls are covered in pink wallpaper with flowers. This place was full of people. Some I didn't recognize. I walked into the kitchen to find my grandma, Virginia, Nana, Grandma Matilda, and Frigga. They smiled at me while cooking an enormous feast. The kitchen table was long and covered in food, including a giant turkey. Frigga was abnormally large when compared to everyone else. She walked up to me and gave me a warm embrace. It was the greatest hug I'd ever felt, almost as if the earth and sun held me and warmed even the darkest parts of my soul. I felt so loved and cared for. I never wanted to let go, but she eventually did. I walked out of the kitchen and into the living room. Here I saw my grandpa wearing a flannel shirt and a cowboy hat, like he always liked to do. He played pool while smoking a cigar. A lot of people were gathered around watching the pool game and conversing with each other, including my Aunt Joyce. It was a strange feeling talking to people who had long been deceased. It was so good to see them, though. While in the moment I felt like I conversed with them for a long time, my physical brain couldn't comprehend the language. It was as if we talked by feeling each other's emotions. Down another hall to find another table loaded with gifts. As I looked over all the gifts, my family looked over me from behind with smiles. I could only pick one gift, and I had a hard time deciding. After a while, I ended up choosing a magical charm necklace. I held it dear to me as I left, bidding my family farewell for now. Back in the physical world, my teacher gave us another tip. He said, grasp your bag of runes with both hands and blow into the bag. Your breath is what cleanses them. The runes only like to be held in silk. Now for the rune called Thurisaz, the ancient meaning of this word means danger from enemies. The thorns are a threat, but also a natural protection. The modern meaning is that something is an immediate threat. Have awareness of your surroundings and the people in your space. It can also appear when the person receiving the reading needs to ground/meditate more. This is a good one to wear for protection, and it warns you of a threat coming before it happens. When this appears in a face-down position, it encourages enhanced awareness. This rune is mainly connected to the Norse god Thor because he is the guardian who protects us. It is also slightly connected to Hela because she is the protector of the dead. You can draw this rune on the south, north, west, and east walls of your home for protection. It will keep out negative energy. Or alternatively, you can place it outside on each side of your property. The English letters for this one are TH. This rune is connected to any plants with thorns, including brambles and thistles. I headed into the next journey. This time I found myself in a strange, dark place. A single rose grew in the ground next to me. There was only light surrounding us. The rose spoke to me. It said, "Hello, Norman. I am one of your guides, and you can call me Celise. Call on me when you need protection." Returning, I did some investigation on the name. Its origin is Arabic and means friend. Next is a rune called Isa. It means ice and inner stillness. To the Norse, ice was seen as a danger. However, this rune has some duality to it. It can also be seen as peace because inner stillness is the closest thing you can get to peace. This rune is connected to the god Odin. This rune resembles his staff. It's one of several runes that are connected to him. It's also connected to the goddess Skadi. She is the goddess of winter and hunting. She came to Asgard looking for a husband. She wanted to marry Balder, son of Odin. Unfortunately, Loki tricked her into marrying Njord by having her pick her husband only by looking at her feet. When this rune appears in reverse, it means something in your life is out of balance. It usually tells us the imbalance by what runes fell around it. When it's upright, it's the same. Whatever is around it will bring you peace. If you need to focus or find peace, you can slowly chant the name of this rune for as many times as it takes. The English letters connected to this one are I and EE. My teacher gave me a warning. He said, "This next place we are going to visit is neither here nor there. It's hidden." This time when I left my body, I was surprised to see I ended up on a beach with white sand and nothing else in sight. Even the sky seemed to be masked by fog. The water was still and calm as I watched from the snow just before the sand. I noticed Odin stood behind me, and we stared out into the nothingness together. It was nice, and I did feel at peace. I looked to my right and noticed a large beast running towards me. It strongly resembled some kind of yeti. Before I could even think, it swung a large axe at my face. All I saw was a slash of red, then darkness. Did I die? No, I returned to my body, and when I opened my eyes and looked at my teacher, I asked, "Was that some kind of spiritual attack?" He replied by saying, "Sometimes that can happen." Tonight, that left me feeling unsettled as I returned home that evening. It's too late to back out now. I returned once more the next night. Tonight we are starting off with a rune called Awaz. Off the bat, it means horse in cooperation. Things can go wrong quickly when no one cooperates. This rune can give more insight into your emotions. It can come up when someone is an empath or has a connection to a guide. This rune can resemble a bond between humans and deities. Basically, it's about relationships, occasionally seen as prosperity. When this one is face down, it can mean you don't really get along with people. Or you need to take time for yourself, not doing something you're supposed to, ignoring guides. The English letter connected to this one is E. This rune is attached to the god Freyr and the horse Sleipnir. It's not just any horse, but an 8-legged horse, the god of all horses. This is another one of Loki's kids. We began our shamanic journey. I found myself atop another grass hill. The sky is still blue but full of clouds. I am waiting for some of my guides to show up. I was told they would be helping me with some of the runes. The ground began to tremble. A herd of animals came hurtling towards me. The first animal to approach me was named Leela. She was a white horse with a mane made of gold. The second animal to approach me was rather intimidating. A brown bull with golden eyes charged towards me. His name was Anish. They called me by a name I didn't recognize. Back in reality, I informed my teacher about it. He said, yes, sometimes they do that as a form of endearment. Also, white horses are seen as a rare thing that is a gift. My teacher then went on about how we can be ridden by a spirit, which is an extreme form of channeling that I refuse to ever do. He warned it could be dangerous. Lastly, drawing this rune on your body can help clear up connections. If you draw it on your forehead using an oil called dragon's blood, it can grant protection. The next rune is called Anuz. This is Odin's rune. Any form of communication is represented by this rune. It's a good one to see if you are waiting to hear from someone. My teacher emphasized the importance of the Auz part of the word, meaning the mouth. The mouth is used to create things. With that power, you can make things better or worse. It can also mean knowledge and education in some circumstances. It can show if you need to communicate with people or if communication will happen or not. If you ever want to hear from someone, write what you want to hear on a piece of paper. Draw this rune in oil atop it and burn it or keep it. You can also draw it on your body to form better connections with people. The English letter connected to this one is A. When this stone is cast in reverse, it can mean the communication you are waiting to hear has been delayed. You just need to be patient and wait for the right timing. I closed my eyes and let my soul wander. A pair of Valkyries came down towards me. They had incredibly massive and white wings. Each one grabbed one of my arms and began carrying me into the sky. Higher, we began cutting through clouds as I watched the clouds fade away. It felt so surreal, and I passed through so many clouds. Then abruptly before me, I saw an extravagant castle of gold resting on the cloud tops. A tall wall made of gold surrounded it entirely, and it shone beautifully. The entrance to this place emitted extremely powerful white and gold light. It was so bright I couldn't tell what the entrance truly looked like. The Valkyries refused to bring me closer to the entrance. It was only for the dead. However, they did let me rest my ear right up against the gold walls. I could hear the tremendous amounts of joy and laughter. It was contagious. I couldn't help but smile. I wanted to join in their cheerfulness and never return. I was disappointed when the Valkyries returned me to my body. Now for the rune called Jera. It represents cycles, the cycle of change and just letting things be how they are. The cause and effect of everything going on around us. Everything has an equal reaction, and you get what you give. It can be a symbol of hospitality. The reversal can mean a need to let things go. Let them be as they are. Take what you need and let go of the rest. This rune can teach big lessons and encourages us to find our strength. This rune follows a rule of 5. Things can take 5 days, 5 months, 5 years. When you are going through a tough time, you can carry this rune with you. The English letters for this one are J and Y. The next journey began. I sat hovering above a farm. You never would have known it existed here deep within the mountains. No people lived on the farm. I just peacefully watched over the land as day turned into night and night into day. I watched as the seasons slowly shifted into the next. The beautiful life blooming in spring, the crops thriving in the summer, the stillness of fall coming, then the silent cold of winter. Time worked differently here, and I watched over this farm for an entire year, witnessing the cycles of life in my own stillness. It was beautiful just observing while letting things be. Once I returned, only 5 minutes had passed, and it felt surprising to me. Now it's time for Manaz. When this one falls out, you must pay attention to what's around it. When it's alone, trust your intuition. This is the only man-dedicated rune. This looks at what you're dealing with in a social life. At our core, we are social creatures that need community. This rune is connected to 2 gods, Mani, the moon protector and soul nurturer. He watches over us at night when we are most vulnerable, but also a protector of the gods themselves. He also had the ability to shapeshift. Also Heimdall, who hears and sees all. When this rune is cast out face down, it can mean a break in communication, a misunderstanding, or facing an opposition. Most importantly, if you believe in something and no one else does, it's important to stand up for it. As individuals, we make the world a better place. The English letter connected to this one is the letter M. On this shamanic journey, I abruptly found myself in a small clearing in the woods late at night. I lay down on the grass and stared up peacefully at the large moon lingering above me. It was so large it nearly took up the entire sky. I usually feel fearful in dark spaces, but I felt at peace here under the moonlight as fireflies danced around me. I could have stayed here forever. It was always hard for me to return home. I liked being at peace. Moving on to the rune called Rido. The ancient meaning is horse and cart. This rune represents movement of all kinds and not just physical travel. Sometimes it literally can be about your vehicle. It's good to place in your car for protection and safe travel. When it's cast in reverse, it can mean movement has stopped, or you are taking a detour, and maybe you need to think about where you are going, or your vehicle is literally broken. The English letter for this one is the letter R. This rune is connected to the Norse god Thor. More specifically, his cart was pulled by two massive goats, which brings me into the next shamanic journey. There I stood at the edge of a forest line in short grass. The sky was clear, and I noticed a flying chariot approaching the ground to use as a landing pad in front of me. As it raced past me, I can confirm it was, in fact, pulled by two gigantic goats that stood taller than me. I had never seen anything like it. One of them was gray with black spots, and the other was all brown. I was nervous, but I climbed inside the carriage with no time to spare. It took off instantly, and I was jostled around in the back, up and up into the sky. This thing was faster than Santa Claus' sleigh. Before I knew it, I was on the ground again just as quickly as I had taken off. I hopped out into another large grass plain, shocked I wasn't suffering from any whiplash. Oddly, an enormous pair of feet stood in front of me. Attached to them, a large pair of legs. I followed them with my eyes upward into the sky. They stretched up far beyond my eyes could see. This turned out to be Thor himself. He came all this way to greet me. I sat in the grass beside his feet to take in the strong presence I felt from him. I felt grateful for his protection and commitment to protecting us humans from the ice trolls. It felt like we shared a conversation, but again, we seemed to only talk using our minds and feelings. I don't know if this is something I will ever get used to. His presence felt much like seeing an old friend I lost touch with years ago, but missed dearly. I felt so safe here as well, but eventually it was time to go. This concluded the next night, but I was already so invested that I decided to stay committed. I showed up at the mysterious shop once again. With no time to waste, we started off with a rune named Iwaz. The name refers to a yew tree. This rune is about protection and flexibility like a yew tree. We are hard to break. The yew trees were often sought out for their great burning firewood. They were also planted in cemeteries because they lived such long lives. This gave them a reputation of being a tree of the dead. The spines, however, are poisonous, creating a balance of as above so below. This rune forces us to confront our fears, and it has been linked to experiencing shamanic deaths. It's connected to the English letters IE. The reversed meaning of this rune can mean a desperate need for change, stagnation, which isn't common. This one usually represents something positive. It's good to carry it if you are trying to get out of a bad situation. If it's cast and lands next to Rido, it means you are astral traveling a lot. I started off my next shamanic journey by scaling a large grass hill barefoot. At the top of the hill was a single tree covered in beautiful white flowers. It was a yew tree. Some petals gracefully landed on the ground surrounding it. I walked up to the tree, gently placing my hand upon it, being wary of its spines before heading back. Next up is Laguz. The meaning is water or a leek plant. You can hang that plant above your doorway for protection. It can mean you have been meeting your full potential, representing your emotions, or something bothering you that you are unaware of. When this comes up face down, it can mean you aren't ready to face the problem. You could be dealing with it soon. You have fears or needing to cleanse your spirit more regularly. This rune is connected to Njord, the god of the sea. The English letter connected to it is the letter L. You can write this rune on a piece of paper to help you process difficult emotions. Sometimes you just need to work on past life stuff. The shaman told me the best way to deal with this is to just lie down and let whatever thoughts come to mind just come up. Observe them and let them go. As the drums kicked up once more, the shaman led me through the next journey. I soon found myself in the wilderness of the mountains. Right near the riverbank, the air was so fresh, and I looked up at the birds that flew above me. I then carried my gaze down to the water. It was a peaceful stream that danced upon rocks. Slowly, the river grew stronger. It became a rapid, slamming against the rocks in a chaotic fashion. Just as it had arrived, it left, returning to the steady stream it once was before. Kenas. It's a rune of fire, and it can mean creativity, passion, and fire. You need to take care when using this one alone due to its fiery nature. When it appears face down, it can mean dying passion, feeling burnout, disinterest, or needing stronger boundaries. Most importantly, it can mean you need to make sure things are taken care of when it comes to the home. The English letters connected to this one are C and K. This time, after leaving my body, I found myself surrounded by a tall field of grass in the middle of the night. Then I noticed in the distance a figure in a tan hooded cloak carrying a torch in one hand as they walked the perimeter. I watched, confused. I could barely make out the figure when I noticed it lowered the torch into the grass and it ignited in a heartbeat. I couldn't believe my eyes. In a matter of seconds, I was surrounded by the tall flames of the fire. But it never touched me. It only burned around me until it burned itself out. The only grass that was left was the small patch I stood upon. Dark and charred lines formed the shape of a square around the grass. I was protected by this strange border. Perthrow is usually connected to cups and games of chance. It can represent things like rebirth, initiation, or letting things go. It's usually a change for the better. If this rune is cast and lands in the center of the circle, it's a sign to stop the reading there. It cannot continue. If it lands reversed anywhere else, it means to really weigh your options. It comes up a lot when questions are asked about mysteries and the occult. It's a feminine-based rune, and you can draw it out on paper with the rune Gabo to increase your chances of something. The English letter connected to this one is P. Without hesitation, I dove into the next shamanic journey. I was beginning to like it now. I stood in a new forest in the beautiful light of day. There was a merchant's table in front of me. It had hundreds of strange objects piled on top of it. A few different things caught my eye. A pair of bears carved out of wood, a necklace made of Sanskrit beads, and a few lemons. I made sure to collect them before I headed back to the physical world. I opened my eyes and told the shaman about the gifts I collected. He said, "The Sanskrit beads will help me communicate with your ancestors and carve out those wooden bears and place them on each side of your bed. Ingwaz, this one can deal with inner potential, fertility, prosperity, diamonds, or a masculine energy. It can appear when someone is chasing their dreams, soul-searching, or finally finding their path. It's connected to the god Ingvi. He often disguised himself as an old man, guiding lost travelers. This rune is strong like a battery and can help guide you to what your path might be. When this rune is cast face down, it can mean a few things: not meeting your fullest potential, unfulfilled, unhappy, needing self-care, or needing to reevaluate something entirely. The English letters it's connected to are N and G. There are a few good combinations for bind runes, drawing two or more attached together. Here are a few. Fehu and Ingwaz for your passions, Isa and Ingwaz for making sure you don't overwork yourself. Now we are heading back into another journey. I soon found myself standing in a dense jungle, and the sun began to set. I stood in the presence of Ingvi himself. He was an extremely tall, elderly man with a long, white beard that nearly touched the floor. He carried a wooden staff with pine cones all over it. He also wore a strange necklace we couldn't see very well. The wind began to blow through our hair. We just stared at each other in silence. Then suddenly the god turned around and began running as fast as he could. A fear of getting lost grew inside me. So I did the only thing I could think of. I began to run as fast as I could. I kept my eyes locked on him, trying not to let him fall out of my sight. I underestimated how fast this old man could run. He leapt over large boulders while ducking beneath branches, leaping over logs and stumbling into rivers. But I stayed on his tail. In no time, I lost sight of him after summiting a mountaintop, a steep cliff just before me, but an incredible view full of green mountain ranges. The sun's beams of gold danced through the air. I glanced over to my left to see Ingvi sitting crisscrossed on a boulder next to me. He then held out his staff as a gift to me. I felt honored, and as I examined the staff, I noticed a stone made of amber embedded inside it and pine cones carefully placed around it. He then took off the necklace he wore and proceeded to gift it to me as well. It was a pendant shaped like a hand with an eye in the center of it. On the backside was the rune Ingwas engraved in it. Ingvi said, "This will help prevent you from getting lost and help keep you true to yourself." I thanked him for the gifts before I parted. Now for a rune called Dagas. It means dawn, light, darkness. This rune is very comparable to yin and yang. It gives you strength from the creator, and it often shows up when you have a realization, revelation, or come into balance in some aspect of your life. When it lands face down, it can mean you will be facing things you don't want to. Transition, work could be out of balance, or just needing a reminder to have hope. These issues aren't one a superficial level, it's something much deeper. This one can also tell you if a person is a walker between worlds, the spiritual and the physical. You can chant the name of the rune to help you gain clarity. The English letter tied to this rune is D. Heading into the next journey, I felt excited. I appeared in a small wooden boat in a still sea. It was golden hour, and the sun lit up the sky in beautiful hues of red, pink, purple, orange, blue, and yellow. The best part is that it reflected off the water, creating the illusion that I was slowly drifting through the sky. The sun sank faster than it would back home. With the sun set, darkness surrounded me quickly. I couldn't see a thing, and it made me feel uneasy. Fortunately, it wasn't dark for long because the moon shot up into the sky, illuminating the darkness. What happened next is almost indescribable. Strange, translucent creatures began floating above me in the sky. The closest thing they resembled were jellyfish. They had blue bioluminescent stripes on their body that glowed in the night sky. It was magical. Suddenly, my boat began to rock. I gathered the courage to peer over the edge. I couldn't believe my eyes. A massive whale gently swam beneath the boat. Not just any ordinary whale either. It also had the same glowing bioluminescent stripes as the creatures in the sky. The whale left a trail that glowed blue wherever it swam, and it illuminated the entire sea. It was jaw-dropping. In the trails of light, I could see down into the ocean as if it were day. I saw the colorful coral reefs and the colorful fish that inhabited them. These creatures seemed identical to mine, but were also entirely different. To think this existed out of what I considered reality is baffling, but I love every minute of it. The next rune is called Algiz/Elhaz. It mostly means elk or moose, but protection above anything else. When this is cast into the circle and lands face up in the center, it means whatever you are worrying about, you are safe. This one keeps away all kinds of things and it's connected to your spirit guides. It can mean spirits are close to you or that you need to ground yourself better. The English letters connected to this one are Z or ZH. It's not just a barricade type of protection, it bends and moves to keep out everything. I closed my eyes, letting the drumming Viking music take me once more. The next thing I knew, I was in the most beautiful garden I had ever seen in my entire life. Tall green trees, green grass, and wildflowers everywhere. It was well maintained, and that's not even the most stunning part. I was surrounded by a pair of every animal: giraffes, butterflies, cats, and yes, even extinct animals like dinosaurs. They all lived here together in harmony. No death or dissatisfaction. It took my breath away. I came across a vast, crystal-clear lake. It sparkled beneath the sunlight. I walked into the water, admiring all that I saw. Suddenly, a large and dark shadow began to approach me from beneath the water. It stopped before me, its head slowly rising above the water. It was massive. It was an actual dinosaur, an Allosaurus rex. Its piercing eyes felt as though they looked straight into my soul. We began to communicate peacefully through our minds. He said to me, "My name is Alron, and I want to be one of your spirit guides." How could I possibly refuse an offer like that? I thought maybe I would get a guide that was a giraffe or something, but a dinosaur? That's incredible. Gabo, this rune can mean gifts, blessings, partnership, creativity, and luck. This is a good rune to see when looking for the outcome of a situation. The English letter for this one is G. The face-down meanings of this rune can mean stinginess, greed, delay. The blessings are still coming. It will just take longer. If something must be given up, something new will always take its place. We give gifts to the gods because they give things to us. On my next journey, I appeared in another dark forest, surrounded by a raging bonfire almost taller than the trees themselves. Vikings celebrated and danced around the fire. They wore the classic ceremonial Viking horned hats. I partied with them, though none of them ever faced me. They only faced the fire. On a table nearby, it was full of gifts for me to choose from. I ended up deciding on a traditional ceremonial Viking helmet, like the ones the people wore while dancing around the fire. Wunjo, this rune can mean joy, bliss, success, love, or business. It shows where your happiness lies. Like, I made it, type of joy. This one can also help you combat depression. The English letter for this one is W and V. Face down, it can mean stagnation, alienation, or depression. Into another shamanic journey, I left my body, finding myself on a beach on a warm day. I walked down the side of the beach, taking in the sea salt air and the cool breeze on my skin. Oddly, I began feeling a feeling of immense happiness that just continued to grow inside me. That's when I saw where it was coming from. All my long-lost pets that had crossed the Rainbow Bridge came running towards me as fast as they could. They looked so happy to see me, and all I had was a look of shock on my face. I dropped to my knees as they collided into me. I was so happy I could cry. I hadn't seen them in so long. I stayed on the beach with them, enjoying our time together until I was forced to go. I really didn't want to leave them again, but I have a feeling one day we will meet again once more. So Wulo, this can mean hope, enlightenment, guidance, and success after a long journey. A non-traditional education can help a person find their path. The English letter for this one is S. When cast face down, it can mean arrogance, cruelty, isolation, or that someone is just barely getting by. This is a good rune to pair with Wunjo for people who have a fear of going outside. This is a powerful rune connected to the sun goddess Sol. She is the sister of Mani, the god of the moon. She guides the sun's chariot across the sky. Falling into my next journey, I found myself revisiting the Nerns in front of the World Tree once more. This time, they allowed me to ask them one question. They held a magic mirror up to my face, and I spoke to it. I asked, "Should I move to Texas for school?" The mirror showed me living successfully there if I desired to do so. I thanked them for the question before I left. Othala, it represents your ancestral home, family, and chosen family. Ancestors love to communicate through this one. Face down can mean that something isn't right in the home. Strained connections, ignoring messages, family disconnect. Most importantly, the risk of losing your home. It usually shows the way to correct it, though. Writing this rune on paper and carrying it around can help with house hunting. The English letter for this one is O or OE. I began my final journey. I appeared in a massive hot spring inside the forest. A few of my ancestors were already there in the water. I didn't recognize them, but they felt familiar. I got into the healing water completely naked, like the rest of them. We sat in silence while staring across from each other. We seemed to communicate just based on feelings. At the end of the soak, one of my ancestors approached me and gave me a necklace from around their neck. It was a brown bag attached to a crow's foot. Inside the bag, it was filled with gold, roses, and daisies. Before they left, they informed me their name was Flower. Weird, the blank rune. This is a modern addition to the runes. It shows who you are, your fate, and your life path. When cast and lands in the center of the circle, it means you're on the right path. When it's far, it means you're taking a detour. Somehow this rune covers everything and nothing. If you pull this one by itself, you must pull a second one for more context. It can also be used to replace a rune you permanently lost. The shaman said, occasionally they misplace themselves to make a stronger point. He then warned me, you have now opened yourself up to all the Norse mystical creatures as well. Elves, dwarves, fae, dragons, trolls, etc. I wouldn't be surprised if you started seeing them around. I thanked him for his teachings and the opportunity to learn before continuing my travels. I felt somewhat saddened leaving the small shop behind. A hidden world. August 2nd, 2023. Today I found myself in the fresh pine air while exploring an alley of brick. That's when I found a strange building with mysterious windows that had all been painted black. It had only a single sign to identify it, which read, "Hopscotch." Entering inside it didn't help solve the mystery, but instead made me collect more. The entire room gave off a red, glowing hue. My gaze traced upwards, and I saw hundreds of glowing red pipes tangled and messy. The red light they emitted pulsed slowly. I followed them into another room. Almost immediately, the room turned blue to reveal a bar full of time travelers from other dimensions. Their clothes were odd, and their skin blue. The oddest part is that their furniture consisted of large, severed hands, and they sat in the palms of them. They didn't seem to mind me much, so I decided to continue exploring. I noticed the tangled pipes now glowed in various colors, much like a rainbow. The pipes continued down a long, reflective hallway made of metal. So naturally, I had to follow them. Inside the hall, it was cold and painstakingly long. I entered another room. It was pitch black, but I wasn't alone. Thousands of floating and glowing orbs filled the space. They didn't mind my presence, so much so that they began to perform strange patterns and colors. Or perhaps it was simply how they communicated. I carried on and soon found a cave at the end of another hall. I felt a bit uneasy because the entire thing appeared to be made of long white hair. Inside the cave, the hair on the walls seemed to change colors. I now stood in a large open space where I could pick from multiple tunnels. Strangely, I saw my reflection within it, so I approached it. I couldn't pass through it. I could only see myself, and it copied every move I made. If it doesn't follow me, we are cool. I was now even more confused. Through one of the tunnels was a beautiful lake that glowed colors from blue and purple to red and green. Upon closer inspection, it was a ball pit the size of a lake. I thought to myself, there is no way this is actually real. I didn't care. I dove right in. I was swimming in a ball pit lake. How many people can say that? I made the mistake of letting myself sink. That made things complicated when I had to resurface. I have a newfound excitement and burst out of the lake into another tunnel. Here I stood in another dark space. Only looking up, I saw massive floating shrubs. They varied in color: green, blue, pink, and red. I was stunned but curious, so I slowly approached one. As I did, I noticed I started to hear voices whispering to me. This didn't stop me. I took the risk and stood fully beneath one. The voices are loud, almost yelling at me. The shrubs are collectors of secrets, and they were sharing with me all the deepest, darkest ones. I walked beneath them all because I enjoyed hearing them. That's when I noticed there wasn't an exit anymore, but instead a worn-down phone booth. I walked into the booth, and inside were instructions and a microphone. To leave this place, I had to share a secret in return. It was only fair, so I did. I felt a weight lift off my chest. Entering another tunnel from the cave, I found a space full of floating stalagmites. Their glow pulsed a soft white, blue, and red. Just past them, I saw thousands of fireflies that glowed various colors. It was beautiful. As I took my first step forward, I sank into the ground. It was mushy. No, bouncy. This is when the bugs did something extraordinary. They all formed together to create the shape of me. They mimicked my every move. So I had some fun. I ran and I danced, and in a way, I guess I was dancing with myself. It was strange to see how I am animated from the outside. Finally, they had their fun and scattered apart. Further into the cave, I saw something just as strange. 3 glowing doors, one red, one blue, and one green. I chose the blue door first. Inside, there was nothing but blue light and a camera watching me. The room played soft music. Although I knew I was being watched, I still felt relaxed. Next, I entered through the red door. It had the same layout but glowed red. The sounds in this one were tense, like Lost in the Jungle tense. I felt unnerved, so I didn't stay long. Finally, I entered the green door. The layout was still the same, but the room glowed green and played upbeat and bubbly music. I felt much happier here. Surprisingly, I reached the back of the cave where I found myself navigating a maze made of glaze and etched with glowing alien hieroglyphics. It wasn't hard to navigate, but once I found my way to the end, I was spit back out into the brick alleyway where I had started. Lansu Chinese Garden. August 24th, 2023. Today I find myself exploring a place I was told not to visit, a diamond in the rough. The next thing I knew, I was on a ride to downtown Portland. I was dropped off in the middle of a dingy city. Oddly, across the street from me stood a large green oasis guarded by tall gates. As I approached the large overgrown gates, a pair of tall foo dogs guarded the entrance. Immediately inside, I seemed to have teleported to China. Towering over me was a large pagoda building with pink lanterns hanging from it that danced in the wind. Across from it stood four tall columns engraved with Chinese calligraphy. I noticed a stone wall with a pagoda rooftop. Somewhere along the wall there was a large hole in the shape of a cherry blossom. I walked through it with a sense of wonder and amazement. To my left is a large rock waterfall. To my right, another large pagoda building in the colors of red and black. There are 6 rows of large gold windows propped open on every side. In the center of the building, large wooden doors. The pathways are covered in intricately placed stones, creating patterns of yin-yang and flowers. I entered the building to find a traditional silk gown and some bonsai plants. The inside of the building was entirely made of wood with golden accents. It was beautiful, and through the back doors, I was even more captivated. Within my gaze, I saw a handful of pagoda buildings stretched out throughout a pond full of bridges and lily pads. As I investigated the reflection of the water, I saw all the pink lanterns dancing in the reflection. Not only that, but the beautiful koi fish as well. I began following one of the stone paths, and I almost felt overwhelmed by the beauty in everything I saw. So many cherry blossom trees, bonsai trees, and plant life. I walked beneath larger lanterns with long red tassels hanging from them. Within another pagoda building, I found an altar complete with incense, oranges, and photographs of loved ones. Next, I crossed a bridge made of stone that cut through the entire lake. In the center of the lake was a small gazebo with a pagoda rooftop. It was a pleasant place to take a breather before carrying on. When I did, I ended up in another building, only this one was filled with ancient art and calligraphy on the walls. Nearby was a small waterfall with Chinese letters carved into stone in the color red. I wandered through yet another building that had beautifully milled details in the wood and gold accents on the windows. There are 24 windows, and they are all propped open with a small wooden stick. It also had a small stone balcony that rested on the lake, surrounded by lily pads. I wandered around the garden more when I found a 2-story traditional tea house. It has 4 large casement windows swung wide open. 4 tables are out front with red umbrellas. It was nearly hidden by all the foliage around it. I entered and saw the menu. They offered teas, of course, and traditional desserts. I ordered and made my way upstairs. Here it was full of antique furniture and at least 100 teapots on the wall. We aren't allowed to touch them, though. If we wanted tea, we had to be served by a waiter. I sat right by the window so I could stare out into the ancient garden as I sipped on a fruit drink from a cup that resembled a small vase. I also tasted a bean paste moon pie. It had a natural sweetness comparable to eating strawberries. Heading towards the exit, I encounter many baby bonsai trees in pots. This was an incredible hidden gem. The most beautiful things in life are placed behind fear. I'm glad I ignored others' fears so I could find this beautiful place. Nearby, I also paid a visit to the International Rose Garden. There are hundreds of rows of rose bushes. They had every color of rose you could expect. Even though it was turning into fall, there were still plenty of roses to see. I couldn't help but frolic through the field of roses, skipping with joy and laughter. I finished out the day by dancing around an old 1920s light pole wrapped in vines made of roses. Las Vegas with Grandma, May 14th, 2024. I'm at my grandma's house tonight. My sister and I are spending the night at our grandma's house tonight. Tomorrow morning, we are getting up at 3 in the morning to head back to Las Vegas. My grandma only had one queen bed, so she made it horizontal tonight. It wasn't the best sleep I've had, but I got enough rest to drive us to the airport in the early morning. It probably didn't help my sister, and I stayed up late doing some last-minute crafting. We made some Ferriers out of felt buttons and headbands for the Melanie Martinez trilogy tour. We weren't dealt the best cards this time around, but now it's our tradition, and we were making it happen, come hell or high water. My grandma had a torn meniscus, my sister had a bum leg, and I had muscle atrophy in my right leg. We all needed a cane this year. We had some time till we boarded the plane, so I bought some airport grapes with cheese. What a mistake. Towards the bottom of the container, after I had already eaten pretty much all of them, an extremely moldy grape had revealed itself. I felt revolted, though my grandma just gave a chuckle and told me it's just homemade penicillin. As we boarded the plane, my sister was probably the most relieved of all because someone coughed directly on her head. Now she was one step closer to a shower. It was only a short flight until we reached Las Vegas. It was as if I could feel the magic in the air, and maybe a little luck the second we got off the plane. After baggage claim, we ordered an Uber, which, to my surprise, was a lot different around here. There are 8 different lanes ordered by number, then by letter in each individual parking space. I guess we had to wait for it to park in one of these spots before we could approach them. After meeting our driver, we are now on our way to the bustling Sin City that felt modern yet had a European feel to it, encapsulated in millions of neon lights and signs. This time, we are staying at the infamous Bellagio Hotel. It very much resembled the 18th century Bellagio, originally in Italy. I'd never stayed at a high-caliber hotel before. Upon entering the glamorous revolving doors, we were met with floral, mosaic floors and grand bouquets taller than I that lined the walls. The scent of fresh flowers filled the air. Above the checkout counter, the ceiling was covered in large and colorful glass-blown flowers. Looking around me, there are high-end shops that are guarded by red velvet ropes. At the check-in counter, we were in for a large surprise. We expected to pay around $1,400 for 4 nights plus a $300 deposit. However, upon checking in, it was an additional $600. Everyone's jaw dropped from shock. Luckily, Grandma was much more prepared than us, and she upfronted the money. It was at this moment that I decided I'm never letting my sister pick the hotel again, especially if she isn't helping to pay for it. She has always had a champagne taste and a beer budget. While navigating to our room, we passed one of the most magical things I'd ever seen. Behold, the world's largest chocolate fountain. It began from the top of the ceiling and ran down the walls into elongated bowls of clear glass. Each one staggered beneath the other until it all ended up in one large glass bowl on the floor. It sat beside a gourmet pastry place with glass chandeliers, which was fitting. Past the pastry place, we saw tall windows extending down a long hallway, decorated in velvet drapes. When we finally arrived at the spa suite, it was nice, but a very long way to walk with our 3 bum legs. It was a large room with a large tub and automatic opening curtains. I was impressed with the view. Directly across from us was the Venetian, which is where the Eiffel Tower sat. Not only that, but also one of Las Vegas' newest attractions the world is obsessed with. The MGM Sphere is a dome-shaped building entirely covered in LED panels. This allows it to show high-quality images and animations that cover the entire sphere. Some examples could be a giant eyeball, a large smiley face, etc. On the inside, it has the latest high-tech AI robots that you can interact with. We all unwind for a bit before Grandma, and I got hungry. Then we decided to hobble over to New York to explore our food options. I shouldn't be surprised that the prices have gotten higher this year. For 3 chicken sandwiches, we had to pay $90. As we were leaving, we were stopped by a timeshare salesman who tried to rope my grandma into a timeshare by giving her free tickets to see Thunder from Down Under. She declined the offer while stating, "I would be thrown in jail for touching all the men, and my grandson can't afford the bail." Well, that was probably true. After escaping the grasp of the salesman, we wandered into a Hershey's chocolate store. Here we found the Statue of Liberty made entirely of red licorice and one of chocolate. I was happier to see my grandma so excited to get a picture in a glass elevator. Something she had always wanted. That goes to show your dreams are valid, no matter how small they may be. Back at the hotel, my sister traded off with my grandma, and we went to explore some more. We tried some of the gourmet ice cream we passed earlier. I got plain mint ice cream, and honestly, it tasted the same. The only difference was the consistency, which felt thicker and stickier. We then ventured into what I could only explain as a magic garden. I was taken aback by the display of various flowers surrounded by small bodies of water. Faint opera music played in my ears. Within each pond was an enormous teapot pouring water into floating teacups. Hummingbirds larger than me hovered near the teapots. Several princesses in elegant gowns made of flowers lingered in the gardens. They all served tea, all except one, which lay across the crescent moon in the sky. I noticed one of the large teapots had an opening on the side. It was infested with bees larger than a car tire. If you're allergic, that would probably be your worst nightmare. In a purple teapot across from this one, it also appeared to be broken. Inside this one was a peaceful hummingbird and overgrown purple flowers. I was stunned, so much so that I had turned my ice cream sideways where it unfortunately spilled all over the marble floors. I panicked. There was nothing to clean it with, so I looked at my sister with fear and said, "Run!" Shortly after this, my throat became itchy. I was allergic to the ice cream. It's official. This ice cream was from hell, and it's ruining my life. I had no choice but to return to the room, take an antihistamine, and drowsily watch the Eiffel Tower light show and Bellagio fountain show before passing out on the bed. The Neon Boneyard, May 15th, 2024. It's a brand new day, and my sister and I decided to explore the luxurious pools at the Bellagio while Grandma went to gamble. Outside, it was as if we were teleported into an Italian village. The architecture was remarkable, and it was surrounded by more of that beautiful floral landscaping. I passed a magnificent fountain. It was decorated with 4 large lion heads with water pouring out of every mouth. Around the corner, I walked beneath a canopy of green plants. A large reflective sphere sat in the middle of the pathway. A crow sat atop it and admired itself in the reflection. Beyond the walkway, I was stunned to see a vast and beautiful garden with 4 large pools within it. 2 of them had enormous, finely chiseled water fountains in the center of the pools. Other pools had large chiseled pillars that resembled chess pieces surrounding the pools. Birds playfully danced and sang all around us. We enjoyed a long, refreshing swim, and while swimming, we came across some folks from the Midwest. They offered us some ideas where we could eat for cheap, which included Ramos, the Peppermill, and Denny's. After the swim, we met back up with our grandma in the hotel to get dressed in our finest clothing because we are going to have fine dining for breakfast. I wore a gold silk shirt, some black dress pants with a belt, and black shoes. Grandma wore a patterned dress in blue, black, and white, along with a white sun hat and rhinestone sandals. My sister wore a long purple dress. I even brought out my $500 silver chain covered in white sapphires. We cleaned up nice. For a moment, it almost seems like we fit in here. We headed down to brunch where we admired the Bellagio Conservatory Garden once again, only this time with our grandmother. She ended up running off to play the slots before our reservation. In no time, our reservation was nearing. As we approached the fine dining restaurant, we saw that the name was called Sadelle's as we entered. It had dark blue milled ceilings and black and white marble floors, with long velvet curtains hanging from the ceiling. I was shocked to see everyone dressed in everyday clothes. The website said it was black tie only. Oh well, I enjoyed dressing up anyway. I ordered a salmon meal, my grandmother had a salad, and my sister had French toast. Unfortunately, I was thoroughly disappointed by my salmon. The fish was slimy and thin. It was just the skin lying on top of an omelet that had no seasoning. My grandma was disappointed by her salad as well. However, my sister's French toast was fantastic though. I guess this restaurant was only good for breakfast desserts. After dessert, my grandma and I found ourselves wandering into a barren part of the Las Vegas Strip, a strange yet eerie place called the Neon Boneyard. It appeared to be a graveyard of hotel signs from the past. We began adventuring through a cluttered maze/junkyard of old vintage signs. They varied in size from small to about the size of a one-story house. Some even dated back to the early 1900s when Las Vegas was still run by mob gangsters. My grandma likes to joke with me about these being my Italian ancestors. We followed a dirt path carved straight through all the junk in the blistering heat. The signs were so colorful and enormous. Some even still lit up, covered in hundreds of small light bulbs. There were so many signs that they were scattered everywhere in large piles. I saw signs that read The Horseshoe, Golden Nugget, Tropicana, Lady Luck, The Glass Slipper, and so much more, almost too much to count. We passed a massive guitar-shaped sign that towered above us. As we ventured onward, it was fascinating to see my grandmother's expressions. She was joyful to see the old Vegas signs. yet saddened how it lay in ruin. I felt bad for her, but I enjoyed exploring this wondrous junkyard. Onward, we trudged through the hills of old neon signs. We reached a massive skull in the sand. It was the size of a house and wore a pirate bandana. It was incredible. My grandma placed her hand upon it and said it was once part of Treasure Island. Next, I found an old large genie lamp. It was silver and stood next to a massive neon sign. The sign still glowed, and it read Stardust, which I think referred to the old singer Ziggy Stardust. Thankfully, the maze wasn't too large because the heat made it feel as if I were literally melting into the sand. After this flashback to the past, we were exhausted and headed back to beat the heat. After painstaking traffic, we ordered a pizza and returned to the room. My heart still yearned for more adventure, so I continued back out into the city by myself. I found myself walking beneath the stars and the dazzling neon lights of the Las Vegas Strip, a feeling that never seems to get old. There's no doubt I was in the future. I wandered down the street when I noticed a large tube with an escalator. A sign above it read, Illusion. Naturally, that captured my interest. When I arrived at the bottom, I was perplexed to find people with plain cubes for heads in various colors. One was entirely blue with blue clothes and blue skin, another pink, and so forth. The cube people just went on about their daily lives with no second thought about it. I decided to explore their strange home. I saw some strange things, including a portal in the shape of a triangle. I placed my hand inside, and it duplicated into 3. It left me baffled. In front of me stood a strange billboard in every direction you looked at it. The sign showed something different. Around the corner was a strange glass box, which contained 3 floating white triangles. However, when I looked through the glass around the corner, I was surprised to see the triangles turned into floating black cubes. Peculiar. I passed a window with the image of an eye inside it. When I peeked inside, the image continued infinitely in every direction. I then walked past the room, which had people floating inside. This place was very strange indeed. I made my way to a room full of abnormally large board games and a giant pin art toy. I approached it and proceeded to press my entire body into it. When I stepped out and looked at the image it made, I saw the entire shape of my body, including the outline of my penis. So I quickly flattened out all the pins and continued, trying to leave behind the room filled with laughter. I now found myself walking through another hallway of even more strange illusions. I even found a magic door. I entered and became entranced by the beauty. Before me stood an infinite grass field with flowers of varying types. I always feel at peace when I'm surrounded by beauty. I left the room and ran into a wall of Albert Einsteins. Oddly, their heads would turn to follow me. Past them, I entered a dark hall that opened into a dark room. In the center of the ground was a large and glowing hexagon. I approached it in astonishment. The cube expanded infinitely within itself. It was mesmerizing. I walked through a room, and the images on the walls changed every 10 seconds depending on the color of the room. In the distance, I saw a tunnel approaching. The walls inside spun while a single bridge was placed to help you cross the chasm. As soon as I stepped onto the bridge, I became off balance. I held the railings desperately while I tried to cross. Once I stepped back on solid land, I was back to normal, strangely enough. Things only got stranger. I saw strange sentient blobs made of paper pass by. I entered another room, and a stranger was in the room with me. As I walked across the room, I shrunk to be only a foot big, although she was enormous. I tried to approach her again, but she ran past me. Now I was the size of a giant, and she was minuscule. I pretended like I was going to eat her, and she ran away, never to be seen again. I walked past an observation room where, inside, there were 2 portals, one on the floor, one on the ceiling. I entered and stepped onto the portal. I began falling infinitely until the gravity was turned back on. I entered a room across from it that had a table and a stack of playing cards. I sat and picked them up. Suddenly, I duplicated into 6 people. We were casually playing cards until we all started arguing with each other. So I threw the cards in the air and left. This is when I found an unusual chair in the corner. I decided to go have a seat. When I did, I shrank down to 5 inches. Everyone who walked around me seemed so large. When I got up, I returned to normal. My eyes noticed a strange painting across the room, though. It shifted different shades of blue. I reached out my hand and it didn't hit the wall. I began stepping into the painting. I couldn't believe my eyes. I stepped back out and walked past a floating planet on display. Did it have life? We will never know. I decided it was about time to leave. As I left, I had to walk past a large mural of a woman on the wall. She had a large smile and a fruit basket on her head. My attention was grabbed by the fact that her eyes followed every move. Becoming an art exhibit. May 15th, 2024. It wasn't long before I found myself wandering yet another alleyway. I found a door propped open. Inside was a dark and narrow hallway. I began following it, and while I did, I began hearing birds in nature unexpectedly. I walked into a room made entirely of mirrors. A roaring waterfall began rushing down one of them, then another, and another until I was surrounded by rushing waterfalls. They were so stunning to witness. I pressed on and found myself in a forest made of small glowing trees. Red fireflies danced upon them. I had a terrible time navigating my way out of the forest. Everywhere seems to lead nowhere. Eventually, I ended up inside a room that had an extremely large glass window. Behind the glass was a large room full of dark blue water. The strange part is that the water inside was producing incredibly large waves up to 20 feet high. I couldn't find the source of it, but every time the water came crashing against the glass, it was bone-chilling. The water was so loud as well. At least there weren't any creatures in the water, though. Not any I could see anyway. Around the corner, I found myself in a large forest yet again. Tall trees and mystical creatures were inside this one, though. A large red dragon is venturing through the trees. The seasons changed around me. Summer became fall, and a large golden phoenix soared above my head. My jaw dropped in amazement. Soon winter arrived and a large white Bengal tiger walked past me in the snow, ignoring me entirely. I was very thankful for that. I noticed small caves nearby. It was dark inside, but I noticed something strange hanging from the ceiling. I reached out my arm and touched it. It gently glowed blue and let out a soft hum. I must have created a ripple effect because they all began to do the same. The space was full of hundreds of Chinese lanterns. They all pulsed with light that gently changed hues. All walls harmoniously create a soft tune. Pushing past the lanterns, I explored even more. This place never seemed to end. I spun in a circle, captured by joy and wonder. Once I left, I found myself in another strange room. There were two large desks with headlamps, paper, and crayons. People were gathered around. Behind the desk was an enclosure of things I had no idea were possible. It consisted of people's drawings of animals, living, breathing, and walking. I felt like I was in disbelief. I sat at a desk and began making my creation with the magic crayons. My animal had the shape of a lion, a purple mane, the body and colors of a zebra with orange polka dots, and a pink tail with red eyes. When I finished my creation, an official employee approached me. She asked if I would be so gracious as to let them keep it and make it a permanent part of the exhibit. Excitedly, I agreed. As an artist, I accomplished my dream of getting my art into an art museum. I became even more excited when, suddenly, my creation ended up in the enclosure. It walked around with the other animals while letting out a roar. He was the size of a real lion. It was incredible. As I walked away, I had to walk through a jungle full of purple elephants and giraffes. Things got quieter. I began hearing the soft waves of the ocean. Round the corner, I saw a vast ocean under the night sky. The night was so clear I could see the cosmos. The northern lights danced above the ocean. I stood on the edge of the beach. I couldn't help but smile at the sight before me. It was beautiful and peaceful. As much as I would have loved to stay forever, I began to navigate my way back to my room to rest. Skydiving. May 16th, 2024. Today I woke up around 5 a.m. I began getting ready before heading down the street and into the fresh morning breeze. All the dazzling lights of Las Vegas are still glistening. When I got to my pickup area, I boarded an old 70s van with a group of people. Our driver was a young woman covered in tie-dye. She escorted us all out of the city and into the vast Nevada desert, all while listening to early 2000 music. Now in the middle of the desert, the sun began to rise. Exiting the van, I walked into a small portable. Here we began getting a briefing and a demonstration on how to skydive correctly. The instructor said to keep your arms like a cactus and your legs bent so your heels touch your butt. I met two Canadian guys who were exploring America during the demonstration. We were informed that they have a reserve parachute, and if it fails, the other instructors in the air will do everything they can to help us. I was calmer than I expected to be. We all began stepping into full-body harnesses. Once suited up, we walked outside. I stood face to face with a small black plane. I've never been on an airplane runway outside before. Everyone began boarding the plane, but my luck, I was the last to board. When I entered, I was surprised to see a very small space with no chairs, and I couldn't stand. My jumping partner climbed in first, and I followed. Since the plane was so full, we sat right next to the doorway. My jumping partner was a giant compared to me. He also had a full-face helmet, which I didn't. I was wearing a blue windbreaker from the thrift store, though. He teased me, saying, "Hopefully we don't catch too much wind with this windbreaker." He began strapping my harness to his as the plane began to move. As it did, the door was still open. It was shocking for me to see. The worry of falling out began to cloud the back of my mind. The plane began moving faster. My companion finally shut the shutter door and put his foot on the handle, so it wouldn't fly open. We climbed higher into the sky. The goal was to reach 7,000 feet. As we continue to ascend to the heavens, my jumping companion opens the door once again. He stuck his arm out of the plane, and he requested that I do the same. He ruffled my hair and reassured me I wouldn't fall out. So I stuck my arm out of the plane. The air was so cold, but the view was spectacular. I could see the Red Rock Canyon in the distance, the vast desert below me. I was surrounded by tall mountains too, including one called Skull Mountain. The sun was still rising into the sky with no clouds. It was beautiful, and I admit I didn't feel super secure in my harness. The straps kept falling off my shoulders. My companion told me when it's time to jump, let him do all the work. He began shifting us to the exit. My legs began to dangle out of the plane. That's when all the nerves hit me all at once. I glanced downward and my heart began to race. I closed my eyes and take a deep breath. He threw us off the plane. We began spinning as I watched the plane drift further away. We stopped spinning, and I watched us gradually becoming closer to the ground. I began to smile, but the wind blew into my cheeks. I quickly closed my mouth after that. It was hard to breathe with all the air going into my nose. We were falling at a speed of 120 miles per hour. Since we are falling so fast, it felt like the skin on my face was trying to fall off. It felt like thousands of needles piercing my skin. I was quite uncomfortable. The harness straps were also pinching my shoulders because they weren't across my chest. Next thing I knew, my jumping guide released the parachute. I shot up like a rocket. It felt unbelievably fast. I could calm down a bit now, though, since we're falling a tad slower. I tried my best to soak up the view around me. I had a large smile on my face while we glided through the air. I watched the others gliding in the air alongside me. Suddenly, we began doing intense figure eights down toward the ground. I felt a bit sick. As we neared the ground, he told me to lift my legs. We came into the ground hot. My butt hit the gravel hard and we skid through it for a few yards. I got up feeling relieved. We walked back to the office where I was presented with my first skydiving certificate. If I do it 24 more times, I get my skydiving license. Although I'm on the fence about whether I'd ever do it again. We loaded up into the van and headed back into town. On my way back to the hotel, I got stuck in some traffic due to a bunch of exotic cars being escorted by the police. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, you name it, were interesting to see. When I reached the hotel, my grandmother and sister were waiting for me. We went out to eat breakfast at Denny's because it was the cheapest we could afford. I got chocolate chip pancakes with hash browns. My sister the same, and my grandma got huevos rancheros. Once we finished eating, we headed into the Las Vegas M&M store. It was so colorful and had everything related to the candy. We even saw the actual M&M characters, and they were about as tall as me. My favorite was the orange M&M because its catchphrase was, "I'm afraid of what will happen if I relax." We wandered through this magical candy shop. It was a kid's paradise. Not only that, it was also 3 stories tall. Naturally, we headed to the top floor, and there was a large M&M sign with a large glass window between the 2 M's. When I looked through it, I saw the large roller coaster wrapping around the buildings of New York, New York. Before I knew it, Grandma had wandered off, and I found her in the back of the room admiring the official old M&M race car used in NASCAR. It was so awesome. We were up close with a real race car. It's been driven by Kyle Busch and so many more. The store announced the yellow M&M was downstairs doing meet and greets, so I rushed everyone downstairs. I was a bit disappointed to see the costume was old, faded, and stained. My excitement turned into fear. Our visit with him was brief. While my grandma and sister returned to the room again, I was out on my own once more. I continued exploring outside the enormous Corinthian buildings of Caesar's palace. I stumbled upon an enormous Buddhist altar. It was dressed in many orange flowers, garland, and many hand-carved wooden elephants with a few oranges and burning incense. I've never seen anything like it at a scale this big. I admired it for a while before continuing my walk past more than a dozen stone chiseled statues. The detail of the physiques was astonishing. In the afternoon, I boarded a bus to go horseback riding. When I boarded the bus, I was surprised to see it was full of a mix of Germans and Indians. It turns out they were celebrating a wedding between their kids. Half of them were originally from India, but moved to New Zealand. I couldn't converse with the Germans that well because their use of English wasn't that great. During our ride to the ranch, I was surprised to hear all the people in the van making several racist remarks regarding the Native Americans. It was about a 45-minute drive into the Nevada desert. At the ranch, I walked over to their bowl and began to feed the cows hay. I also pet their dog, which was an Australian shepherd with one bad eye. They explained he had been kicked by one of the horses. I was the third wheel here while everyone was taking a wedding celebration photo, and they began to saddle me up first on a horse named Hope. While I waited for the elderly to mount their horses, I took in the scenery. It really did feel like we were in the Wild West, nothing but desert and red rocky mountains for miles. The buildings around were made of old wood. It was about 98 degrees Fahrenheit outside, and I've never ridden a horse off trail before. The dog was coming along with us to scare off snakes, coyotes, mountain lions, and such. It was time we carried out under the hot desert sun onto a soft dirt path. We followed each other in a single file line into the wilderness. The cowboys that guided us told us they had 100 acres of land. Also, they never leave because they need to care for the animals. I couldn't possibly imagine staying in one place that long. The dry heat made me thirsty, but I had some water in my saddlebags. Surprisingly, it wasn't that hard to ride the horse. You just sit up straight and relax the reins, and they go forward. Pull them to make the horse stop. Pull them to the left to go left, or pull them to the right to go right. We began to ride near a valley and some small hills. That's when we started to see turkey vultures. Not much longer after spotting it, we saw a coyote running away. Further into the field, one of the cowboys unfortunately found out they got to one of the baby cows with a pure white coat. The most devastating part is that the other baby was nearby. They said they had to go hunt down the coyotes later to take care of the problem. We continued following the dirt trail into the mountains when we abruptly came to a stop. In the distance was a large mountain ram. I had no idea how large they really were. It was the size of a Kia Soul. It was a beautiful creature, and it was gray with large curled white horns. One of the horses became skittish and refused to move, so the cowboy ripped off a dead branch and whacked the horse with it to get it to move. Entering the mountains, the sun slowly begins to sink behind us. Large, beautiful red rock mountains were all around me as I climbed the one I was currently on. Around the corner, we were forced to go into a narrow path full of large boulders next to a cliffside. I carefully navigated the horse through the maze of boulders. Some sections were very steep, causing me to lean backwards, so I wouldn't fall off the horse. The path continued to be narrow as we began passing through desert trees of various sizes. The ground was unsteady, and my horse slipped several times but luckily caught itself. We stopped for a water break before circling back this time, pushing the branches away from my face. I frequently glanced up at the mountain towering above me. My horse was slowing down, so I gave her a kick with my heel to speed her up. She trots through the mountain pass and up a steep incline, full of rocks. The sunset further creates beautiful colors in the sky. Before heading back, the cowboys wanted us all to give a yee-haw. Apparently, they enjoyed mine the best. As we continued back to the ranch, the Germans made some more racist remarks, only this time about Americans in general, so I officially decided I wasn't fond of them. Back at the farm, We dismounted our horses and went into the shack to wash our hands and eat our barbecue dinner. No one wanted to sit at the table with me. However, there wasn't enough space for all of them at one table. So the adults came over and sat beside me. I made small talk with them, especially the ones from New Zealand. They are much more friendly. I guess their kids met while studying abroad, then decided to get married after a year of knowing each other, and I was pretty shocked by that. It's personally something I've never done, but hopefully it works out in their favor. I ate all the food on my plate, which consisted of chicken breast, corn on the cob, a roll, and a slice of apple pie. It was dusk at this point, and one of the cowboys offered to teach us how to lasso after dinner. I was the only one who was interested. He explained the loop in the rope needs to be large. You swing it above your head and stand sideways, then throw it to the right to catch the bull's head. I did what he said, and I caught it a few times, and he was impressed. The others gave it a try, but quickly the cowboy then expressed realistically that he would be behind the bull. This was harder, but I accepted the challenge. After about 20 tries, I caught the bull by the snout. I walked around the corner and saw that the other cowboy was helping people sit on the real bull. He said if he has food, it's fine. So I hopped on top of the bull and let out a loud yee-haw. I couldn't believe I was sitting on top of a real bull. I gave him a few pets before I hopped off from him, not wanting to push my luck. Once I got off, it was now dark outside and time to leave. So I got back in the van and headed back to the city. I arrived back at the hotel where my sister and grandma were waiting for me. The death of Crybaby. May 17th, 2024. Today was my sister's birthday, so she went to get fake eyelashes. I stayed asleep the entire time. Then we went to Wendy's restaurant where someone completely clogged the toilet with a plunger, shit, and puke. It was so disgusting. I had to sneak into the women's restroom to use the toilet. Afterwards, we returned to the hotel because Grandma and I got sick. However, the real fun began in the afternoon. We were off to see the singer, Melanie Martinez. She's world-renowned for her alternative music about the journey of our souls, the lessons we learn, and our journey after death. Her alter ego is named Crybaby. Her first album is about being bullied and neglected during childhood. The second album is about how Earth is a school where our souls go to learn lessons. And finally, the third album, which is the newest, is the death of Crybaby and her transformation/journey after death. The tour we were seeing is called the Trilogy Tour because she was going to sing all three albums. My sister and I walked through the dazzling MGM casino. We waited in a massive line for over 2 hours. Everyone was dressed in costume. We entered the MGM Grand Arena, and we waited in another line for another 2 hours. We reached the front of the line, and a person guiding the lines said the other merch stand had no lines. So I rushed over there only to find out the line was just as long as the other one. So I walked back over there and demanded my place back in line. And surprisingly, I received it. Once we got our tour merch, the concert began, which was truly amazing. I saw her walking around with a pink axe, popping balloons, riding a seesaw with tentacles coming out of her body to beat up her bully. She got shot by Cupid's arrow, died, and came back as a pink fairy with 4 eyes. She even fought a dragon and more, all while singing our favorite songs. When the show ended, my sister and I collected the fairy-shaped confetti off the floor. We walked down another alleyway because we decided it would take too long to order an Uber. This is when we approached the school bus covered in blood and body parts. I felt confused at first. The bus door was wide open, and as we approached, there was a clown standing in the doorway with a massive, oversized hand that appeared to be skinned. As we walked past, he attempted to touch everyone with it, which gave me the creeps. I felt relieved when we finally passed it. Across the street, we came across a strange sculpture that resembled a large pizza cutter with a wire sticking out of it. We crossed the sky bridge that protected us from the traffic below and entered the glamorous hotel called the Aria. Here we found a row of large lavender trees that are lit with blue light. Shockingly, we then stumbled into a hidden art experience created by Louis Vuitton. It was just a room shaped like a triangle with a triangular window. The entire room glowed blue, and we didn't stay for long. We made our way to the tram, which glowed entirely purple. We received many strange looks because of the costumes we wore to the concert. Large sea monster ears with buttons on them. After tonight, we returned home in the morning, flying across the world to see a man I've never met. June 13th, 2024. I'm catching a flight tonight to New York City first with a budget airline called JetBlue. I boarded smoothly, but unfortunately didn't get much rest since I was placed next to a crying child and a lady arguing with the flight attendants because they spoke too loudly. I made it to New York, itchy, tired, and stressed. I found out I had to exit the entire airport and check in again through TSA because each airline here has its own area, and I can't check in until 3 p.m. It's currently 5 a.m. I guess I'll eat some salmon packets, pop a Benadryl, and take a nap. When I finally boarded the flight, it was the largest plane I'd ever seen. It had 3 aisles of seats inside instead of just 2. My seat was in the back, in the middle row, between 2 other seats. All seemed well until the plane took off into the sky with turbulence. Suddenly, the plane did a nosedive, and everyone was screaming for Jesus as they levitated out of their seats. I felt a rush of adrenaline, and the pilot regained control. The people on both sides of me wouldn't give back my armrest, though. Now I was anxious, so I tried my best to browse on the iPad in front of my seat. Oddly enough, they had a shop that sold jewelry. If you ordered anything, they would bring it out to you. I ordered a pair of headphones and some gummy bears. The candy left me horribly disgusted. It tasted of peppers and black licorice with strange meat sticks inside. It took everything I had not to throw up all over the plane. Once I landed, I headed to immigration, where I was surprised to stand in a glass box. Inside the box, it scanned my passport in my face, then just let me in. I was shocked. It didn't even stamp my passport. I wasn't even stopped at customs either. They just let me straight through. Then I went to the parking garage where I met with my best friend David. He was blond with blue eyes and stood in his own words 5 feet tall on a good day. I've known David for 10 years. I finally agreed to fly to the UK and meet him in person. He saw me across the parking garage. At the crosswalk, we shared a long embrace. We got in his stepdad's car. I was thrown back by the driver's side being on the right side and driving on the opposite side of the street. His dad only spoke Polish. David was bilingual and spoke multiple languages. The air was so fresh here, and it came in abundance. The views consisted of grasslands, tropical plants, cottages on farms, full of horses, and gray, cloudy skies. We stopped at a grocery store. This place blew my mind. As we walked up an escalator that had no steps inside the grocery store, they didn't sell heavily processed food. The milk was on racks, not in coolers, and all the food had only a few ingredients with no chemicals. Things were smaller in portion, but tasted better and were more filling. I tried to pay in English pounds, but they didn't take cash. Afterwards, we headed to a village where I'd be staying, arriving at a white 2-story house with a tall fence and green grass. As I entered his yard, I met his small black corgi, which was very sweet. I also met his lovely mom, who had a Polish accent, blonde short hair, and blue eyes. They had a backyard full of edible herbs, a patio garden, a fire pit, and a hot tub. She welcomed me into her home with open arms, and I was incredibly grateful. I learned in the English homes that you must lift the door handle up to lock the door, and there are 2 faucets, one just for hot water and one for cold. I also learned his oven had 3 compartments, one for grilling, one for baking, and then the stovetop. I was so fascinated later that night, he made me chicken, curry, and chicken pizza, which luckily I didn't eat it the first time around because it was still raw. Later, his sister came over with her son, Arthur. His whole family was fluent in Polish. David, Arthur, and I also played some football, which is not American football. It's soccer there. In the afternoon, we went on a walk to a nearby store. I got some fresh watermelon and some Belgian chocolate milk that blew my mind. All the homes here looked Victorian. The landscaping was beautiful. However, the people were cranky, even the hobos who sang and danced. It felt strange being somewhere that felt so unfriendly. Along the walk, we passed by one of those red phone booths. Although nowadays they aren't used for phone calls, they were turned into mini libraries, but I couldn't believe I was standing in front of the real thing. It was red with glass windows and a black roof. It's sort of one of the things London is known for. However, I'm in Cambridge right now. Now heading down a poorly maintained trail through the woods, I spotted a large red brick building. It so happened to be Cambridge University itself. We couldn't get too far on the ground, though, because the warden was there. Out in a grass pasture, there was another Victorian building that had multicolored pointy rooftops. A herd of small bunnies slept peacefully within the grass there. Back at the house, his sister revealed that she had brought a special dessert. It was a lemon cream cheesecake. It was mildly sweet, but good. His mom tried to make me a traditional Polish meal, but I couldn't eat it since it was full of pork. I felt bad, but it makes me sick to eat it. At the end of the day, though, he and his mom tried some of my American snacks and quivered in disgust. They couldn't fathom how we could eat these fake healthy snacks. The next morning, David and I bought weekly train tickets to get to London since Cambridge is 2.5 hours away. I got up and tried some UK frosted flakes with milk afterwards. Honestly, it wasn't as good without the carcinogenic. The milk, however, tasted much richer. After breakfast, we got an Uber to the train station and passed through the lush grasslands, full of sheep and short trees. We were dropped off at Cambridge City Centre, which was full of many old Victorian buildings and old Gothic churches. We quickly found out our train wasn't running, so we had to catch a bus. Sure enough, it was true. It was still hard to wrap my brain around them, driving on the opposite side of the street here. It wasn't long before we got on the bus, and I was surprised by how luxurious it felt. It had large leather seats, wood floors, and velvet red curtains on the windows. It even had seat belts. It took us about 2 hours to get to London, and my phone service wasn't the greatest. We got a train that connected to a substation from there. We went into the underground, or as some call it, the tube system, aka the subway. This subway system was the world's oldest. Deep underground, we began catching trains. I would have never done this in my life if it hadn't been for this moment. The maps confused me, and I had to be vigilant of pickpockets constantly. On the intercom, a British woman would always say, "Mind the gap after leaving every cart." Finally, in the city of London. So many old Victorian buildings line the streets with no gaps in between them. No building looks the same, and red double-decker buses cruise the streets. There was a lot more diversity here than I expected. The sky was only slightly cloudy, and it was interesting to see. No modern buildings at all. All the structures are repurposed, I guess. So I saw a Victorian McDonald's near the train station, and I admit that sometimes it was difficult to understand people due to their thick British accent. As much as I hate to say, the people here are quite rude, at least to Americans. Without warning, David's phone began to die, which wasn't good because I was letting him do all the navigating, so he went to get a power bank. Meanwhile, I got some real freshwater pearls at a jewelry store for my sisters. I didn't have as much money as I'd hoped, because the airport currency exchange woman scammed me. I gave her $600 and she only gave me £370. We began to make our way to a place called the Now Building. It was a public room entirely covered in high-resolution screens that projected realistic animations. We walked into the building and we found ourselves in a haunted old Victorian home. The art on the ceiling was incredible, and it began shifting and opening. Next thing I knew, we passed through a bunch of gears, and then through the clouds of painted gods and goddesses lounging in the sky, then shooting through the cosmos. It was a beautiful experience. The show ended, and then David had to have his 10th smoke break of the day. An entirely different show began. It revealed various colored blobs resembling people. They began performing an interpretive dance. Each wall you looked at gave a glimpse of a different perspective. Oddly, it was so moving to watch with so many different walks of life surrounding me. In between shows, I looked at the smaller rooms, which featured art for LGBTQ Pride Month, including a room full of male Playboy magazine covers. Around the corner, there were strange arrangements. There was a bed with a comforter made of actual flowers, a pink phone booth full of flowers, and a pair of swings also covered in flowers. After we left, we walked down an alleyway full of more of the enormous Victorian buildings. Shockingly, large pride flags were strung across the road, attached to each side of the buildings. We're not far from the Twist Museum from here. When we reached the Twist Museum, I walked beneath a curved archway. This room was entirely red. I then walked down a flight of stairs, and in front of me stood a rainbow hallway, which led to a yellow room. As I walked down the hall, the color slowly left my body. When I was in the room, I was completely made of shades of gray, almost like an old cartoon character from the 50s. I couldn't believe it. So I walked into another room, and it was full of kaleidoscopes and something called a true mirror to see your true self. When I looked in the mirror, I didn't notice much of a difference at first, and then I noticed it was like my reflection had been reversed. It gave me an unsettling feeling. I found my way into another room, which was also just as strange. It was dark with glowing white rings on each wall. The room stated you can hear the temperature of water, and it demonstrated the sound of hot water and cold. I admit it did sound different. The hot water had more of a sizzling sound than the cold. The next area had the world's first instant hologram machine. I took off my hat and sat inside. Then at least 100 bright lights glowed upon me. After exiting the booth, I walked over to a clear triangle on the countertop. My hologram appeared inside it, a three-dimensional, slow-spinning version of me. I've never seen a 3D hologram before. It was incredible. I walked past some strange illusions as well, which included a levitating brick, paintings that appeared to be 3D, and a room that was upside down and defying gravity. I managed to find my way out of the strange place, and once again, walking below the Victorian buildings and on cobblestone roads. I then entered a shop called Duck World. They had every kind of rubber duck you could possibly imagine. The walls were lined with rubber ducks. One particularly caught my eye, and it was a sparkling blue with black eyes and flaming red hair, and had a red gem on its chest. It was a good luck troll duck. I took this one instantly. I continued wandering this old city afterwards till I found another art gallery called the Banksy Art Gallery. He is known as a controversial artist who is mysterious and unknown. Some of his work conveyed a small girl holding a nuclear bomb or an army helicopter with a pink bow on top of it. One of the most famous pieces, however, is the one that was almost sold at auction. As soon as it had been claimed, it began shredding itself into pieces. We began growing an appetite, so we decided to visit a place called Pick and Cheese. It was a small bar that sold plates of high-end cheese on a conveyor belt. Since I had a nut allergy, they had me pick some from a menu and brought it straight to me. I'm not really a cheese connoisseur, so I picked randomly except for some cheesecake. The cheese servings were quite small, but the cheesecake was amazing though. I tried the other cheeses, and it was horrendous. Probably because I ate the rind of the cheese as well, which you know is moldy. Apparently, I guess you're not supposed to eat the rinds of the cheese. This cheese was particularly covered in green mold. I grew courage and took a bite of a different kind of cheese. This was the foulest thing I've ever tasted. I became immediately sick, and it tasted of vomit already. David tried some as well, and his face quivered in disgust. For all this torture, it was 60 pounds. They tried to make us eat all the cheese, so I hid it beneath all the plates. My stomach was in agony, so we decided to head home after that. Off to find the train station. Walking down another alleyway with doors that had the doorknobs placed in the center of the doors. I noticed the weather began growing gloomy. I then passed a building that was incredibly old, yet it had a modern pill-shaped elevator on the outside of it in the color red. This is when we made it to the train station, which just happened to be King's Cross Station, where the film Harry Potter was filmed. We quickly got on a train, and we didn't get back to Cambridge until around midnight. There I ate some spicy chicken curry that David had made me before showering and going to bed. Little Ben. June 17th, 2024. This morning I woke up still exhausted from the night before. David's mom handpicked some of her homegrown strawberries for me. Oddly, they were only the size of my thumbnail. They tasted just like strawberries, though. I appreciated the gesture, and then David and I left to catch the train. Before I knew it, we got to King's Cross Station. The best part is the magical Harry Potter shop 9 3/4, which was open, so I had to look inside. It was, in fact, very magical with flying broomsticks, magic candy, and of course, I got a train ticket to Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Outside the shop, people were lining up to run their carts of school supplies through the brick wall. To get to the secret magic platform, of course. I had to get to Hogwarts, so I ended up waiting for hours. When it was finally my turn, I got through to see the magical train station stop for 9 3/4. Past that, we headed underground to the subway station once more. We took multiple subway lines to get to where we were going: Oxford Circus, Victoria Line, and Elizabeth Line. The trains underground traveled through dark caves and screeched constantly. During one of the stops, an elderly man with a walker attempted to get on the subway, and the door shut on his body. He began screaming, "Let me out! Let me out!" I have a dark sense of humor, so it was hard not to laugh. As soon as we climbed several steep escalators, we walked outside. I stood face to face with Big Ben. My jaw dropped to the floor in amazement. This was the largest and most beautiful clock I've ever seen in my whole life. It stood as tall as a skyscraper in the color gold, built in a Victorian and Gothic architectural style. I've never seen architecture so beautiful in my life. The clock was attached to a giant palace with the same colors and designs as the clock. David attempted to convince me that this was Little Ben, and that Big Ben was still around the corner. And for a second, I believed that this was Little Ben, until my common sense kicked in, and I realized there's no way there could be a bigger clock tower than this. David and I crossed the street onto the bridge of the River Thames. I was trying to find a mysterious woman. She usually walks around with a few trunks and an old camera. She prints a photo of you in an old newspaper. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in finding her, so we explored more of this historical city. As we walked down the street, Big Ben began to chime. I never heard a bell that sounded so unique and aged before. It rang 12 times, signifying it was noon. Surprisingly, it was bright and warm outside, a great difference from back home, which was still around 3 in the morning. I still attempted to call my mom to show her Big Ben anyway. The park across the street was full of Union Jack flags, as well as all the flags of the countries England currently rules over. Next to that stood another jaw-dropping piece of architecture, a church called Westminster Abbey, where all the royal family is wed and buried. It was made of gray stone with royal arches and a massive circular window made of stained glass. It was made to resemble Gothic architecture as well. Next to this stood another large Victorian palace. It had cone-shaped balconies with many cone-shaped windows and dark red accents. I truly felt like I traveled back in time here. David and I decided to walk back towards the river. We ended up buying tickets for an Uber boat. The ticket includes a free guided tour of the structures along the River Thames. The dock was made of old bricks covered in green moss. The water was rushing fast and was the shade of dark gray. The Uber boats were huge, at least 50 feet long. I've never been on a boat this large before. I guess this could be considered a ferry. We entered the boat, and there was a small restaurant inside. I climbed some stairs to the top of the deck. Here, I decided to have a seat out in the sun. I was skeptical about fitting under the bridges because the boat looked rather tall. David arrived soon and sat beside me with a few beers. It thankfully put him in a better mood since he hadn't had any all day. He brought me an ice cream as well, which I appreciated. Surprisingly, the portions here are much more filling, even though they are a lot smaller. As I finished my thought, the boat began to pull away from the dock. I was a little nervous, but our British tour guide came out on top of the boat, and as we traveled down the river, he began explaining the structures we came across. We passed many interesting things. We passed a pub. Shakespeare used to frequent a real 2,000-year-old pillar covered with an Egyptian hieroglyphic. It was a gift from the president of Egypt, which also apparently belongs to Queen Cleopatra. We passed a pub, so old pirates used to frequent it. We even passed the apartment of Charles Dickinson. Continuing, we then passed an old Navy warship that hosts a Navy veteran drinking club that's hosted by King Charles. We then passed a larger British Navy battleship used in World War II. Not only that, but we carried on beneath several bridges. Many have collapsed and have been rebuilt. The two that fascinated me the most one was a massive pink bridge with hearts, and it was supported by large red pillars. It was built at the orders of Queen Victoria. It unfortunately sank, as did the others. This is where the song "London Bridge is Falling Down" comes from. Another bridge was a concrete one, and it was built by women serving in World War II. To this day, it's the only bridge that was built within the time limit and under budget. Then we passed the Houses of Parliament, which is apparently where the actual people who run the country are. I found out the king just really is for looks. Suddenly, I saw the most incredible thing I've ever seen. It was a bridge, but no ordinary bridge. On either side was a large Victorian castle tower made of stone. Near the tops of the towers was a small bridge, also connecting them. The cars had to drive through them to cross the bridge. I couldn't believe it. It was originally intended for carriages to pass through the bottom, and pedestrians to cross above. It looked so surreal and mythical. We then stopped near an actual ship pirates used to sail on. This is where we got off. David and I walked through a field of grass with white flowers. We ended up at another pub, and I ordered a strange sandwich. Resembled an egg salad sandwich, but it was full of greens and had a mustard taste. The sandwich was huge, and we also got some triple fried fries. It was way too greasy for me. I felt ill after that, but David forced me to finish the food because they weren't wasteful in his country. He slowly became more irritable with me as he stopped smoking at least 3 packs of cigarettes a day. Next, we walked into the Royal Naval College. They had 2 large white, Victorian buildings lined with white columns and a huge dome on either side. It was stunning, and it was also where the show Bridgerton was filmed. Beautiful classical music erupted from the basement. I sat upon a concrete railing with a large lantern dangling above me. I listened to the music as I stared down a hall lined with tall white columns. It was so humid I could barely breathe. After admiring the college, I found the front of it, a building resembling Roman architecture with 6 stone chisel faces hovering above the top of it. In front stood an old-fashioned cannon. Later, we boarded the boat, and we passed England's ugliest building, which was their oldest theater. We also passed their only modern building. It was called the Needle, and it stuck out like a sore thumb in the Victorian city. We got off at another stop. I reached into my pocket to tip the tour guide, and I accidentally gave him a piece of trash in his bucket. He shouted, "Hey!" I apologized and put some pounds in his bucket instead. I stood in front of an ancient castle made of brick. It was a dungeon called the Traitor's Gate. It was a place where traitors went who betrayed the king. You were dragged through the gates below and up into a tower. There was an axe embedded in your body, then surgically removed. Then you were dragged down to the tide where your head lay just within the current. So whatever life you had left in you slowly drowned to death. Many people were mistakenly brought here. I walked upon the cobblestone path. It was horribly uneven and hurt my feet. That's when David said, "Because it was meant for horses, there was a separate path for people." Next to the Traitor's Gate was an old Victorian house, repurposed as a gift shop. I could never get used to seeing modern things inside buildings hundreds of years old, especially when it was a place that used to torture people. This place was so modern, yet so old. I FaceTimed my grandmother. David promised her he'd take care of me. Little did I know that later it was a lie. We tried to go back to King's Cross Station to get the tube, aka the Underground. However, the police shut it down. Large gates blocked the entrance, so we had to walk a mile to the next underground station. We passed through a veteran memorial. It resembled the magic Forbidden Garden, a massive Victorian mansion covered in vines. Tall privacy bushes surrounded the garden, with trees and flowers and massive statues, one soldier with angel wings, another man in a cloak, holding 2 swords, and many more. It was a beautiful and peaceful place. The statues were adorned with poppy flowers, and we didn't stay for long. David and I barely caught our train to Cambridge. We arrived at 2 in the morning. I showered, ate some leftovers, and went straight to bed. The next morning, I woke up not feeling the greatest. My body just couldn't get used to the time change. Although it was daylight out, I felt as if I were supposed to be sleeping, which resulted in everything feeling like a fever dream. We got an Uber up to North Cambridge train station once again, although David warned me that people don't like small talk here. I thought I'd give it a try anyway. I looked at the driver through the rearview mirror and complimented his car. Asked what kind it was, and he just glared back at me. I said nothing more. Once we exited the vehicle, we began to run for the train. It left in 5 minutes. We ran upstairs and across the bridge to the correct platform as the screeching brakes of the train rang in my ears. We barely made it. Now for the 2-hour journey to London. The bathrooms on the train were interesting. You push a button on the door, and it automatically opens. Once inside, it closes, and you push a button to lock it. It's very much like an airplane toilet. The restrooms here were also labeled toilets, which felt crude to me. After the long journey, I felt hungry, so we walked into a place called Leon's. Here I ordered an English breakfast, but vegetarian style. It consisted of 2 sunny side-up eggs, a block of cheese, some vegetables, and a coffee. It tasted all right, but the food here didn't really have much flavor. Immediately after breakfast, I felt incredibly sick. I don't know if it's because they washed the vegetables in tap water or what. I will say I enjoyed the restrooms here. You had complete privacy, no cracks in the doors at all. Not typically something you see in the United States of America. I'm not feeling my best and I want to take a bus or a taxi. However, David insisted upon walking 30 minutes across town, which normally I'd be down for it if I weren't recovering from a major surgery and being ill. I tried my best to keep up with him, but he wouldn't respect my request to slow down. I was speed walking the entire way, which I didn't know I could do till this moment. I had spent the last 6 months in physical therapy just relearning how to walk. David only continued to belittle me. At this moment, I knew he wasn't a very good friend. Later, I found out he gave me mono by drinking from my water, and I had elevation sickness paired with motion sickness and an infection from a bug bite in my abdomen. I'll tell you what, though I'm not a quitter. I continued onward in the heat, and the humidity was terrible. Felt like I couldn't breathe again. I thought for sure I'd faint at any moment. Trudging through this old Victorian city, sadly, I watched the double-decker bus pass me by. As we continued, I stopped in a local pub to use their restroom. It looked like something from medieval times, as did most of the pubs in England. With my heart pounding out of my chest, feeling like I'm out of my body and am nearly about to faint, we finally made it to our first stop. It was a place called Novelty Automations. It's an arcade shop full of hilarity, handmade arcade machines. I rested for a bit so I wouldn't faint before entering. We both began to play these hilarious games. I tried the instant eclipse machine. Here you sit inside a wooden box painted like a pasture. There's a light above your head with black film slowly passing over it. When it became dark, I heard crickets and cows moving. Then it was over, and I stepped out of the box. As someone who experienced a real solar eclipse, it was pretty accurate. Next, David and I did a divorce machine game. We controlled wooden puppets of a man and a woman playing tug-of-war over a house. In the end, the house ripped in half. I won the daughter and half of the house. Next, I tried the alien probe machine. You could probably guess how this went. I sat in the seat, leaning forward, aiming a laser and firing it at the squiggling alien inside the machine. It let out a moan every time I zapped it. The fourth time, a bunch of tentacles came out of the machine, along with a metal rod that began hitting me in the ass. I burst out laughing. The next machine I tried was the fondle machine. It's been a while since I've been touched. A pair of rubber gloves began traveling up and down, gently patting my sides. I had to hold my hands above my head. Suddenly, a glove shot out of the machine below the belt and punched me in the dick. Moving on, David tried a machine called Test Your Nerve. It was a rabid dog in a cage, and the longer you kept your hand in the cage, the more it growled until it lunged at you. It was a little bit scarier than the rest. The next machine, I sat on a strange platform. I was sitting in a small recliner with a seatbelt and an old box TV in front of it. This game was titled Micro Vacation. After putting the coins in, the TV turned on, and it was a paper puppet animation. It simulated a flight, the briefing, the landing, the runway, the chaotic traffic through a foreign country, where I then ended up on the beach. A heat lamp above the TV turned on and pointed at me. The machine reclined backwards. It felt so relaxing. Then the tape rewinds to the beginning, and I was jostled around all over the place before it ended. At the next arcade game, this one was called Pet or Meat. Inside was a family next to a lamb. I spun a wheel, hoping it would land on Pet. Of course, David voted for Meat. Unfortunately, that's what happened. Then a picture appeared of the family eating the lamb. The next game I tried consisted of a bunch of wooden puppets sitting in a subway car. You could choose for the puppets to see who entered or ignore them. The first go, I had them look. An old lady entered with 3 dogs. The puppet heads turned to look at her. The second go, I had them look away. A homeless man entered, and they all looked away. I felt terrible about the decisions I made, but it was hilarious. The next game was called Is It Art? Where a puppet judges an item, you put it in the box. David put a pack of cigarettes in the machine, of course. At first, it decided it was art, then disagreed. There was a create-your-own atomic bomb machine, but instead I opted to choose an old payphone titled Love Booth. I picked up the phone, and a person with a deep voice began speaking to me. The phone began to vibrate. The person began breathing into the phone, and it got warm and wet. I was so disturbed, but it was what I paid for. The final machine was another large puppet that claimed to be a shoe polisher. However, putting my coin in the machine, I had to remove my shoe, and I just put my foot into the machine. She went down on my foot, and it looked questionable, and it felt strange. She was grabbing my foot and brushing it, blowing on it. It didn't help that the puppet looked rather creepy. Afterwards, we left to visit Sophie's tea garden. We walked through narrow corridors with tall Victorian buildings, of course, some with beautiful red and white hallway bridges connecting them. We passed through an underground tunnel full of old pubs, some dating back to 1604. It saddened me to see my friend's eyes light up with joy at the sight of any alcohol. He was a slave to his addictions. My convincing wouldn't stop him, and you can't force a horse to drink water. You can bring the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink it. As bad as I felt, I preferred he give in to his addictions because he was so mean without it. Or maybe it was just his character. I always felt like a burden to him, stupid or weak, until he quenched that unquenchable thirst. I admit it's hard remembering the things I'm seeing as a good memory because he was always negative. I've known him for 10 years, but in person, I didn't recognize him at all. We passed an ice cream shop with flowing chocolate walls. I walked the uneven cobblestone street where I found myself in front of Sophia's tea garden. I admit I was shocked to find giant paintings of naked women in the windows. When we entered, there were paintings of naked women everywhere. Walking down a hall, it led to an indoor balcony with a bunch of floating teacups above it. Beneath the teacups was a spiral staircase, headed downward. In the basement, there was a large room covered in pink hair with 2 large paintings of naked women. On the other side of the room was a small hole in the wall. Looking inside, I saw miniature paintings of, I'm sure you guessed it, naked women, except one, where I saw the artist painting. On the other wall was a glass mirror covered in white signatures. A white marker lay next to it. David didn't want to sign it. I drew a heart with our initials inside it as a joke. Although I knew we might not remain friends, I knew we would forever live on in this mirror in the small city. In a way, it was bittersweet. I noticed a pink fridge door from the 50s. I pulled it open to reveal a secret room. It was full of mirrors and hyper-realistic, dancing NFT creatures made of grass, flowers, and rock. I found it intriguing, and at this point, I was feeling really sick, but I continued to push anyway. We were rushed back into the underground. I was so exhausted. I'm not sure how my body was moving. David was running down the escalators, and I pushed to keep up. He had no sympathy for me, and this made me sad. But I'm an optimistic person, so I kept looking for the good in the situation. We were headed back to the painted hall, which had been closed before. On the subway, I found an old lottery ticket someone left behind. It was in pounds, so I took it with me. We arrived back in Greenwich. To my surprise, the painted hall was open. As we entered, there was a small pastry shop and a gift shop as well. David and I walked through the tall wooden doors into a room made of stone. A section of the floor was open, revealing secret rooms beneath the building. We decided to explore the chapel, so David and I walked down a small, narrow hall made of stone. Along the walls were family crests painted, although now it was cracked and chipping. At the end of the corridor was a small room. It looks like a bowling alley. On the door it read Skittle Ball. I walked closer, and the balls were made of wood. At the end of the room, there's a stack of wooden pins sitting in dirt. I had a go at it and missed multiple times. I tried to send the balls back through the tube, and they fell straight to the floor, and that's when I realized there were no tubes, only empty posts. David attempted to try, and luck must have been on his side because he got a strike. Other people were waiting to turn, so we headed up a spiral staircase. While going up the stairs, David said the railing was on the left so the warriors could fight with swords on their right. However, I told him I would have had an advantage since I'm left-handed. At the top of the spiraled staircase, it was dead silent. A large room with tall ceilings and a wide staircase led to a pair of large wooden doors. As I entered, I walked into a large Catholic chapel, beautifully chiseled balconies and railings covered in gold. Beyond the aisles of wooden benches was a large painted mural of angels in a classical style. I turned around, and above the balcony stood a large organ resting on it. The instrument had so many large golden pipes emerging from the top of it. The ceilings had beautifully painted mandala in the shade of blue and accented with gold. We retraced our steps to the entrance of the painted hall. We got our headset to explain the art. I'm not sure why, but David returned his. I wasn't feeling that well, so I returned mine as well. We climbed some stone stairs up to a massive hall. The tile was black and white marble. I was immediately met with spectacular Baroque hand-painted art. It took 19 years to paint and covered 40,000 square feet. I admired the walls. I saw painted columns, fireplaces, gargoyles, and up toward the ceiling was a large mandala paired with a scripture written in another language. The 17th century art was truly indescribable. I walked up another flight of stairs here. I was truly awed. Before me, there are more columns painted on both sides of every window. The entire ceiling was one large classical art piece. It consisted of mortals, Greek gods, and angels interacting with each other peacefully in the clouds. It made me feel emotional almost. There was another set of steps, and above the archway, there were words written in Latin. In this area, it had the same flooring and a large mural on the wall in front of me. More columns, mortals spying on cloud-like thrones, full of gods and goddesses. A blue sky in the background, with Victorian buildings in the background. The surrounding paintings of men and bowls of fruit. On close inspection, you could physically see each individual paint stroke. There was a section where you could lie down and admire the ceiling. I lay on a red leather bench. I tried my best to admire the ceiling, although my stomach aches only became worse. Eventually, I was so nauseous. I thought I was going to hurl. So I left the painted hall and ran for the bathroom. I closed myself in the stall and sit on the floor for 15 minutes. At this point, I decided I needed fresh air. I burst out of the old building and lay in the grass field. Little did I know I had motion sickness, elevation sickness, and an infected bug bite, and David ridiculed me with mockery, but I felt so unwell. I convinced him to forget about the rest of our plans and go home. I thought I'd collapse at any moment, though I didn't receive an ounce of sympathy or compassion from my friend. He raced downstairs and through the subway cars and trains. I slowly saw his true colors. I hated to watch myself gradually become more depressed, distant, and silent. I didn't recognize myself, and not in a good way. I didn't say a single word to him the entire journey back. On the train back, he sat with a smile upon his face. When we finally made it back to Cambridge, a strange homeless man asked for money, so David gave him all my change. Which was generous, sure, but I would have preferred. He asked. His mother greeted me and made me tea from her garden. This is when I found out she had been giving me tap water in the teas she has been giving me. I was horrified, and I stopped drinking her tea immediately. I lay in bed on David's broken futon for the rest of the day. I stared at the ceiling and the window, slowly watching more spiders crawl inside. I was nauseous. I felt motion sick and so weak and tired. I kind of wanted to go home, but I still had over a week to go. I eventually managed to sleep, and I didn't eat anything that night. The Royal Guard changing ceremony. June 19th, 2024. I woke up to the bright light shining in from the window, and as soon as I sat up, the room was spinning. It was so humid. It felt like I could barely breathe, so I just lay in bed. David's mom convinced me to try to eat something, so I tried some potatoes that David made. He offered me chicken, but it's a good thing I declined because it was raw inside. While being sick today, I got to know his mom better, and I felt bad for her. She is an immigrant from Poland, and she said she wanted her kids to have a better life, so she got a one-way ticket to England and built her life from nothing but a suitcase. The more I got to know his family, the more I realized all the talk about his family being crazy was a lie, and it was he who was the crazy one. All I wanted to do was rest today, but his mom invited the rest of her family over. I honestly wasn't in the mood for visitors. However, I remembered my manners and put on a customer service face. I walked downstairs and greeted his sister and her family, which included her very hyper son. But his questions were entertaining. He was always asking me what life was like in my world. We spoke for a while about our different cultures, and I found it strange that they put ketchup on top of their pizzas. Today, his parents mainly work in the garden. She expressed to me her frustration because she thought her kids would be on their own by now, so she could travel the world. The next morning, David and I woke up extra early to be able to catch the changing of the guard ceremony. I was super excited to see the King's Palace and the Royal Guards. So far, everything seemed to be going as planned. Although I was still incredibly sick, I was determined to make the best of it. We caught all the trains and tubes on time. Even being an hour early, there were still so many tourists. We had to walk through a large park to get to Buckingham Palace. There were so many trees, and they were different from my own. The branches full of green leaves nearly touched the ground. It was a beautiful park. However, David informed me that people get stabbed here at night, so it's best not to linger. When we crossed the street, we passed the Canadian gates. These were especially large with gold crests on them. Now across the street, I stood before Buckingham Palace. It was a large Victorian palace made of grey stone. A large black and golden gate surrounded the outside of it. We stood near the gate, and the entrances had large golden crests resting on them. I had never seen so much gold before. Inside the gate, I was surprised to see the royal guards. They looked exactly like I've seen on TV. Tall, furry black hats, red coats with gold buttons, black pants and shoes, and a massive automatic rifle held in one arm. Every few minutes, they paced back and forth in front of the palace like a toy soldier. I had a large smile on my face while I peered through the gates. I glanced behind me unexpectedly. The captain of the Royal Guard was marching directly towards me. I quickly moved out of the way so I wouldn't be trampled. He was extremely tall, and he wore the same large fuzzy hat, red coat, and black pants, only with white gloves. He also had a massive sword in his belt. He walked right past me to the gate, looked down at the kids, and smiled. The Royal Guards are not allowed to break character. That was such a rare thing to see. One of the gates began to open, and a black vehicle with tinted windows drove in. Everyone began to scream, even though we couldn't see who it was. More people flooded till we were literally packed like sardines. The changing of the guard was a huge event. First, the Royal Horse Guards came out and rode around the roundabout. They sat upon massive, dark brown horses. They had the same suits besides the hats. They wear gold helmets with long white feathers coming out of the top. The police in their strange hats had to start holding off pedestrians and keep people from climbing the fence. Soon, a large parade came marching down, full of more of the Royal Guards playing instruments. I was confused because these guards were dressed in navy blue with black berets. The gates to the palace opened, and they filed in. Everyone was shoving each other to get closer to the gates. People were falling over and complaining. This is when I began to learn how rude people can be. The changing of the guard ceremony took an hour and a half. Behind the palace gates, the two different guard groups stood across from each other performing on instruments. One of the beret soldiers approached the red soldier, currently guarding the palace. He inspected his weapon top to bottom. I slowly began making my way closer to the gates as more people left. I wore my bag on the front of my chest. Another man was wearing a bag on one side of me, and a woman with a bag was to my left. It really made no sense how people were lined up. The tall people were in the front, so everyone shorter behind couldn't see. Suddenly, the man beside me shoved me with his bag. I didn't move because there are so many people there. There is nowhere to move. He looked back at me, called me a fucker, then shoved me again. He shoved me a third time harder, and I finally snapped. I began to scream at him. "Do you need something? Where do you want us to go? We all have bags and there's no space. What do you want? Huh? What do you want?" He cut me off and began apologizing repeatedly. I think I might have scared him, or he didn't know I was American. After that, people made sure to give me plenty of space. I didn't want to make my country look bad, but that guy wouldn't leave me alone. Staring into the gate, I saw the guards finally swap places. The red guard was escorted out with a flag to the back of the palace. I looked down and noticed an elderly man on the ground. No one bothered to give him space or check on him. I despise the people here. I've never been around such rude people day by day. I grew sick of this place. Maybe it was just bad company. After the guards changed places, the marching band filed back outside the gates, and the ceremony ended. I explored a giant marble statue across from the palace. It was full of marble sculpted women with a bird made of gold on top. A fountain full of coins surrounded it. Up here, I realized you would have been able to see the ceremony a lot easier. David thought you had to buy your way up here. I sat on the edge of the fountain and threw a pound into the water, making a wish. What did I wish for? You'll find out if I get to make more books. David was annoyed at me for this. But what else was new? I told him before we left that I wanted to find the Royal Horse Guards. So we began walking down the Princess Diana Memorial Path. It was next to a beautiful park with Union Jack flags all over it. We were headed towards St. James Palace. That's where we thought they were. After passing a statue dedicated to Queen Elizabeth, we continue to St. James Palace. There are guards there as well, however, they are the ones in green with the berets. I saw some nearby police, so we asked them for directions. After they answered, I felt like such a fool. He said the Royal Horse Guards are located on Horse Guard Road. I should have pieced that one together. So I began marching toward the Horse Guard Academy. I had to pass through a large park, and the map was somewhat confusing. I found a restaurant that had bathrooms, but they weren't public, so I just walked in anyway, and nobody even noticed. As I was walking down towards the Royal Horse Guard Academy, there were beautiful floral plants on the other side of me. Suddenly, a helicopter seed came spiraling down in front of me. I remembered my mom telling me her and her dad used to throw them up in the air together and watch them spiral down. I picked it up and placed it in my pocket. I also took it as a sign. My grandfather was here with me in spirit. I still felt incredibly lightheaded, but this omen gave me strength. I continued downward, and I passed a bunch of school children in private school uniforms. Beside me stood a strange cottage made of stone, a small body of water surrounded by a garden out front. Also, a few beehives were made from glass bottles. I wondered if it were home to a mythological creature, perhaps. The home was far too small to fit a human. I'm crossing over a dirt yard that has a stone coliseum surrounding it made of stone. The entire school was made of stone. I walked beneath one of the tall stone archways. This brought me to the back of the school. On either side of the courtyard stood two royal guards on foot wearing red coats, gold helmets with golden tassels on top, and a large sword. Crossing beneath another stone archway, I finally came across the Royal Horse Guards. They were dressed the same as the ones I've just seen before, only they sat upon black horses. They really did stay incredibly still with a blank expression. I just accomplished one of my dreams come true. They stood within little pens on either side of the archway. There was a sign above them that read, "Beware horses may kick or bite, and do not touch the reins. Thank you." I didn't get that close to them for that reason. However, some people didn't care, and they got close to them anyway until the guard yelled at them or the horse bit them. It was the afternoon now, and we decided to catch the underground to the Natural History Museum. I had a feeling in my gut that I was pushing myself too hard, but I continued anyway. As we ventured through the underground tunnels, there was a strange woman singing opera music. She wasn't half bad. Emerging from the tunnel, we are now in a new part of England that I didn't recognize. I was excited to go to the Natural History Museum because I had always wanted to go since I was a kid. Arriving at our destination, my leg was barely working, and I knew this wasn't going to end well. Towering before me stood a tall Gothic Victorian castle made of brick and stone. It was breathtaking, and I rarely see architecture like this back home. I stared up at the two large towers as we approached the building. I was excited to see all the dinosaur remains in here, because I always wanted to be a paleontologist. As I entered the building, I was surprised to see a large open space beneath grand brick arches and a massive whale skeleton suspended from the ceiling. I had the largest grin on my face that I've had in a while since I've been here. The room was filled with excitement and with crowds surrounding it. This place ventured on in every direction, but the third floor caught my attention. It had stone arches and torches covering the pathways. I started to explore to my left. There stood the large skeleton of a giraffe, beside a real taxidermy giraffe. I then stumbled upon a giant taxidermied swordfish preserved in a tank of yellow liquid. I've never seen anything like it. The next exhibit over had a real giant clam. Taxidermy as well, of course. I've never seen so much taxidermy before. I ventured down a narrow hall to the left. I encountered a penny press machine that didn't require you to insert coins anymore. It was entirely digital, and it blew my mind. The room I entered next was full of jaw-dropping taxidermy. I saw orangutans, lions, tigers, cheetahs, pandas, koalas, grizzly bears, and polar bears. I even saw animals I didn't even know it existed, like a Tasmanian dog or femme fox. In the next area, I entered a room full of taxidermied birds with hundreds of species. I saw owls, hawks, crows, and hummingbirds. This place felt surreal, the inn in entering a large room with life-size whales hanging from the ceiling. The entire room looks like the animal kingdom of taxidermy. It was quite incredible, and I never would have been able to see half of these up close in the wild. I came across rhinos, elephants, hippos, reindeer, elk, and bison. Any animal you could think of was here. Upstairs was every aquatic animal you could think of. Dolphins, sharks, etc. We even passed some deep-sea creatures like anglerfish. Beyond that was a hall filled with plesiosaurus skeletons. And seeing this has made the stories of the Loch Ness Monster not so hard to believe. In the corner was a skeleton of a giant sloth. I'd always wanted to see one. I continued wandering the Victorian halls of this museum. I encountered a hall for dinosaur bones. It wasn't as extravagant as I imagined, but intriguing nonetheless. The final piece of this museum was a geological area upstairs. I saw every crystal and stone imaginable. There was something neat, though. It was a giant floating in brown rock with hundreds of red crystals inside. It was so large that an escalator traveled through it. Of course, with my luck on this trip, it was broken. These next few chapters are going to be hard to write about. At this point, David began to get more frustrated with me. I still wasn't feeling the best, and whatever bit me in his room was starting to get infected. So I needed to walk at a slower pace even though our phones were dying. We ended up heading into a little French restaurant that agreed to charge our phones if we bought something. We got a table, and David got more beer. I got a chicken sandwich that was triple fried. This left me feeling even sicker than before. Rushing back to the train station, and we barely caught the train, and my leg was barely functioning. So we sat in the accessibility seating. Well, at the very last minute, a middle-aged woman jumped on the train out of breath. She approached me and asked for my seat. As I gathered my things to move, David asked me what I was doing. Then this woman chimed in and said, "Well, Elle, it is accessible seating." I got up from my chair and looked at her. I said, "Not that it's your business, but I did need accessible seating." She replied, "Well, take a seat then. No need to be a hero." It was far too late for that. She pissed me off. I didn't want to sit anywhere near her, so I stood and waited at each train stop, waiting for a new seat to open. After an hour of train stops, finally someone got off, and I took a seat far away. Today was full of conflict, and I don't usually like that side of myself, but not everyone deserves your kindness. When I finally got back to Cambridge, I was happy to be done with the day. Maybe the lesson here was learning to set stronger boundaries for myself. David and I are going to see Princess Diana's Memorial Garden and Kensington Palace. We can't stay out too long today, because later that day, we are having a bonfire at his house for me to meet the rest of his family. I got up feeling like absolute crap, and I was very depressed. We got the morning train from Cambridge to London. Then we got the underground to a beautiful and large grass park. It was full of large trees and not large in the way you think. The truck, small and branches thin, however, the leaves covering almost the entire tree down to the base. The sky was blue, and I even heard mourning doves. To my right, I noticed an old tree inside a cage. My curiosity got the best of me, and I approached the cage tree. It looked hundreds of years old, but that's not what surprised me. It was full of small gnomes, witches, fairies, and wildlife. And they were all doing different things. One reading a book, others are holding each other, stirring a pot. It was a small community of magic. I felt so lucky to witness it before my eyes. Rumor has it that the cage is to keep them safe because one day the king mysteriously disappeared. I continued my journey, trying to maintain my energy. These last few days I've been pounding electrolytes, immune shots, and ginger beer. Not actual beer. I've only been able to eat bread the past few days, and I haven't even felt hungry, but I know I must eat. So I force it down at least what I can. I turned the corner at large privacy bushes, where I was surprised to see a large marble statue of Queen Victoria. Behind her sat a well-trimmed garden with bushes cut into fancy shapes. The tall palace made of red brick and long windows sat before us. It seemed to be the size of a modern neighborhood Walmart. For its time, though it would have been extravagant. I entered the palace and I was judged by the security guard for all the medication I carried. Hey, I was in a foreign country. I wanted to be well prepared. As I entered this old Victorian palace, it had green walls with wooden floors. We wandered through the lower floors, which used to be Queen Victoria's bedroom. I got to see the old dolls she played with and her incredibly large doll houses. They were so well made that they looked like real miniature houses. She even had an opera house that sang and performed a play. I saw portraits of her dog and entered another room made of velvet, where her gowns and masquerade masks were. There is so much beautiful art on the walls, including hand-painted portraits. Then I entered the dining room with a long wooden table. Tall candelabras surrounded it with small figurines dancing upon the table. The room was full of more hand-painted art of Queen Victoria, and now as an adult. I came across another cabinet dollhouse. It was painted to look like Victoria in the middle of a stage surrounded by thousands of people. I walked past large gowns that were wide at the hips. They resemble a broomstick. I've never seen anything like it, now inside a beautifully painted stairwell. A large chandelier made of gold illuminated the paintings. The staircase is lined with red carpet. As I climbed, the paintings on the walls depicted stone physiques resembling statues in Rome. I was now entering the King's Hall. This place was home to King Charles, King William, and Peter the Great. As I entered the first room, the ceiling was white with a large turquoise pattern accented with gold. Golden candle chandeliers hung throughout the room. The walls were made of wood, and the floors as well. The furniture was made of pure gold. I've never been surrounded by so much gold in my life. There were also paintings on the wall, portraits of King William. Past this room, I entered the king's room, and there was a massive canopy of red velvet. Beneath it was a velvet and gold throne. The wood is lined with red carpet. There was stunning artwork on the ceiling, which resembled royal crests and knights. The colors of the art are blue, red, and silver. I then saw a massive canopy bed with velvet curtains. I couldn't believe someone lived this way. Next was the gathering room. It was full of old 17th century Mantua gowns on display with 17th century suits. They said the gowns were dyed using strange techniques, some involving ground teeth and horsehair. The ceiling was also painted. It was white with cherubs. There was so much gold on the ceiling. This place was also home to King George, Queen Charlotte, and their 12 kids. The walls here are covered in painted portraits of them. I now wandered into the actual King's Hall. It was stunning to say the least. The floors were made of wood, the walls made of red velvet, long windows with red velvet curtains, and all the walls were covered in massive pieces of hand-painted art in golden frames. It was unremarkable to see such beauty. The ceiling was made entirely of gold. Paintings of godly figures and clouds embedded within them, gilded cherubs holding the paintings on the wall. I couldn't believe my eyes as I slowly walked down the hall. In front of me stood a tall wooden grandfather clock. It was chiseled to resemble planet Earth. The clock told the time for every time zone on the planet. It was beautiful, and a large fireplace sat beneath it. I now walked through a stone hallway that led across the palace to the Queen's Hall. First, I took a detour to learn more about the lives of the palace that weren't royal. I saw some interesting artifacts. For example, I saw old sheet music and instruments, a toilet made from a wooden box with velvet cushioning, keys to the palace, and a sad tale of a man named Gustav Guidekens told on ceramic plates. Long story short, he was sentenced to death. The Queen's Hall wasn't as glamorous as the King's. It didn't have gold furniture, and the floor was made of wood with furniture only of wood. They were paintings of beautiful landscapes on pink walls. This is where Princess Diana lived with Prince Harry and Prince William. The Queen's royal bedchamber had wood floors, green velvet walls, blue curtains, and a large canopy bed with floral patterned bed curtains. David asked me if we should check out the backyard, and I agreed. No were outside, and we made our way to some tall privacy bushes with a tunnel going through them. As I entered the tunnel, it was like entering a fairy tale, wandering through the maze of bushes. I found an opening which revealed the Princess Diana Memorial Garden. There are beautiful flowers, especially lavender inside, with some grass and a large pond full of lily pads. At the end of the pond stood a statue of Princess Diana, Prince Harry, Prince William, and a third child that represented her charity work. It was beautiful and peaceful. David and I then decided to check out the orangery. It was across another well-tended garden with sculpted bushes. The building was large, much like Kensington Palace, with the same brick color and large windows. Upon entering, I was surprised to see it was a fine dining restaurant. The entire establishment was made of white marble and chiseled pillars. We didn't have a reservation, so we were escorted out. I wasn't feeling like returning to Cambridge yet, so we took a detour to TK Maxx, which confused me because in America it's called TJ Maxx. We were browsing for hats because a large gust of wind entered the underground and blew David's hat off his head and onto the train tracks. I called that karma. While we were looking around, I found a yellow raincoat with metal clasps. I wanted it so bad, but it was 50 pounds. Another train ride back, and I stared out the window at the grasslands full of white sheep. When we returned to the village, most of David's family was there. His mom, stepdad, sister, nephew, and his other sister and her boyfriend. His name was Carl, and he had a very thick British accent. He got into fights with David's dad frequently. I guess they didn't like each other. Carl didn't indulge, though thankfully. David's mom got a bonfire started, and there was a hanging rack placed above it. David's mom was making a traditional Polish meal. They were making chicken sausages, pork sausages, and blood sausages. She also made an interesting dish which I think had mayonnaise, yogurt, and cucumbers. It was actually pretty good. Things are going all right, and the sun began to set, and we were still waiting for his other sister, Anna. It was taking her a while because she was traveling by bus. David's nephew asked me to play a song on his phone, so I played some country music, and he immediately shut it off and said it sucked. That was rude, but he was a hyper kid and thought I came from another planet. Well, it's a good thing that I'm not, because I would have left Earth and never returned. We all sat in the dirt around the bonfire, and things started getting interesting. David's dad brought out a bottle of vodka, and everyone started drinking except for me. You see, the thing about being the only person who doesn't drink is that you get to see everyone's true colors come out, and you remember it all. Everyone started getting drunk fast, especially David. That's when suddenly Anna burst through the gate, and everyone greeted her, including me. Soon after his other sister, nephew, and boyfriend left, things got bad after this. David got aggressive, wanting to fight me. He started getting emotional, saying he should have respected my boundaries more. I said, "It's all right, and I forgive you." After I told him I wouldn't fight him because he wasn't worth the energy, though. His sister asked David, "What is wrong with you? Norman is a pacifist." I told her, "He treated me like shit all week." She asked, "How long did it take you to get here?" And I said, "About 40 hours. She began to scream at David, "Are you serious? That's a long way to travel for you to treat him like that." He replied, "What was I supposed to do? I had to hold his hand and take him everywhere like a child." I responded, "You said you would show me around. I was trying to relax because I'm always taking care of everyone else back home." Then I said, "You know what would have been accommodating? If you didn't drink out of respect for me because you knew I don't drink." A new argument began that genuinely left me scared. He began arguing with Anna, saying, "I am Jesus." She said, "No, you're not." He got angrier, saying, "I am Jesus Christ." She replied, "No." Then he started speaking in Spanish, "Yo soy Jesus. Yo soy Jesus." He truly believed he was Jesus Christ, and I've never seen anyone act this way before. Anna finally convinced him to go inside, and he almost stumbled into the fire a few times. He got angry when I tried to help. He tried to shower and puked all over the tub, so his mom had to run inside and scrub it while Anna and I waited outside. When his mom returned, I began to express my feelings. I told her, "I don't understand why he has treated me this way. He has never treated me this poorly. It made me not want to come back." His mom told me, "It's because he thinks he failed me." And in a way, he did. I paid for him to go to college, and he wasted the time doing drugs. He failed college and had to move home, lost his job and his girlfriend. He has been this way for a few months. He's very depressed. I said, I noticed that he doesn't appreciate anything. She said, it's because the drugs made him so happy that nothing normal does anymore. I honestly couldn't believe it, and I told her, it breaks my heart to see him this way because he's my friend, but if I'd known about all of his addictions, I never would have come because I have boundaries. His mom broke down crying, begging me to continue to be his friend. She said, I can just adopt you and you can live here. I will throw out David and you can have his room. I replied, thank you, I really appreciate that, but I miss driving though. She responded, we can buy you a big truck. There's nowhere to drive it, but you'll have it. She said as she wiped her eyes. Then she said, I'm the only friend like this that David has. Then Anna said it was true. She couldn't believe I was his friend because I am well-mannered, I don't drink, smoke, or do drugs. I told her the truth that if my family found out I did those things, I would get my ass beat no matter what age. I also told her I think David was spoiled too much, and that's why he behaves the way that he does. I then confessed I'm scared to go to Poland after seeing his behavior tonight, especially since all his other friends are going to be the same way. Plus, David is under the impression I'm just going to visit pubs day and night and get wasted with everyone. His mom told me I'm the responsible one, and I must look out for everyone, and it will be challenging getting around Poland and not speaking English. Although she can give me her number and his sister's numbers to help me navigate, I felt very unnerved. There was a moment of silence and I said, do you think we will meet again in another life? His mom said, definitely, as she walked inside. Anna and I spoke for a while, bonding over trauma and bad family ties. Around midnight, we decided to go inside and rest up, especially because she had an early train in the morning. I woke up early this morning. David and I were supposed to explore his hometown of Cambridge today. I was quickly disappointed after I saw him for breakfast, and he was extremely hungover. His mom asked him the usual question. What's the plan for today? He replied, just recovery. He didn't actually care for me. I think he knew I was losing my tolerance for him. I stopped talking to him, and he suddenly became nicer. However, he didn't know. I was planning my escape. I went upstairs and lay upon the broken futon. I sent my sister a message. Tell Mom I need to get out of here. I was so sick I could barely do anything. The ticket I originally bought was through a budget airline, so I had to buy an entirely new plane ticket, and it took my mom, sister, and grandma and me combining all our funds. And once the planes were booked, I secretly reserved a $300 Uber to pick me up tomorrow in case David's family couldn't take me to the airport. Now I couldn't bear to tell him the truth, so I came up with a fake emergency. Why? Because I didn't think they would let me leave. Ended up telling them my sister needed an emergency operation, and I had to leave. These people wouldn't let me leave. They couldn't see it as a valid reason for me to go home. They kept trying to convince me to stay. After persisting, the whole family treated me differently. I think they knew why I was really leaving. They all argued with each other in Polish, and especially yelled at David. Then they attempted to figure out the way to get me there. David's sister said she would have her husband take me to the airport, and he agreed. 30 minutes later, he said he would just take me halfway and put me on a train. Another 30 minutes later, Carl said he wouldn't take me at all. David argued with him, and he eventually agreed to take me, but I didn't trust him. This is why I booked that ride. I was already one step ahead. During the afternoon, David decided to walk with me down the street to the grocery store. I got a few things: chocolate, milk, and fruit. I watched the cashier being friendly and greeting the customer before me. Then I approached with a smile and a, "Good afternoon." The minute she heard me speak, the smile left her face. She silently scanned my things and left as I was paying. I left with a sigh. David decided to take me on a tour of his neighborhood. He brought the dog with us, and he brought me through trails full of green plants. It was almost tropical. We walked through fields of tall grass that blew in the breeze. Purple flowers were scattered across the field, and there was a dense forest nearby. A large dark hole cut away to enter. I didn't want to go in there, but David made me. It was as if the light of day vanished. The branches snagged at my body and clothes as I raced to keep up with him. I felt relieved when I found the exit. He began to point out to me all the places he and his friends did drugs. As we continued wandering the outdoors, I passed a thatch roof building with black cats, walking across the peak of it. This led to a narrow alley lined with stinging nettle plants. David threatened to throw me in them. I told him he didn't have the heart. Surprisingly, I turned out to be right. As the sun sank lower, we came across an old, rotting obstacle course made of wood. I tried the rope climb, and I made it to the top, but suffered intense rope burn on my leg from the way down. When we got back, I began packing all my things. Meanwhile, David was still going to Poland. He was throwing out all the food in the fridge, and he tried to convince me to come one last time. I still refused and went to bed. My escape. June 24th, 2024. I woke up the next morning expecting to receive a goodbye from David. Instead, I received a photo of him smiling on a bus, and the entire house was empty. The back door was wide open. I felt unnerved as I wandered inside the empty stranger's home. There was nothing there for me to eat. I was still very sick, and I waited for my Uber, praying none of his family would show up before it did. I finally caught my ride, and I fell asleep on the way to the airport. When I woke up, the app was alerting me of an accident and asked me if I wanted emergency services. I was too tired to care as I walked into the airport expecting to check in. Unfortunately, since I was flying a budget airline, I had to wait all day on the cold, hard floor to check in. It just so happened to be my luck I sat and chewed up gum. Not only that, but I had to pay extra because the carry-on had to be the size of a shoebox. As I entered through TSC, they stopped me for 30 minutes over a bag of coins. Now inside, they gave me a buzzer, and they told me when it goes off to come back and someone will take me to my gate. I got some food and did some souvenir shopping. I went to the men's restroom, but as I entered, the entire restroom was full of sewer water. I had to trudge through it to get to the stalls, and I was disgusted. I was in socks with sandals. My departure time was getting very close, but the buzzer wasn't working. It turned out to be broken. They had to call the gate to hold it open for me. It took a mix of running and a golf cart to get to the gate, all while the assistant was telling me off during the ride. She was asking why I didn't come and why I waited so long. I just expressed the buzzer was broken. She said, "Please don't be so calm." She didn't know I had autism, so my emotions aren't visible. I boarded the massive plane. The jackass in my row put his tiny personal item in the overhead bin, so I had to search around for an empty bin all over the plane. Eventually, now in the air, I thought I could get some rest, but no. Multiple infants cried all night. I was exhausted landing in New York City. Oddly enough, it was still nighttime. I was let out at immigration, the line wrapped around the building twice. I waited here for a while until a stranger told me she was going to see if there was a mobile passport line. If there was, I told her to flag me down. Sure enough, she did, and I ran while chuckling. The line was completely empty. Now leaving the airport, I got the train for the terminal I needed. It was currently 1 in the morning at this point, and I had to stand in line till 2 in the morning to get through TSA again. I was able to sneak in with people flying to Mexico, since my ticket was New Mexico. At my gate, I lay on the cold and hard floor. I used my bag as a pillow and went to sleep. I woke sick as ever. Birds pecked at crumbs near me while also soaring above my head. I stumbled around snacking on popcorn. I waited all day till I returned home late that night. I went straight to the emergency room. It's been a few months now. I'm barely feeling better. I caught mono from David, an infection, elevation sickness, and motion sickness. I am never going back to England again. Dinner with strangers, twice. August 27th, 2024. I found myself at a fine dining restaurant called El Pinto. It was a Mexican restaurant and was tucked away in the cottonwood forest. It was large and had beautiful dried red chili hanging from the rooftops. Upon entering, it looks like a small Mexican village oasis. I walked up to the reception and told them I was here for a time-left dinner. That's when I was placed in a waiting area with others waiting for the same experience. The waiter sat 4 of us at a table, including myself and another man and 3 women. Here I am, placed with 4 strangers, 2 healthcare workers, a teacher, and a grocery store manager. It was a bit awkward at first. I tried to ask around why they decided to have dinner with strangers. Most responses are, "I just moved here. I'm looking for new friends." However, the other man replied with, "My mom said I needed to get out and make more friends." I give them credit for being honest. I couldn't really relate to anyone here, though, and they couldn't relate to my adventurous spirit. The only one I could relate to was one girl. and I told her about my last dating experience. Long story short, my date turned out to be addicted to crack, cocaine, heroin, alcohol, weed, vaping, cigarettes. She was an ex-psych ward patient and part of a cult. During the date, she stated, "I want to hang you from hooks in your back from my tree." The woman across from me told me her horror date story in return. She said a man asked her out in the park. The date ended up being in that same park he guided her down a trail while saying to trust him. They ended up relaxing by the river before going to Taco Bell. The guy ended up forgetting his wallet, making her pay for the food. She didn't even enjoy. Speaking of food, ours arrived. I got chicken enchiladas. The girl across from me got a plate of nachos bigger than her head. This group of people were far too timid for me. The only thing I enjoyed from this dinner is the fact we played fuck, marry, kill with Hogwarts characters. I found everyone else's answer boring, and when it was my turn, however, I created total chaos. I said I would marry Hermione, kill Bellatrix, and fuck Voldemort. Everyone started screaming. I heard a variety of things from, "Wait, what?" to "That's so hot." It wasn't long before the restaurant became empty. Although we didn't hit it off, it was still a fun experience. We swapped social media, but no one ever committed to meeting up again. I wasn't very satisfied with this, so I decided to have a second dinner with strangers. This one was being held at Pipar's Cuisine. It's a Parisian and Mediterranean restaurant. The weather was storming this evening, so I arrived fashionably late. As I entered inside, the decor reminded me of the Middle East with welded wooden chairs, silk lining the walls, and exotic belly dancers. It was stunning. As I waited at the counter, an elderly man approached me asking what I needed. I told him I was here for a time-left dinner. He waved for me to come back with him, and then he dropped me off at a table with 5 people. He grabbed my hand and forced the pretty woman across from me to shake my hand. Then he shook my hand and said his name is Mohammed. I got up and shook everyone else's hand to make it less awkward. I seem to get along with this group a bit better. They are louder, outspoken, and a pinch more adventurous. I became friends with a man named Trevin after he told me he used to be in the Navy and race goldfish. Yes, goldfish. All the girls at the table loved hearing my stories, except for one. She would just glare at me while I told them. Everyone here seemed to be around their mid-30s. They said they were currently exploring new hobbies and what they enjoy in life. I feel like I'm doing the same, only in my mid-20s. I thought by 30 I would have it all figured out. I guess life is about the journey, not the destination. The waiter approached me. I said, "Just water, please." She said, "That's it?" I replied, "Stop judging me," while jokingly slamming my fist on the table. Soon we ordered our food and it arrived. I ordered chicken kebab with Greek salad, and it came with pita bread. I was shocked to see the chicken was orange. The waiter said, "There's pits in the olives, so if you want to keep your teeth, don't chew them." I shouted, "How do you know if my teeth are fake or not?" Everyone laughed, and we continued laughing and conversing while we ate. Later, the waiter passed by again and asked how everything was. I said, "I still have my teeth, so it's good." She asked if I needed more water, and I nodded. She said, "I'm not judging you or anything." I jokingly replied, "Don't make me get Muhammad out here, we are chill." Everyone laughed again, except that one girl. I don't think she liked me very much. Everyone seemed to enjoy art, especially my strange creations when I showed them. I wasn't a huge fan of the food, but the company was more promising. I've been finding it hard to find adventurous spirits like me. People really enjoy being around me and like my stories. However, I wish I could find more people I could relate to. After the dinner, I headed home while some headed to an optional bar. 100th Burning of Zozobra. August 30th, 2024. It's the 100th burning of Zozobra. What is that? You might ask. Well, it's a celebration in Santa Fe, New Mexico. That's been happening for years, since 1924. Zozobra in Spanish means anxiety or depression. Every year, a 50-foot-tall sculpture made of paper set on fire by the fire spirit. The paper it's made from isn't any ordinary paper. It's made from gloom, which is printed out photos, letters, or medical records. All things that hold trauma or bad memories. They make up his hair, body, and heart. You get to pick where you want yours placed in the giant man. When it is set on fire, it's supposed to be releasing you from your burdens. Now that you understand what the festival is about, let's begin the story. It was a rainy afternoon, and I planned on seeing the burning of Zozobra. I have this thing where I don't wait longer than 3 years to do something I really want to do. So I was going hell or high water. I couldn't find anyone to go with, so my younger sister decided to come with me. It rained hard as we drove down the freeway, and we passed at least 10 broken-down vehicles that were trying to get to the same place. I felt bad for them, but the traffic was terrible, and anything that made it less dense was a blessing. As we entered Santa Fe, it was like trying to navigate a maze. The roads, narrow and forever winding, between tan adobe buildings in the desert. The police guided the traffic and shut down most of the roads. For hours we hunted for parking with no luck. We journeyed deeper into the steep mountains. This place was full of dead ends and narrow dirt roads. Random houses here and there. I came across a road with lots of green trees and bushes. There was a single spot I could fit in the mud. It was right in front of a sign that said, "No parking anytime." There was a crossroads behind it, so I assumed it was in the clear. I was too cheap to buy a lawn chair, so I brought my walker with me. We started our journey down the mountain. I had the idea to take photographs of our journey to find our way back, but I assumed I'd just remember it. We walked through dirt, mud, and cobblestone paths, potholes, and more. We wandered the western roads and even passed a large church house. It was somewhat pleasant walking empty roads. Deeper into the city, we found an even bigger cathedral, and it was made of a deep red adobe. It began to get very crowded. People flooded the streets and sidewalks. A woman suddenly approached me in a large sun hat. "Do you need an extra ticket?" Oddly enough, I did. My sister needed one, but they were sold out online. I just trusted things would work out. Yes, I wholeheartedly believe I manifested this into existence. I said, "No way, really?" "Yeah, I do. Do you have Venmo?" She said, "No, don't worry about it," although her boyfriend kept trying to get me to pay for it, and she was fighting with him, saying that she didn't want us to pay for it. So we continued shuffling along through the dense crowd. After about an hour, our feet hurt, and the sun was sinking lower. We finally made it to the first security check. We had to throw out our snacks and water. The security guard saw my sister going to throw out her chocolate milk. He said, "Hey, well, you should save that for someone that wants it." She left it on the counter, and after we passed through, she said, "I wanted it," and we both laughed. We continued onward up another large hill. My sister playfully balanced along the curbside, and I had to pull her down because a homeless man was breathing down her neck. At the top of the hill, we saw our first glimpse of the baseball field, where the event was being held. I saw so many people, the crowd formed waves like an ocean. I had no idea how popular this event was. I later found out there were 65,000 people there that night. I got my first glimpse of Zozobra. He was incredibly tall. He was as pale as a ghost with dark circles around his eyes. He also had black eyebrows and red lips, with a large black bow tie. He wore a white gown with white gloves and had neon green curly hair. We passed through a second security check and into the ballpark. Initially, we had lawn tickets. However, the lawn was already packed full. So I just continued to follow the large crowd in front of me. Slowly but surely, we began making our way towards a VIP. I'm not sure what to expect, but there is nowhere left to go at this point. We now stood in a dirt area that was full of people, but closed off by caution tape. Occasionally, people would sneak beneath it, and a group of cops would yell and throw them out. Well, it turns out their efforts were for nothing. The giant group I was following was storming the VIP section. Our feet trampled over the caution tape as we entered. I couldn't really believe it, because originally this section was about $500. The police said there was nothing they could do that. There were too many people and not enough space. I ended up crammed by 2 older women and 2 old gay lovers. They passed around a joint while we waited for the event to start. The sun officially set, and the show began with a mariachi band performing Latin music. Shortly after, flamenco dancers danced below Zozobra's feet. A bubble machine started, and beach balls flew. Then a Native American man played the Star-Spangled Banner on electric guitar. The crowd started screaming to burn Zozobra, and as we chanted, dramatic Latin music began to play. Suddenly, Zozobra would occasionally groan and slightly move his arms. As he did, tons of dancers that were dressed like him ran out of his dress and danced as they crawled down a set of stairs before him. They were so synchronized it was unnerving. My sister began to get anxiety. I admit I was slightly disturbed myself. She said, "Can we just leave?" I told her, "I want to at least see him burn." Although the truth is that, even if we wanted to leave, we were all packed in together so tightly we couldn't leave. There was a man shouting, trying to pass through, otherwise he would soil himself. Still, it was like trying to go through a wall. People continued chanting for him to burn. A drone show began animating above his head. It animated the words "burn him," anxiety, depression, gloom. It even depicted images of New Mexico culture. Next, many fireworks began to go off near Zozobra. This made him even more restless, his eyes now glowing red. Then finally, the fire spirit arrived. It was a woman in a red sequin leotard, and she swung two chains with fireballs on either end. A bonfire ignited on the bottom steps. Occasional blast of torches surrounding the stage as the fire spirit danced around him, almost mocking him. His screams echoed for miles, his arms thrashed around violently as he looked around. The fire spirit lit his gown on fire multiple times before fleeing down the stairs. Sparks flew out of his arms as he screamed. It wasn't long till his entire body was engulfed in massive flames, soaring over 50 feet tall. His body began to turn to ash. First his arms, then his body. The crowd screamed with joy until only his head stood on the burning wooden frame. Everyone waved with excitement as the TV cameras pointed down at us, showing us on TV for the world to see. In a short time, the rest of Zozobra crumbled to the ground, followed by a large thud in a cloud of smoking hash. The fire continued to burn on the ground while everyone cheered. A spectacular fireworks show started, and the crowd started to clear. My sister and I rushed to the exit in a timely manner. The fireworks continued behind us, and the roads now packed with people. When we got to the first old church, they wouldn't let us cross the street unless we were taking the bus. My sister and I snuck through a break in the barrier. We fought our way through another crowd bombarding the sidewalk while they waited for the bus. It was dark tonight, and I could barely recognize anything. This is when I knew I messed up by not taking down any form of directions to locate the car. It became a guessing game between my sister and I as we wandered the dark desert roads. Turn there or turn here, followed by, "I think this is the right way, right?" "Yeah, I think so." Call it fate, the gods, or pure luck, we managed to retrace our steps to the T, quite literally. We wandered down a dark dirt road till we reached a stop sign that read Tony, which meant in this dark foliage was. I pressed the keys and we heard a honk and some flashing lights of the car. I've never felt so relieved and thankful, but we're not out of the woods yet. Our car light being the only source of light, we drove down bumpy dirt roads so narrow the car barely fit. Encountered dead end after dead end until we ended up in a giant circle where we found ourselves at Tony Street again, unnerved. We finally found a way out. It led straight to a DWI check. My first one, I was excited. I got my ID out and everything. The officer just asked if we'd been drinking or where we were going. Apparently everyone from Zozobra was passing through. I'm surprised they let the person in front of us go because they had been swerving all over the road. I thought we were all set, but I accidentally got on the wrong freeway. I said, "How far is the nearest exit?" My sister replied, 72 miles. I nearly jumped out of my skin. What? Oops, I mean 3.2. I never felt so relieved. I thought we were going to spend the night in another city. Luckily, we made it home around midnight. I later received a certificate of destruction, officially signed by the fire spirit stating my gloom inside Zozobra was officially burned. Overall, the burning was somewhat sentimental because I burned things that I was wanting a relief from, like being rid of anxiety and trauma. I wrote a whole letter to the universe, asking it to take away my burdens. Strangers from the Midwest. September 15, 2024. My plane left home into the storming cloud-filled sky that day. The turbulence was rough until we soared high above the clouds. I sat in the last seat in the back of the plane. I got comfortable for the long journey to my next step, Chicago, Illinois. When I landed there, I had trouble locating my gate. Well, it turns out that it's because it was in the basement. The lighting down here was dim and flickered constantly. It was an overbooked flight, and they were handing out free travel credit. I couldn't accept, though, due to my friends traveling from afar to get me. I got on the small jet and once again sat in the last seat. Ironically, right across from the restroom this time. The wall behind me kept heating up a lot every time the pilot kicked on the gas. Let me tell you, it was incredibly warm inside. After my 1-hour flight, I found myself in Green Bay, Wisconsin, home of the NFL team, the Green Bay Packers. When I got off the plane, I went to get a water when I saw an unusual sign that read, "Home is where the cheese curds are." I've never heard of such a thing. Below it, a stand full of cheese curds in bags. I've never tried them before, so I bought some intending to eat them later. You might be asking, why am I in Wisconsin? Well, I am meeting a girl I have never met in a foreign state. I guess you could say I didn't learn my lesson from last time. I have a better feeling in my gut this time, though. Ailey and T are coming to pick me up from Marquette, Michigan. I walked out to see my friends holding a fun-designed welcome sign for me. I felt so happy. No one has taken the time to do that for me before. They were also surrounded by intriguing sculptures like a cow in a cheese hat and a chandelier made of hands with a globe in the center. We shared a group hug, then departed to get on the hunt for food. Once we found the exit to the parking lot, we headed to Parker John's Barbecue and Pizza. Ended up getting a Reuben sandwich and a gummy worm mocktail. T and Eiley shared some bacon-wrapped meatballs. I admit there wasn't much to do in Wisconsin. Although we got to pass the Green Bay Packers Stadium, everyone walked around in Green Bay jerseys and hats shaped like cheese. I tried some of the mac and cheese, though, and it was incredibly creamy. The restaurant was Western cowboy themed. I had a chuckle when I heard Ollie say she had a relative named Reuben, and she always said he would have a sandwich named after him. Things were a little awkward at first, but that's normal. I've never even met or spoken to T, although we were vibing anyways. So far, so good. Once we left the restaurant, we were now on the road back to Marquette, Michigan. I know what you're thinking, staying with strangers you just met. That's crazy. However, I felt okay. I met Ailey by posting a video without any hashtags manifesting people I knew from the past life. She just so happened to come across it, and the rest is history. I met Tiana through Eiley because that's her partner. We are now traveling through Wisconsin. It was flat and full of grass. It wasn't anything to write home about. We stopped at a Quick Trip gas station where I momentarily lost the card, but it turned out okay. Entering Michigan's Upper Peninsula, it was breathtaking. It was full of lakes, waterfalls, and thousands of trees: aspen, maple, oak, and pine. Some pines were gigantic. They all resembled Christmas trees to me. I unfortunately fell asleep for the first baby waterfall we passed. It was very woody and humid here, although it was full of small towns and it felt like home. As we approached the small town of Marquette, Eiley told me there was a special spot she wanted to show me. She lured me in by telling me it had the world's largest chainsaw. Say no more. A hop, skip, and a jump, and we were pulling into Uperland. Upon first glimpse, it consisted of a large piece of land and 2 shacks. First, we ventured to the front, where a few old cars were parked with mannequins inside. To the right, a large truck holding a rifle the size of a building. To the left was Big Gus, the world's largest functioning chainsaw. I can confirm it was indeed massive. It had to be the size of the house as well. Getting a closer look at the chainsaw, it did have a large motor inside it, but that's not all. We walked towards the small shacks. There was a wheelbarrow of gray and green rocks, outside priced $24 for one. Outside the gift shop doors was a mannequin with a sly look on his face. He wore a yellow raincoat and a pair of rain boots, with a sign above his head that read, "Who farted?" I sat next to him and pointed at him. We continued around the corner, where there were tons of humorous things to see. First, I must explain what a Youper is. It is someone that lives in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. A lot of Finnish people live there too. I saw a Finnish love seat, which was a bench made from the back end of a car. Then we passed a boat full of grinning mannequins. The side of it read, $5, bring your own beer. BYOB for short. The faces on the mannequin looked so realistic it felt like Uncanny Valley. We passed some Youpers that got hit by a deer driving a truck. We then passed a small bar full of taxidermy deer dressed as Youpers having a beer. Right next to it was an outhouse with 2 seats, one empty and one with a taxidermy deer in sweatpants, semi-pulled down while it held a dirty magazine. I admit, I sat next to him to take a glance at it myself. We headed down a small path of metal sculptures. Here I saw various Uncanny Valley Youpers in different kinds of makeshift sleds. It was so strange being surrounded by so many mannequins. I came across an outhouse with 2 seats. It had written instructions to go around the back. I admit, with it being dusk in the middle of nowhere, I was hesitant. My new friends were hesitant as well. I walked around the back and found a wooden box with a step and a hole above it. I stepped inside and my friends burst out with laughter. I realized my head was emerging from the outhouse toilet. I wish I could have seen how I looked, but judging by their reaction, it must have been hilarious. We found another outhouse that was 2 stories tall. You would enter inside and sit on the bench. However, directly above you is a mannequin sitting on a bench with its pants down. It was called Da Tu Holer. In the very back was a mystery spot. It was a small clearing in the trees, full of old and broken down snowmobiles. After passing that, we came across some other odd objects. A massive wooden lawn chairs the size of a barn, an oversized water spigot, and a tricycle that had massive monster truck wheels. Around the corner stood an antique tractor with wagon wheels on it. I saw a large mineshaft elevator and a tall pole resembling how much snowfall Michigan has ever gotten. The final attraction I encountered was 6 bicycles welded together, with a mannequin on each end. It was a contraption designed for wives that talk too much, apparently. This place gave me deep belly laughs, which I hadn't had in such a long time. I began feeling rather hungry. That's when we discovered my cheese curds were over a week expired. I attempted to eat them a few times jokingly, which had my new friends yelling on the edge of their seats. It was funny. Ailey began telling me about a food known in Michigan. They are called pasties. They are like calzone pizzas, but more like a chicken pot pie. She said they were pretty good, although usually filled with red meat. As we pulled into the neighborhood, I was surprised to see the homes looked exactly like homes in a children's book. 2 windows, box-shaped, 1 door, and a triangle-shaped roof with a white picket fence. They were made of wood and painted a variety of colors, unlike back home where everything is adobe and beige. I can't believe I'm staying at home in the middle of nowhere with a couple of strangers I barely know. Sometimes I really question my sanity. In all seriousness, I digress. I arrived at their apartment, which looks like a massive house. As I walked inside, I passed some mailboxes on the right and headed up some stairs. To the left, a wooden door with a mystical doormat, surrounded by rocks, gnomes, and trinkets. This was the place. First, some honorable mentions from Uperland. A giant Bigfoot cut out with small kids standing next to him. Tiana stuck her face through the child's cutout and nailed the perfect spoiled child look. Next photo cut out of 2 people in an outhouse. Third, a sign with a hole for your head and 1 for each wrist. It read, "The Upers Tourist Trap, guilty of coming to Uperland with $5 and 1 pair of underwear and not changing either." Anyway, the home was small but cozy. I met their pets. Naja the dog, Sakali the cat, Zelina the second cat, Bruce the plant, and 3 birds in the back that would be sleeping with me in my room. I ate the rest of my leftovers and got comfortable while my new friends taught me some Uper slang, like jeet, which meant, "Did you eat?" or sisu, which is Finnish and meant like courage or bravery or you got guts. Ali told me people also say "you betcha" and "okay doodle." She also told me a few things people do. When they want to leave a conversation, they will say "welp." However, the other person continues speaking, resulting in waiting, then proceeding with another "welp," making a continuous cycle. One of the most entertaining things she told me is that when you're in a crowd of old ladies and they're trying to get around you, they say, "Oop, I'm gonna just sneak right by you." She also informed me our chances of seeing the northern lights up here were pretty good. With all that information, I soon retreated to bed and blew up the wonderful air mattress bestowed upon me. I had a cozy sleep, surrounded by birds and plants. Luckily, she gave me permission to open the window. The humidity was killing me here. Apparently, only the rich had central cooling systems. The AC unit in the living room looks like it was born in the 70s. It whined and squealed, clinging to life by a hair. Ailey would just give it a punch and the whining would cease. It only cooled the living room anyways. I tried my best to sleep with the time difference, but I stayed up till around 2 in the morning. Earning the rite of passage. September 16th, 2024. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping. I was excited to start my day. I grabbed a granola bar as I left. The three of us started our day by getting inside Ronnie, Ailey's old rundown car that was rusting apart and held together with electrical tape. He didn't have any seatbelts, but Ailey frequently mentioned how she drives like an elderly person, so I felt all right. We headed downtown and it took about 20 minutes. It was a very small and secluded town with tall trees and tall grass. We passed one urgent care, one hospital, one high school, and one restaurant having an identity crisis. I formerly knew it as Carl's Jr., although here it's known as Hardee's. I couldn't believe it. We made it into downtown Marquette. It was incredibly small to me. It looks like it only consisted of a few streets with one main one. The buildings were old and the architecture is very simple. So simple, the buildings almost look two-dimensional. It sort of reminded me of an old western town. We passed some interesting things. An Easter Island head dressed up for the summer and a life-size tortoise statue dressed for the beach. Some of the restaurants were cool as well. Disco Dog was one of them. Another was a Super Froyo shop. We began walking alongside the sidewalks of this old city. I wandered into a few gift shops, one which was Finnish. I found something rather interesting there. I found a pair of wool mittens that when held together formed a map of Michigan. It was ironic because the lower half of Michigan was shaped like a mitten. The upper peninsula was small, almost shaped like a finger. The two peninsulas were surrounded by what was called the Great Lakes: Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake Superior. Lake Superior is the largest freshwater lake in the world. The lake was created by glacier water. It also borders the Upper Peninsula in Canada. As I was buying my mittens, two elderly women asked me if I jumped from Black Rock yet. I guess it's a cliff jumping place that is a big deal here. That's when I knew it was something I had to do. We continued strolling downhill. Ali wanted to show me and T a special mining museum. This is when I began to learn how important mining was in the UP. We entered a rock shop. They have fossilized dinosaur eggs on display and a taxidermy rhino head on the wall. We then entered a small cave within the shop, and we saw old mining equipment and a mannequin in a hard hat with mining clothes. We passed some cool rocks that would glow neon orange and neon green under black light. Exiting the cave, we now stood in front of various mining gems and stones for sale. I picked up a bag of iron ore pellets, which is something still valuable to this day. I will be discussing that later, though. Walking out into the street, once more the buildings towering above on either side. I stood there captivated by my first glances of Lake Superior. It was so large. I couldn't even see where it ended. The three of us began rushing down the hill to the water, when I noticed a large and strange-looking dock. They had tall walls made of metal. It was hollowed out inside with mine carts at top. I've never seen anything like it, Ali began explaining to me. The ore docks are for the big tugboats that cross the lake. The boats pull up to the dock, and a chute reaches into the boat. The mine carts come and dump iron ore pellets into the chute, and the pellets fill up the boat before it leaves. Apparently, the lake is very haunted because there have been several shipwrecks there. We couldn't get too close to the dock, though. Eiley told T and I that she had a secret spot she wanted to show us. We both agreed to check it out. We walked down a secret dirt path towards Lake Superior. We ducked beneath some branches and over boulders into a small opening. There was a large, old and wise tree with a rope swing attached to it, a small river gracefully flowing beneath it. It led out to Lake Superior, a flock of ducks lingering at the base. We all climbed into the tree and took turns on the swing. We shared laughs and a free spirit. After some time, we headed to a grocery store called Myers. They had incredibly fun cakes, hamburgers, Mickey Mouse, Barbie. It was impressive. They also didn't charge tax on the food in Michigan. After refueling and a good nap, we set out on a quest. The quest bestowed upon me by two elderly women from the gift shop. They told me I had to go cliff jumping from Black Rock and Marquette. It's a rite of passage in Michigan, so I couldn't resist it. I began preparing myself mentally as we drove out to Lake Superior. We got to an area of it called Black Rock after climbing up the mountain. I walked along slick slabs of black rocks till I reached the edge of the cliff. As I peered over the edge, I was surprised to see the water was crystal clear. I've never seen anything like it. It also made the jump more intimidating. Why? Because I could see massive boulders covering the bottom of the lake. Eiley backed out of the challenge, and I couldn't blame her. Tiana and I shared a concerned look. I blurted out, I need to see someone jump and survive before I do it. There were others gathered on top, waiting for the same thing, I think. Some guy climbed onto the tallest rock. As he leapt, he screamed, "Can opener!" Then with a big splash, in a few seconds, he swam back up. An elderly man screamed down at him. "Did you hit the bottom?" The man said, "Nope." Then the elderly man asked, "Did you feel any rocks?" He said, "Not a thing." That felt like enough confirmation for me. Tiana and I decided to jump together. I climbed onto the tallest rock near the cliffside. Tiana wasn't too far from me. I said, "You better not chicken out on me." She said, "No, man." We counted down from 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We both jumped as far off from the cliff as we could. We were falling from near 30 feet. I felt an intense rush as I was falling. I fell longer than I expected, so I had too much time to think about how scared I was. I heard a big splash. Then here it came approaching faster to the water. I took a deep breath. I forgot you're supposed to break the water with your feet. I broke the water with my ass, and it hurt like hell. It felt like I had been so close to hitting the bottom. The impact was so strong it ripped my shoes clean off. They floated up first. The water was freezing cold and it shocked my whole nervous system. My friends estimated the water to be around 40 degrees Fahrenheit. I held my breath as I swam for what felt like an eternity. When I reached the surface, I let a scream out and a shaky laugh. I noticed Tiana swimming towards the cliff edge. I quickly put my shoes on backwards and swam after her. My whole body felt numb. I was a desert boy after all. We tried several times to scramble back up the slippery cliffside until a local showed us how to start the climb back up. My body was so exhausted from swimming in this freezing water, but when there's a will, there's a way. I followed Tiana up the cliffside. Terrible thoughts plagued my mind about falling off and hitting my head. I gathered grip strength I didn't even know I had. When we finally made it back to the top, I began laughing in disbelief. Ailey approached us and said we had a lot of sisu, which felt great to hear. While we sat catching our breath, the man from earlier leapt off doing the can opener again, though this time he screamed, "The can opener spread my butt cheeks too far." We all couldn't help but laugh. After this, we decided to do a more relaxing activity and search for beach glass down near the shore. While we were down there, Ailey explored a cave that smelt terrible. Then the three of us began sifting for old beach glass. The beach glass is created from old beer bottles that have been naturally tumbled by the rocks. We found several pieces of it, brown, orange, and green. I also found several wishing stones. It wasn't long till Ailey recommended we check out a different area of the lake with more open space. She said we might catch the northern lights, so I couldn't refuse. To get there, we had to walk through a pine forest. The ground was littered with pine cones and pine needles. After navigating through the forest, we found the shoreline. Way out in the distance, we saw a small island with tall trees on it. We walked along the beach, getting closer to it. Finally, we reached the edge of the beach. We left our towels behind and walked out into the lake. It was still just as cold as before, if not colder since the sun began to sink. I followed my friends further out into the lake. Each time I looked back at the beach growing smaller with each step, till I could barely tell what it was. I finally asked, "Are we going to that uninhabited island?" They said, "Yeah." I was so shocked but intrigued and excited. Only wild animals lived on it. Halfway there, we were just in the open in this massive lake. I felt so exposed, but it was beautiful and peaceful at the same time. We tread across the lake with care to avoid the deeper parts. We passed a water wall with a red and white light beacon at the end of it. We finally made it to the island. Here we stood on an island in between the USA and Canada. In a way, it broke my heart. I felt so close to seeing my Canadian friends, yet so far. That's the thing about having friends from around the world. You never know when you'll see them again, whether it be 5 years or 10 years. Though I know when we do meet again, it will feel like no time passed at all. I'm slowly collecting my family from my soul tribe. Anyways, as we traversed around the island, Ailey showed us a secret cove. Unfortunately, it wasn't magical, and we didn't turn into mere people. The water was still crystal clear, however. Since it was secluded and I was with friends, I began backing up. I told them to let me know when they couldn't see my lower half. They gave me all the clear. I removed my Crocs, then my swim trunks. I held them above my head with excitement. I had to go skinny dipping at least once in my life. Now I can say I have, and man, I felt so free. It felt incredible and liberating and somewhat natural. I admired the untouched sandbar beneath my feet, the sunset shining beautifully nearby. I let out a sigh and got dressed again. A good thing too, because as we headed around the corner, other people were attempting to come out here. When we got back to the car, we decided to end our day at the Uper Froyo joint. There they had candy rocks. They looked just like rocks that I saw in the lake. I filled my cup with chocolate vanilla swirl with fruity pebbles, Oreo crumbs, and I put a ton of rocks in my cup. We all sat outside the shop on a bench in downtown Marquette eating our froyo and watching the sun continue to set. I tried my best to just bask in the moment while I chewed on rocks. On the return home, I found a bunch of helicopter seeds on the ground. I believed it to be a sign my grandfather was here in spirit. Hunting for Bigfoot. September 17, 2024. Today I woke up to birds arguing with each other. I noticed something interesting, though I began to slow blink at them, and they started to do the same. Ailey told me they imitate behavior, so they don't seem like a threat. Today we tried our best to have a calm day, but you will see it soon spiraled out of control. We all got up and tried lounging around till about 10 in the morning. We decided to get some lunch. I got a sandwich, but Eiley and Tiana went to a Thai restaurant and got spicy coconut soup. Eiley goes, there's so often they call her coconut soup girl. After getting our food, we parked facing the water, which apparently other people did as well. After eating, they said they wanted to show me a cool graffiti tunnel. There was no way I could say no. We parked in a nearby ditch in the forest. There was a wooden bridge with a gate keeping it closed. There's a hole just large enough for you to crouch through. Now on the other side of the fence, I peered over the bridge. I saw a beautiful forest with clear, rushing water flowing beneath the bridge. I was surrounded by so many trees, including maple trees. I followed my friends up a narrow dirt path. At the top of the hill was a concrete tube system, the pressurized water leaking from the bolts. The best part is that the tube was covered in strange graffiti. Off to the side was a concrete tube, not in use. We walked inside and it was full of graffiti, which was beautiful in its own way. We left the tube and decided to stumble down some rocks to get closer to the river. We really wanted to get to the other side of the river. We found a hidden trail that led to it. The other side of the river was peculiar, with strange things like scrap metal, large pumpkin leaves, and a steeper hillside with large boulders in the rushing water. Suddenly, Tiana began rushing down the hillside, saying, "I'm going to jump across it." Eiley begged her not to. As T reached the river, Eiley and I decided to go after her. We slid and scrambled down the hillside, grasping onto dead trees for support. As we near the bottom, Tiana is already attempting to jump. Eiley screams, "I'm going to have to scoop you out of the river." She jumped and she lives another day. We then scrambled back up the hillside. Out of nowhere, Tiana pointed at a tree. I turned around to see the tree with a granny bra strapped around it. I burst out laughing. After collecting ourselves, we left the seductive tree and we decided to pay a visit to the Ironer Museum. We traveled into the mountain covered in dense forest. The trees are beginning to change color for the fall. We arrived at the museum. Inside, I learned so many interesting things, like how they found prehistoric trees buried in Michigan, or how sailors often got lost in Michigan due to the iron in the rocks. It would make their compasses spin in circles. I also learned how the ore docks are used. The museum was full of old mining artifacts. I learned before mining the iron ore, they would take samples to learn the quality of it. When they did mine it, they often used dynamite. At the end of the museum was a mine shaft, and as we filed into the narrow mine shaft, it was full of nothing but rocks and wooden beams bracing the walls. Suddenly, a man began screaming to get out of the mine because Victor was going to blow the mine. Eiley immediately covered her ears and ran out, followed by T. I chuckled before proceeding down into the cave at the bottom. There was a large red button that read, "Press to detonate." I pressed it. Then we heard an explosion. Outside the back entrance of the museum, we began following a path and it brought us through multiple bridges suspended in the trees. It felt magical. The trees were so tall, and the first leaves of autumn began to fall. The path brought us to a lookout point of Carp River. It comes from Porcupine Mountains and all the way into Lake Superior. Back at home, We sit bored and decided to go camping and hunt for Bigfoot. Eiley reserved a campground and we began packing. We loaded up the car with all kinds of things, a tent, towels, blankets, and snacks. Although we didn't have all the gear we needed, luckily Ailey's dad said we could swing by and pick up some of his camping gear. We had one more stop first. I had an idea. I said, "Hear me out. What if we carve pumpkins and leave the guts out for the animals?" Then they said, "Yeah, or we can carve them under the full moon and burn them in celebration of Samhain." I replied, "Okay, yeah." Usually people don't act on my strange ideas, but they did and added a twist to it. These are the kind of people that I've been looking for all my life. I felt so validated. So we stopped by the grocery store and picked up pumpkins to carve and marshmallows to roast, arriving in Ishpeming to stop at her dad's house. I was nervous, but he turned out to be a big teddy bear. We borrowed some of his camping chairs, a cooler, and a sleeping bag with down feathering. Just like that, we are off to the camping grounds. We chose a rustic campsite, which still seems like glamping to me. As we drove through the mountains wilderness, we finally reached our campsite. There was a small clearing in the trees. There stood a picnic table, a bonfire pit, and a water spigot. We parked and got to work. T started building the tent. I set up the camping chairs and Eiley pulled out the food and set up the hammock. Everything came together nicely. We tied Naja the dog to a tree for now while we sat around the empty bonfire, carving our pumpkins. We threw the guts into the pit. T carved runes into her pumpkin. Ailey carved a shaman woman, and I carved a pumpkin face that looked shocked. I shoved twigs into the sides of the pumpkin, creating arms and legs. I decided to name him Humphrey. We set our pumpkins down and got changed to take a dip in the lake. We marched through the tall hills of the forest until we found old rickety steps. At the bottom, a large sand beach with a lake so large it appeared to stretch out into the horizon. This was the state of Great Lakes after all. The sun rested just above the water. As I walked in, some spots were warm, some cold. Algae floated past my feet. Naja had her first swim, which she needed after discovering she likes to dig. Tiana and I began investigating some mysterious bubbles emerging from the water. We dug and dug, but unfortunately couldn't find the culprit. The sun only continued to sink, so we headed back to camp. We thought we were lost, wandering into a foreign campsite. However, we quickly learned it was ours after spotting the pumpkins. We got changed into our pajamas. I wore some long johns, a thermal sweatshirt, socks, and long scarf hat that almost touched my toes. It was dusk now, and we built a bonfire. We put some tinder from dead trees and some logs that we bought. Tiana doused them in lighter fluid and set them ablaze. The bonfire was alive, and we gathered some sticks and began roasting marshmallows. I've never done that before, so I did burn a few, till I learned the technique is to slowly rotate them and not hold them too close to the fire. Ailey made a marshmallow man out of mallows and twigs and sacrificed him to the fire. I soon got bored, so I decided to try roasting a chicken and Gouda sandwich. I shoved the stick straight through the middle of the sandwich. After a few minutes, I bit into it with a satisfying crunch. Ailey tried roasting beef jerky. She claimed it was pretty good. I tried roasting a goldfish cracker, and it tasted smoky. I lastly tried roasting a zinger. Ailey opened the lid to her pumpkin and screamed inside it. That's how we knew it was time I held my pumpkin close and closed my eyes. I began to manifest new things and the disappearance of things that no longer served me. We threw all our pumpkins into the fire. It was fun, but we didn't think about how they were wet, which in return killed the fire. The only thing at this point that kept the fire going was the lighter fluid. It turned out the logs we bought weren't very good either. We got it going again and decided to try and tell scary stories. Eiley held a light up to her face. It was scary how much she didn't look like herself, like a middle-aged evil witch lost in the woods. We took turns with the light, and that was scary enough. It was pitch dark besides the glowing full moon. Eiley only retreated to the tent for the night. Tiana and I stayed up talking about the universe. Till we decided to retire as well, we climbed into the tent, the dog resting on my pillow. I laid beneath her, and she rested her head on mine. We were all comfortable in the tent until the dog kept farting. The smell cleared up, and I fell asleep. I suddenly woke at midnight to the sound of many coyotes howling. My heart racing, I gained enough courage to leave the tent. I grabbed my flashlight and my clobbering stick. I quickly walked to the porta potty down the street. When I was finished, I quickly headed back, the wild dog still howling in the distance. I looked around with my flashlight frantically. When I got back inside the tent, I was surprised everyone was awake. We lay laughing, discussing how gravity affects boobs, and after laughing some of the night away, I went back to sleep, only to be awoken again later by being crammed into the cold tent wall. I buried myself in blankets and went back to sleep again. It was around 6 in the morning. I woke up to whispers and chuckles. My friends were saying they were freezing. T said, "I might die of hypothermia." They both chuckled. I woke up and I was warm in my thermals. I turned over asking, "Why didn't you wear thermals? You told me to wear them." They both chuckled, saying, "I don't know." I looked at the entrance to the tent. I said, "No wonder you guys are cold. No one closed the weather guard." They said, "What's that?" I got up and looked outside of the tent. The weather layer was still tied up and never been used. I untied and zipped the weather layer up. I said, "There, it should start to warm up now." To be honest, no one really had the patience for it. One by one, we left the tent to experience the frigid morning. Ali, covered in blankets, sat in a camping chair near the fire. I sat in the chair across her. Tiana went on the hunt for tinder for the fire. The fire couldn't sustain with the dead foliage and lighter fluid alone. I decided to try sawing off a piece of dead log with Tiana's hunting knife. It was just taking too long. Eiley told us to try wedging the dead tree in the picnic table to break it in half. That didn't work either. Tiana tried to jump on the tree, nothing. We both tried to jump on it, but to no prevail, we only managed to launch the picnic table. So, Eiley said, "Just put the whole tree in the bonfire." We all shared a glance with each other. We obviously couldn't fit the entire tree in the fire pit, so we laid it across it, balancing it, so the middle of the tree rested above the fire. Doused in lighter fluid, it went up in flames. I was surprised but grateful for the warmth. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't mildly concerned about the whole tree igniting, but it didn't, thankfully. It didn't burn very long, but we cherished the flames it gave. Maybe it would have lasted longer if I rotated the entire tree like a rotisserie chicken. Oh well, no use on dwelling on the past. It was a matter of no time till we were freezing again, and we decided to call it quits. We began tearing down the camp faster than we built it. We rushed into the SUV with no time to spare. All we could do was laugh. Tiana turned on the heated seats, and as we left, we joked about how no one else was awake except for us. The campground was dead silent. We returned home to get ready for the day. We headed out on a new journey. We passed through a small village in the mountains called Christmas. It was incredibly small, and it had a single club called the Naughty Club. It also had one hotel which had an enormous Santa Claus statue outside. Mrs. Claus used to be there too, but a bad snowstorm hit and knocked her down. When the trees cleared a bit, we now found ourselves in Mensing, Michigan. I saw a large statue of Bigfoot welcoming us into the town. We drove down towards a dock connected to Lake Superior. Tiana got a last-minute ticket to join the Pictured Rock tour with Eiley and me. She was worried they were all sold out, but I believe we manifested her ticket. We all walked down to the dock in our chucks. Tiana's were classic, mine yellow, and Eiley's black. We stood in a long line of elderly people. I stared out at the water, eager to board the double-decker boat. It slowly rocked as we passed the captain and boarded the boat. Luckily, there were still seats up top. I sat in an almost entirely empty row, besides one elderly woman. She had short hair and sunglasses and was covered in tattoos. I have a problem with always talking to strangers, so of course I began to chat with her. She said her mom saw the entire world besides 4 states. She said she had her ashes, and she's bringing her to the last 4. Her name is Barbara. The boat took off into the large boat graveyard. I've never visited a national monument in the water before. I saw seagulls peacefully riding the waves back to shore. After an hour, we reached an old wooden lighthouse on the shore. It looked haunted. Soon after, a large cliffside towering over the right side of the boat. Miraculously, trees grew out of not only the top of the cliff, but through the side of it. The water divided into 2 separate colors. Closer to the cliffs, it was an emerald color, but further away, it appeared to be dark blue. The more I stared at the cliffs, the more I understood why it's called the Painted Rocks. Due to the minerals and metals in the cliff, it let off so many different colors. Black, white, orange, green, yellow, blue, and red. It was breathtaking to see, and it stretched on for miles. Another thing that fascinated me about this place was that the water-filling Lake Superior now seeps out of the cliff sides, and over the years have formed some famous landmarks. Firstly, we passed a large section of the cliff with the breeze in my hair. It was called the Castle. It felt so humbling passing along these giants. The next section of the cliff was also full of loads of beautiful colors, only it had a large archway stretching across the lake. This was called Lover's Leap. The next area of these painted rocks was called Chapel Cove. Unexpectedly, the captain began steering the vessel into the cove. We fit like a glove, and his skills were impressive, but not as impressive as seeing the different colored mineral layers this close. Then after we approached an area called Indian Head Rock. The shape of the rock almost exactly resembled a Native American man. The feather headdress he wore was incredible. The feathers were in large layers stacked up upon the cliffside, wrapping around and forming a larger cove. The next landmark was called Chapel Rock, and it captivated me. It was a tall rock separated from the cliff, however. A tall tree grew up upon it. The roots tangled with the rock through and around it. I couldn't understand how it was even possible. Next, we approached Spray Falls. It was a small hole in the cliffside, creating a small waterfall leading to the lake. The boat turned around, getting us even closer to all the landmarks we saw. Though we also saw some new things, we passed the perfect place for eagle nesting grounds, and we saw many hidden caves along the cliffs. On the way back, we passed beneath Indian Head Rock's nose, like we were wiping it. Lastly, we passed a massive section of the cliff that lay crumbled on the ground. I've never seen anything like it, and apparently a man documented the disaster. It's called the Brad Backup Video. I really love this national monument. We headed past an old hospital that sat on the river that's still in use to this day. We also passed a paper factory. I was starving after leaving the boat. We had one more magical spot to visit, Lackinen Land, September 18, 2024. Lackinen Land is a sculpture park created by Tom Lackinen, and there are over 100 sculptures that are made from scrap iron from construction sites. He states the sculptures are the things he'd seen when he was drunk. Pulling in, I was already in amazement as we passed a pond and a rhinoceros skeleton. This place already had me intrigued. We rushed out of the car and into the forest. We frantically hunted for hidden monsters. Boy, did we find some. Around every corner I encountered strange monsters. So strange it was almost like a forest full of lost imaginary friends. My friends and I laughed and cheered as we ran through the forest of magical beings. We encountered a stegosaurus as thin as a pencil, faces floating in the forest, and creatures with the body of a lizard in the heads of monkeys. We found a band playing surrounded by dancing wolves. So we did the only logical thing we could think of, we danced with them. After dancing with the wolves, we passed through a part of the forest with flying pigs and an outdoor circus full of animals the size of buildings. Next, we walked further past an army of metal skeletons. They were friendly but guarded strange things in cages. In the cages, they almost resembled colorful goblins, and a rug with eyes with the teeth of a T-Rex named Precious. Oddly, there was a large cage with a single rock chained inside. But you would go mad trying to make sense of this place. We continued to wander, finding abandoned boats placed vertically in the sand. The creatures here used them as bookshelves. They were full of trinkets like traffic, lights, radios, etc. We also saw a table full of large mixers from a mixing bowl, a log that was growing bowling balls, and slot machines in the middle of the woods. I'd be lying if I said I didn't test them out, though. There was a clearing in the trees. It was full of purple elephants with baskets to top them. My friends and I decided to climb them and ride them for a while. We fell asleep as they swayed. They brought us back to the edge of the forest. I think they wanted to show us something. We climbed out of the baskets to find the bugs collecting firewood, probably to fuel this strange machine. It looks like a bicycle the size of a semi-truck. Had a steering wheel, 3 wheels, and 2 propellers on top. A sign across from it read, "Fly to the moon." My friends and I tried our best to help them jump-start it, but we just couldn't get it going. We bid the magical place farewell, so we thought. As we left the woods, we somehow became lost in a bog. We had to walk single file, balancing on planks so we wouldn't fall into the bog. As we wandered, the animals would give us riddles to solve so we could escape. As a sick joke, There was a payphone in the middle of the bog nailed to a tree, but it couldn't dial out at all. As we solved the riddles, we progressed through the bog. We saw the previous players half buried on either side of the planks. Luckily, that didn't become our fate. As we ascended out, we walked beneath a large sign that read, Lackinen Land. I guess we completed the place. It was something I never experienced in my life. I saw so many interesting things and ended up walking through my first bog. When we finally got home, we were all exhausted from our day-to-day. I blacked out and woke up again in the middle of the night. I decided to get up and have a treat known in Michigan as Trenery toast, specifically the Cadbury flavor. It was toast, coated in brown sugar and cinnamon. Eileen said usually old people eat it or dip it in coffee. It was delicious and I was addicted to it. Shortly, I went back to bed so I would be well rested for whatever me and my friends do tomorrow. I'm really enjoying my time in Michigan. This morning, I woke up and got ready to start the day. Eileen, Tiana, and I decided to go kayaking. Eileen warned us. It was a long river, and we would probably be kayaking for 4 hours. I didn't see it as a problem because I really enjoy kayaking. Pulling into a place in the mountains called a U-train. The first kayaking place we tried to go to was run by Sweet Old Lady. Unfortunately, she was already closed for the season. So we went up the road and got out at a different place called Northwoods Resort. It was run by some teenager. He was shirtless and gave off surfer vibes. We all paid for our kayak/canoes. Tiana and Eileen insisted on canoes because it made them feel safer since their legs were covered. I decided to go with a kayak. Then we all piled into a school bus along with some elderly people that are going kayaking as well. The bus drove about 30 minutes up the road and we all got out. There were stacks of canoes and kayaks hanging on wooden racks. The guy pulled ours out and we all walked down to the water. The three of us got in our boats and grabbed our paddles. One by one, he pushed us into the river. I was hoping I'd get to see a moose. As we paddled, we grew more into the wilderness. I was surrounded by massive trees, maple, oak, pine, and aspen. They towered over the river. The water was clear as day and not very deep. Tall grass grew on either side of the river. The air was fresh, and it was warm outside. With every breath, my problems began to fade. We passed a large, old, abandoned house that I thought was a pit stop. Ailey quickly informed me it was not. She forgot her medication today, and she was extra feral, and I was living for it. I found it strange. A lot of the trees were leaning over into the water, some completely U-shaped. As if the forest is slowly falling into the river, it captivated me. A lot of the trees did fall into the river, creating obstacles and dams we had to navigate. Eileen told us there are parts of the river that split up, and you can choose different paths. We reached a fork in the road. It reminded her of a horror movie called In the Tall Grass. Ailey suggested Tiana should try it. Tiana, being the fearless girl she is, she agreed. We wished her luck as we parted ways. Some time passed, but she never came back out. Ailey called her name. No response. She called her name repeatedly, each time more frantic. We assumed the worst. Tiana was lost in the tall grass, when suddenly she reappeared saying, "I'm okay." She said, "The path was narrow and a dead tree fell in the middle of it, so I had to turn around." Continuing, cruising down the river, paddling occasionally, so the old people didn't catch up to us. The turns and scenery began to look the same. I now understood how people got lost in the wilderness. As we continued drifting down the river, I noticed small creatures floating the top of the water. As I approached them, hundreds of them darted past either side of my kayak. Ali told me they are called water skaters. They are harmless bugs. I was a little unnerved when I learned that, but they still seemed magical to me. At some point, the river would turn into a bog, and it felt scary. I felt as if a bog monster were watching me. I called out Eileen and T for not getting kayaks because their legs were hanging out of their canoes as they paddled. We all had a good laugh about it, at least till Eileen notices a group of elderly women ahead of us. She began barking at them and took off at incredible speeds. Tiana and I chasing after her, hurtling over fallen trees and dodging shallow parts of the river. When we caught up, she was right on her tail. The old woman asked if she wanted to pass in front of her. She agreed, so we began paddling fast, dodging the sporadically placed old women. One of them was breached on the sand as I passed by. Another woman yelled, "Give it the old keyhole!" I flew over a large tree, nearly flipping over. I scraped my kayak so many times I'm surprised it didn't sink like the Titanic. Ailey's canoe had a sloppy patch job on the end of it, so I think hers probably did sink once. One of the old ladies was hard to pass. She didn't want to let us pass. I'm thankful I didn't tip over because Ailey said there could be leeches in the water. After some more time passing, we decided to stop at a small beach for a restroom break. We pulled up our kayaks and climbed up the sand wall. The forest was full of tall, skinny trees, the floor littered with pine cones and pine needles. A dirt trail led us to a set of outhouses. There are only 6 squares of toilet paper left, so we decided to split them 2 squares each. As I sat on the toilet, I just hear the guttural moans of a ghost next door. When I walked out, I met up with my friends who were bursting in laughter. They explained that Eileen's swimsuit was one piece and the back was cut out. She said all the laughter was because her ass got stuck in the hole. So we all laughed. We got back into our kayaks/canoes and pushed onward. Tiana and I ate sandwiches as we paddled, trying our best to avoid soggy bread. There was a long stretch of calm water. The sun beat down on us as we stared up at it, trying to guess the time of day. The wind began to intensify. We knew we were almost finished, so we powered through paddling against the wind. It was difficult, but we made sure not to leave each other behind. Our struggle soon ended as we cheered, finally reaching the drop-off near the river. We pulled our boats out of the river. Exhausted, we stumbled to the car. It was now nearly 4 in the afternoon. We headed back home, and I tore into my rotisserie chicken, and then we decided to play the game Trouble while singing karaoke songs. We then played a game called Good Friends, Bad People, which gave us some belly laughs because T kept winning every round. Is that really a good thing? That's debatable. After that, Eiley asked me if I ever played MASH. I told her no, and she began asking me a series of questions. Name 4 people, 4 places, 4 specific places, 4 foods, 4 numbers, 4 forms of transportation, and 4 animals. Next, she began making a spiral, and I had to tell her when to stop. This is what my fortune predicted. I'd marry Justin, live in Nicaragua, eat hot dogs, get around by skateboard, get married in Antelope Canyon, have a pet shark, and have 27 kids, which was hilarious. As sad as it is eventually, all fun must come to an end. We had to prepare for our final day together tomorrow. I knew it would be hard leaving the UP, but I tried my best not to dwell with it and live in the moment. I figured my friends were probably thinking the same thing. It was just a vibe. After we said goodnight, I inflated my air mattress and got some shut-eye. Today I started the morning with homemade raspberry pancakes from Eiley. She really was a great baker. We sat having a conversation when she suddenly said, "Oh, you know, like how you can't judge a fish on its capability to climb a tree?" I said, "I'm sorry, what? I've never heard that saying." She repeated it. All I could visualize is a fish trying to climb a tree. She said, "Well, that's why you can't judge it, because they physically can't do it." That stuck with me. It will, along with saying, knock on wood and pretending to knock on my head. They're pieces of my friends I could never part with. We headed back to Uperland since it was open this time. If any stop in Michigan is worth it, this is it. We walked past a bear trap for doorbell. It read, "Ring it, we'll hear ya." They sold the strangest things I needed in my life. A moose baseball cap with a 3D bust and an ass on the back. A back scratcher made from a real alligator hand. A can of fish assholes and porcupine peckers. Ass floss and a wooden cell phone. I bought all the things listed above and more. It was hilarious. A little old woman ran the place. When she'd answer the phone, she'd say, "Hello, tourist trap." When we left that shop, we entered the tiny rock shop next door. They sold many interesting things as well. I got slag, which was the waste material that was discharged in liquid form in the iron smelting process and left to harden. I got Lake Superior sodalite. It's a famous rock that glows when put under UV light. I got a giant megalodon tooth, the ancestor of the great white shark. I got some drill core samples, which, when precious metals are discovered in an area, a mining company needs to first assess the extent of quality of the ore body. Afterwards, Eiley and T wanted to show me some landmarks around town that were important to them. We passed through the haunted and mysterious town of Ishpeming, known for old, abandoned buildings. Next, they brought me by the house from the show Catfish. We passed by a tall antenna shaped like an egg beater. a lake full of leeches and tall concrete towers that were mining tunnels. I've never thought of them looking like that. In my mind, I always envisioned them horizontal into the side of the mountains. Along the streets of the neighborhoods we drove through, they had flower pots shaped like little mine carts. Now we were on our way to an actual old abandoned mining site. My friends informed me it was also very haunted. We parked somewhere in the forest near some metal statues of miners, striking rocks with pickaxes. A few feet ahead, some old mining carts, rusty and overgrown with nature. We all climbed inside them and sat on the rotting wood seats. Just sitting here in the quiet, I felt as if I were being watched. We got down and followed an old path through the forest between two large and moss-covered rocks. We found ourselves standing in front of a massive sinkhole now filled with water. I've never seen one so up close. We followed the trail as it spiraled up alongside the sinkhole. At the end was a barred-up cave in the side of the mountain. The energy felt heavy. This was the mining tunnel. I could feel a draft of cold air as I stood in front of the entrance. It was partially collapsed. Ailey told me it's barred up to stop people from entering. The rest of the cave could collapse at any moment. T squeezed through the bars and walked around inside the cave. In the back of my mind, I knew my mom would be disappointed. I slipped between the rusty bars and stood inside the cave. I couldn't fathom how many people died here. We didn't stay in there very long. I felt watched the entire way back to the car. With an entire hour to spare my friends, and I drove an entire hour to play UP-themed mini-golf. When we got there, the staff was somewhat strange. Every time we would finish talking, the employees would just stare at us. Inside the mini golf course, it was cool. Everything was painted neon with so many whimsical creatures. Gnomes, cougars, moose, porta potties, and lighthouses. Songs from the early 2000s played. It felt nostalgic. It wasn't long till I got my first hole-in-one. Eiley had to do a challenge called the Granny Putt, which was swing a golf club between your legs. It was surprisingly effective. She almost knocked out the mannequin in the porta potty. When we calculated the score, T had won the game. When we left, we decided to go hunting for a giant seesaw. Unfortunately, we had to call it quits due to getting lost in a sketchy neighborhood. Driving back, we passed some restaurants that reminded me of home. Inside the car, we partied to early 2000s EDM music while we raced against the sunset. The trees seemed to be endless. Back in Marquette with the last ounce of sunlight, we decided to summit Sugarloaf Mountain. The nearby mountains are surrounded by fog. As we began to climb, I noticed the forest wasn't dense, which eased my nerves. We began climbing over boulders and tree roots. It wasn't taking long to climb at all, and the trees looked beautiful. They are already changing colors for autumn. We joked about creatures in the woods. Little did I know the Upper Peninsula was known for werewolves. Ailey told us to trust her, and she knew a faster way up the mountain. So we both followed her off the path. Next thing I knew, we started rock climbing up multiple sections of the mountain. I admit I was terrified, and I slipped once or twice, but I trusted the process. After the third wall we climbed, I began to start seeing the view, and it didn't disappoint. I caught a glimpse of the setting sun through the trees. This motivated me to keep going. We had to reach the top before the sun set. After getting back on the path and climbing 3 flights of stairs, we summit Sugarloaf Mountain. With the sun almost gone completely, we took in the view of all the trees and grande view of Lake Superior down below us. There's just something about summiting mountains that soothes my soul. Far out into the distance, we saw a tall structure that resembles a giant titty. So we cheered for it. We soaked in the view together, and words didn't need to be said. It was dead silent, but I think everyone knew it would be a while till we see each other again. It's not every day you meet people from your soul tribe. If you haven't experienced it, it's hard to relate. Though the great thing about it is, no matter how much time passes, when we meet again, it will feel like none passed at all. We started heading down the mountain. No one wanted to get lost in the dark and become an urban legend. On the way down through the dark forest, Eiley caught a toad. My flashlight flickered as we reached the bottom. We had managed to climb the thing in 15 minutes. When we got back, they begged me to stay and move in, which I won't even lie, I really wanted to. I could see myself living here one day. I felt safe, happy, and had good company. It's tough uprooting your whole life, but Michigan felt like a second home to me. We went to bed and got up around 2 in the morning. I said my goodbyes to the pets and left my new friends a sweet note. Before we hit the road, Allie blessed the car. throwing herbs and mumbling prayers. On the way back to Wisconsin, we saw so many deer. I found it strange they would wait to be almost right next to the car before deciding to run across the road. It happened maybe 5 times before we stopped at a quick trip gas station. Here we all got smoothies from the famous smoothie machine, and I stocked up on cowtail candies. I tried to make small talk with one of the employees, but it didn't feel genuine. Ailey informed me it's because they must stick to a script here or they will be fired. At the airport, we had tearful goodbyes and TSA confiscated my can of fish assholes. It was terrible. Journey to Mexico. October 19th, 2024. My flight landed in Mexico City. The immigration officer asked if I was American, and I said that I was. So instead of getting my visa through a person, I had to go through a robot that scanned my face and my passport. Although I was disappointed, I didn't get a stamp. I walked through the gate to find the director of a study abroad program that was waiting for me. I asked him if we were going to wait for the others to arrive. He said, "You're the only one. Everyone else canceled." I was in disbelief. He said one person is supposed to arrive on Friday, and I'm going to be here for 2 weeks. I stopped inside the 7-Eleven to get something to eat. I chose a water and a turkey chipotle sandwich. I nearly crapped my pants when I saw the price, $113. Well, it's okay. The peso sign is just really similar to the American symbol. It was actually $5. Harry, the director, brought me over to our driver. His name was Hugo, and we began driving through Mexico City. It was a lot more developed than I expected. Tall skyscrapers, trains, and beautiful murals. It was about an hour and 30 minutes drive to get to the accommodations. We passed through a tall pine forest, misty mountains, and saw a tall green volcano. Mexico is far more beautiful than I thought. Along the way, Harry and Hugo were trying to teach me more Spanish. A few words they taught me. Frío means cold, mi gusto means I like, peligroso is danger, and mucho gusto means nice to meet you. We drove up many hills with narrow brick roads. The way people drive here is somewhat stressful. It constantly looks like people are going to hit you, and no one really follows the lines on the road. Street vendors try to sell goods in the middle of the street. When we got to my neighborhood, we passed the university. I will be going to school there. It looks like an old Spanish church. At the accommodation, you had to pull a string that rang a large bell that sat in front of the garage door. The garage door had a smaller door within it, with locks going down the entire door. When the door opened, a little old lady with 2 large dogs appeared. She welcomed us inside, and we walked through a second large garage door. Inside the property were 3 large neon orange buildings. Downstairs was a massive tropical garden. It was full of peculiar flowers and fruits, magical arches made of branches and purple and yellow flowers. I even saw palm trees, normal trees, and thatched rooftops, canopies, hammocks, and hammock chairs as far as the eyes could see. At the very end, a large pool with a stone bridge across it. There was a community kitchen as well. My room had lime green walls and 2 beds with a shared bathroom. However, the entire room was mine because no one else in my program showed up. Harry said it's all right. I will make a bunch of Mexican friends and we will all go out together. Though I'm not sure if that will be the case. The people here don't speak much Spanish, and my Spanish is very little. He decided to show me around the local neighborhood. Everyone's starting to decorate for Dia de los Muertos. I live by a pharmacy, a bank, and local restaurants that sell tacos, pizza sandwiches, and ice cream. Even a nearby Walmart. Harry introduced me to all his friends who worked at the restaurants. I got a few supplies from Walmart. I rested in a hammock for a bit afterwards. It was relaxing as I listened to the exotic birds. Later, we decided to go out to eat downtown. The sun was setting, so we got a taxi. The taxi driver began asking me if I was here for the girls. I said, "Yeah." He replied, "Good. I wasn't sure if you like boys or girls, and the Mexican boys love English men, so be careful." Then he began saying British English is better than American English. When we got out, Harry was apologizing to me on his behalf. Not only because he is British, but because he said Mexico is super inclusive, and even if I was gay, it doesn't matter. Nonetheless, we were now in the city center. Artisans and vendors were everywhere, with old tall buildings and cathedrals as well. The souvenirs were so cheap here, $5 to $2 for most things. I followed Harry into a narrow corridor that had a flight of stairs. When we got to the top, it was a rooftop restaurant. It was beautiful. I got to see the tops of the cathedrals, colorful ribbons hung from the gazebo with marigold flowers all around. We met up with the other director, also named Harry. They told me they would invite other people they knew to hang out with us, so it wouldn't be just the three of us. I decided to go with the boneless barbecue chicken wings. We spoke casually as we had dinner, and they told me on my last day, "We're going to see a magic city lost in the mountains. A pyramid on top of the mountain with strange creatures that resembled anteater raccoons. All three of us are bad at math, so we had to problem solve how many pesos to pay to tip the waiter. We headed down to explore the nightlife of the city center. They're beginning to decorate for Dia de los Muertos. A large blue dog, Alebrije statue outside. More marigold flowers and lots of families were out. The kids were playing with large crayon-shaped balloons. I also saw what looks like a large castle with a tall stone statue of a conquistador. This was the artisan market, which was closed. I then went hunting for soap before calling it a night. It took 3 shops to find it, and they only took pesos. Harry covered me, so I paid for the Uber back. The Uber back asked me if I liked Kamala or Trump. I said, "Kamala." He got upset, yelling, "No, Trump!" When we got out of the car, Harry told me a lot of Mexicans here like Trump, which would have been good to know beforehand. When I got back to my homestay, the old lady Maru forgot my blankets, so I just slept under the sheets tonight. I learned a few more words this evening. Mita is this, please. Mandy is repeat, please. Estamos padres is we are cool. This morning I showered in surprisingly hot water. It was rather cold this morning. I spent the morning relaxing in a hammock, and later today Harry and I are going to learn how to ride the bus. One of the girls at breakfast taught me to point my index finger and bend the second digit repeatedly, which means yes instead of having to say it. After breakfast, Harry and I caught the bus, which was somewhat terrifying. They had blackout tint on the windows and graffiti on the seats. It also had 2 doors, one in the front and one in the back. We sat in the back, and the bus driver blasted Mexican pop music. The bus drove fast and got very close to other vehicles. They had to be only 2 inches apart at times. While on the bus, I thought of the strange cat I found this morning. I just sat there waiting for Harry, and it just showed up out of nowhere. It was scruffy but sweet, and I gave it some pets, and it purred, then sat in the chair across from me at the same table. When we got off the bus, we met up with the other Harry downtown. We went into another restaurant to eat breakfast. The other Harry told me to say Mita before ordering food. It's a polite way of, "Can I have this?" The restaurant was in the downtown city of Morales. It was outdoor/indoor with exotic plants. We got a 3-course meal. Specifically, I got enchiladas, chicken broth, and a salad. I asked if the drink the waiter brought over was made of fish. The Harrys told me yes, so I didn't try it. While we ate, they told me of a magical cactus that blooms rare psychedelic fruit. In the 80s, it was incredibly hard to find, but now they just casually have them on the windowsill. After we ate, we walked through Zocalo Plaza. It was a community area packed with life. We stopped in front of a large brick palace once again. It turns out it once belonged to a Spanish conquistador who tried to conquer Mexico. During some construction of the palace, they found ancient Aztec artifacts. Some sat outside. They were large stones with an ancient engraving carved into them. One particularly looks like a giant lizard. Apparently, inside the palace is a large artifact. That is a portal to the underworld. We decided not to explore further today, but will another day. I decided to wander into a souvenir market. It was packed with hundreds of vendors. Their tables were crowded with colorful and unusual objects. Water bottles made of gourds, cowskin hats, beaded jewelry, statues, and so much more. I decided to buy a few of these statues. The Mexicans believe you have things called alebrije, also known as spirit guides/spirit animals. They guide and protect you in life and in the afterlife. In the market, I got an axolotl, turkey dragon, lizard, and butterfly statues. Their little tails and heads bobble. I saw thousands of colorful ceramic skulls for sale. I admit I bought a few. They were so beautiful. In Mexico, they don't believe death is a bad thing. It's celebrated. Some people even decorate the bones of their loved ones. There's an entire holiday dedicated to it. It's called Dia de los Muertos, also known as the Day of the Dead. They believe that during this week, the god of death allows their pets and relatives to visit people and create paths out of marigold flowers from outside to inside their homes. It ends at these enormous altars that have food and drink offerings with photos of past loved ones. They believe if they keep their photos up on their ofrendas, the past ancestors will live on through memory. If they are forgotten, they pass to a final death. I'm incredibly grateful to be here during this time. The city is being decorated with marigold flowers and grand skeleton decorations. I passed through narrow cobblestone streets through the city. The buildings are so colorful and so close together that they were all touching. The streets led me to stand directly in front of two massive chapels guarded by a tall brick wall. I entered through some old rusty gates. I first walked to the chapel to the right. It was large and in the color of white and pink. As I entered the chapel, it had a few large oil paintings of saints on the walls. At the end of the rows of wooden benches, there stood a tall milled wall of gold. It was so intricate and beautiful that it portrayed multiple windows with golden saints inside them. I walked out of the chapel and viewed a much smaller one across the way. It was humble and quaint, with a goat farm outside of it. Next, I walked down a small stone path that resides in the center of a grass field. A strange stone statue sat in the grass. It was a cross with a skull and crossbones beneath it. Large orange flowers rested upon it. Nearby, a large castle above the entrance, it had a large skull with crossbones beneath it. Large wooden doors opened. I expected to see pirates' living quarters. Instead, I was met with a Catholic church. The brick walls were mostly bare, but a large crucifix hanging from the ceiling. I wandered towards the back of the church. There was a large stone bowl for baptisms. Surrounding it stood glass cases. Inside them, the bodies of mummified saints. They were all dressed up and still had full heads of hair. I've never seen anything like it. As I walked towards the exit, I stopped at a churro stand. It was a stick of bread covered in brown sugar and fried. It was full of chocolate syrup, and it was delicious. I then walked up the street to a museum called The Wall. Upon entering, I was met with many rooms and a water fountain. The rooms were full of peculiar art. I walked on along the wall into a beautiful tropical garden. The plants were so colorful, and the roots of the trees intertwined with the buildings. Isn't it beautiful how life always finds a way? I passed a large fountain filled with marigold flowers. I continued exploring. I walked beneath a bridge and found another pond. In the pond were small islands of grass that served as homes for turtles and ducks. I ventured off the path into the tropical plants. The ground was incredibly soft. I feared I might be in quicksand. I stopped in front of a banana tree. Attached to the tree, it was a long-ribbed vine. At the end of it was an incredibly large flower bud. That's when I realized it was a banana flower. I grabbed the vine and lifted it. The flower was incredibly heavy. Shortly back on the trail, I stumbled into a little market. I saw vendors selling miniatures of ofrendas, offering tables full of alcohol and food. As I was leaving, I saw strange, buried artifacts being discovered. I walked across town to a loft restaurant. While I was there, I got an Oreo milkshake. As I sat, I got a view from across the street. I saw a Mexican clown with a large crowd. He was specifically targeting white tourists. The crowd would cheer as they were bullied. I got my first Uber back home alone. I then decided to walk down to the local Walmart to get some supplies, including cranberry juice because I felt I was getting a UTI. I didn't feel that safe here, although I also didn't feel like I was in danger. I then got some bags and checked out. I started to walk home as the sun was setting. The market vendors began closing. Most of them were selling marigold flowers. People that walked their dogs carried large sticks, which made me question if the area was safe. A lot of the people from businesses that were open would stand in groups outside. I just tried to be friendly and say buenos noches. The other businesses that were closed had metal shutters and looked impossible to get into. I didn't feel that safe because of all the propaganda the U.S. says about Mexico. This consists of drugs, cartels, kidnapping, and murder. I think part of the reason my group trip turned into a solo trip is for this reason. I guess apparently the week I arrived, a group of tourists was decapitated in Mexico City. The U.S. Embassy issued an alert to reschedule if you can. I guess I missed the memo. I made it back to my room safely. I put my groceries in the fridge and labeled them so the other students wouldn't eat them. Headed to bed because I start my first day at the university tomorrow. Today was my first day of attending university in Mexico at Uniter Language Arts School. I woke up at 8 in the morning and walked to the school. I was surprised it looked like a small Spanish village beyond tall metal gates. The landscaping was beautiful and full of exotic plants. Oddly, there were a lot of large pools with grand water fountains around the campus. You were allowed to swim in them. However, none of the students did because they all had their own pools at home. At the school, they had a strange tradition. If it was your birthday, you could push people into the pool with no consequence. The campus was booming with life, with people from around the world, but mostly Mexicans. After touring the camp, I entered the office where I would register for class and do a placement test. My Spanish is so bad I couldn't even fill out the form correctly. The staff member who assisted me was a little person. This took me by surprise, but I appreciated the help nonetheless. After my placement exam, I was given a student handbook and class schedule. My classroom was upstairs. All the classrooms were see-through with big glass doors and windows. I turned out to be the only student in my classroom. My teacher's name was Claudia. She only spoke to me in Spanish, which made learning harder for me. Luckily, she used a lot of picture examples, so we managed to get by. I got 2 breaks in between classes. One I used to find the bathrooms. I guess here you can't flush the toilet paper. Also, the faucets were strange to me. They looked normal, but inside of the spout was a switch that had to be pressed constantly to get water to come out. This made hand washing incredibly awkward. During my second break, I found a hidden school gift shop. I walked up a flight of metal stairs that led me to a glass window. I decided to order a school jersey to commemorate my time here. After class, I had a meeting with the Harrys to go over the course plans. The presentation was usually presented to a group, but I was the only person there. I found myself inside the cafeteria afterwards. Apparently, I get free lunches here every day. The lunch lady was super rude and had no patience for the language barrier, but what else is new? I decided to try a chicken sandwich. The food here wasn't that good. I got an Uber to meet the Harrys. We got out by a nearby flower shop. There I saw a tree that had bark covered in thorns. That wasn't the mission here, though. We were in the center of the city. It was loud and packed. We began weaving down alleys in the city. I found some old stone steps that were crumbling apart before me. I traversed them with caution. I was led into a deep chasm. I was immediately met with an exotic and tropical environment. Further down, I got my first glance at a massive waterfall. The rushing water crashed into the bottom of the chasm. Green plants grew out of the sides of the cliffs. I was surrounded by ancient trees, and an old Gothic stone railing lined the path along the inside of the chasm. Above, a blue sky and homes towering on top of the cliffs in vibrant colors. If you didn't stumble into this place by accident, you'd never find it. It was tucked away from the outside world. I ducked below fallen trees and through old rusted gates blocking the path. I climbed down a crumbling spiral staircase made of stone. Parts of the cliff had crashed down on the path, leaving nothing behind except large boulders and a dead lizard. The path became slippery as we neared the waterfall. We had to walk beneath the section of the cliff that hung over the path. It was darker with stone tables inside. I slipped several times on the mossy, wet stone floor. It was my own fault I wore flip-flops. The waterfall misted me as I stood beneath it. I walked beyond it but didn't get too far. I ran into hundreds of cobwebs and decided it was best to turn around. On the way back, I found a forest made of willow trees. They towered over me, their vines gently swinging in the breeze. All I could hear was the rushing water. It was humbling to be graced with their presence. I hadn't even noticed I got bitten by a spider on my ankle. Hopefully nothing dangerous. It was strenuous, but I climbed back out of the chasm. I began wandering some of the neighborhoods, which unfortunately didn't smell great due to the lack of plumbing available. Excitingly, I saw many stray cats, though I took a picture of each one I found. Most of them were friendly. I walked for miles up and down incredibly steep hills. There are hidden chasms everywhere. You'd fall into one if you weren't careful. On my journey, I saw a tree whose roots were so extravagant they nearly extended into the road. I guess they are right when they say as above, so below. I caught some of the most stunning views of the city. The old Gothic buildings and cathedrals were coated in all the colors of the rainbow. I enjoyed seeing how vibrant everything was. By the time we made it to the city, both Harrys were exhausted, so they ended up leaving as it grew dark. It was my first time alone in Mexico City at night. I did feel a bit nervous. I got an Oreo Coca-Cola soda to try from an OXXO store. It tasted like fizzy Oreo cookies. The last thing I did was enter the market again because Harry wouldn't let me get anything when I was there. This resulted in me getting harassed by vendors, and they tried to scam me. One lady wouldn't give it up. I argued with her for 30 minutes. I guess I could have just walked away. I just don't like being rude. On one hand, I did meet some vendors that were a lot friendlier. I also got to practice my Spanish. Getting my Uber home was a whole other task, though. There were so many cars and they all had insane driving styles. I had to check the long license plate numbers to make sure it was still for me. To be honest, there wasn't time for that. This place is much like New York. I will admit I don't think the Harrys are running a great program, leaving me alone in Mexico all the time, though I'm trying to give it a fair chance. I got home to get some rest for school tomorrow. Meeting my worst enemy. October 22nd, 2024. Today I got up and munched on some frozen waffles while I stared out at the garden. It's an acquired taste. I gained it as a kid because my father was too lazy to make me food. Headed out to school. Today in class, a new student showed up. She looked 80 years old. She knew more Spanish than me, but we were in the same class. It wasn't long before she began getting on my nerves. She started to correct me on my answers before I even finished speaking. Prior to this, she was an English teacher who resided in Hong Kong, China. After class, I got lunch, which I soon found out they recycled the same ingredients for every meal. The green chili wasn't chili. It was made of a local fruit called guayaba. It made my throat itchy, so I stopped eating lunches there. I walked back home and didn't do much for a while. I did my homework with my grandma, who was fluent in Spanish, and went to bed. Today started out like most days so far. I got up, went to school, then headed downtown. I met up with the Harrys there. I wore a pair of old sandals my grandmother gave me. So old the tread on them was gone, causing me to slip and slide everywhere. Luckily, here in Mexico, there was a market for everything. I got a knockoff pair of Nike Jordans in my favorite color, blue. As I continued to walk, I passed a mini casino full of old machines from the 70s. I tried my luck with a peso, but won nothing. I'm not much for gambling. Harry told me today we are collecting a list of ingredients to make an authentic Mexican dinner. I followed them through twists and turns, all lined with markets. We stopped and stared at a wall across the street. One of them pointed and said, "There, do you see it?" I couldn't see it. I looked closer. There, between the barber shop and a brick wall, was a very dark alley with steps leading underground. They informed me it was the secret entrance to the underground wet market. It's basically a place where you can buy meals, produce, and goods for a lower price than an actual supermarket. I didn't really know what to expect as I began to descend these dark stairs. I was nervous. I got down to the first level, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Hundreds of small booths packed to the ceiling with goods, hats, paper, shirts, and shoes. It was stuffy, crowded, and loud. Everyone was trying to sell you something. We walked down more steps, now deep underground. On the bottom floor, the only light source was artificial light. The markets down here were full of food. Tomatoes, apples, meat, cheese, etc. Harry handed me the list of ingredients. To practice my Spanish, I had to go ask and collect all the ingredients. We stopped by a tomato stand full of rotting tomatoes with large gashes in them. I got a few red tomatoes and green ones. I was trying my best not to be judgmental. Here we also tried some cactus fruit. It was flavorless to me and had a bunch of hard seeds. Harry also gave me a strange tropical fruit to try. It was dark red and covered in hundreds of curled spikes. It was about the size of a lemon. It was called a rambutan. I peeled it open and it was solid white inside. I took one bite and immediately felt like I couldn't breathe. I quickly began eating Benadryl, though I thought surely I was going to die. They didn't bother to wait for me or hear me gasp for air, so I just pushed on, now dizzy. I continued collecting ingredients. Most people here didn't mind me practicing my Spanish, although I almost kept getting a pound of everything. With the vegetables out of the way, we stopped to get antibacterial wash for the food. which I couldn't understand why. Next step, we stopped at a cheese market. I felt somewhat disturbed seeing the cheese just sitting out in the heat all day. I just did as I was told and ordered it and paid for it. Next was the meat. We needed some chicken. Across the way, we spotted a chicken store called Palarilla. Most things in Mexico had their own store and would have rilla at the end of whatever they sell. I stood in front of the chicken store, and it felt like my guts were twisting in knots. The chicken was just laid out on the counter, sitting in the heat all day, flies buzzing around them, and they sat out so long the fat on the meat was dry and dark yellow. Even just the stench of it was making me feel sick. I was waiting for Harry to say we would go look elsewhere. Instead, they bought 4 pieces of it. I was shocked. At that point, I didn't want to eat that, and I learned a valuable lesson about staying firm in my boundaries. Now, though, I just figured if everyone else is okay eating it, then I should be too. Lastly, I had to find a secret tortilla-making factory hidden behind the Virgin Mary statue. After asking around, I finally found it. They were currently making more tortilla dough and stuffing it inside a machine. When the machine fired up, it popped out round discs that flowed down the conveyor belt and into an oven. Flames blasted out of the sides of the machine, and a pile of tortillas began forming at the base of the machine. The forming crowd was inching closer to try and cut in front and get tortillas before they ran out again. It was our lucky day because we managed to get 2 whole stacks. A large Grim Reaper sat next to the store, and people left offerings for it. With all the ingredients collected, we just continued walking in one direction. Oddly enough, it eventually led us back out above ground. We started searching for the cheapest taxi we could get. Eventually, we found one and piled in the car. Here I am, squished between 2 giant men. The ride wasn't long, and we got out at a random house I didn't recognize. Harry rang the doorbell, and a little old lady opened the gate. I introduced myself and followed her up several flights of stairs. She showed me her home, which resembled any grandma's house, honestly. Her son came down to greet us. He looked to be mid-30s. I followed him up to their balcony. The sun was setting, and I saw the city with a large volcano in the background. It was stunning. Afterwards, the Harrys brought me into the kitchen with the old lady. They told me I was going to be helping her make dinner for everybody and handed me an apron. They said they would only come in if they absolutely had to for translation purposes. I was nervous, but we were able to get by with what little words we knew from each other's languages. I spoke about my grandma a lot and food because that's all I knew how to say. The people here didn't know a lot of the New Mexican food I spoke about. Pinto beans, sopapillas, green chili, and red chili. First, we washed the spoiled tomatoes with tap water. She had me cutting and washing another tropical fruit that I was also allergic to. They used it as sauce for the enchiladas. She boiled rice with more tap water and the chicken too. I stirred the rice, then began making a strange dessert. It was a cube of cheese like cream cheese and a cube of red mystery fruit jelly. I'd hold them together with toothpicks. It was quite good. I rolled up the enchiladas and we began dressing the plates. Each plate had 4 enchiladas with guayaba sauce, Mexican rice, and avocado. Dessert on the side and guayaba juice to drink. We all sat down and began to eat. It looked more appealing than it did in the market. I got halfway through the meal when I started feeling pain in my stomach. I stopped eating and expressed that I felt unwell. She tried to get me to eat more at first, then finally let it go. One Harry walked off with a backpack full of beer. The other just ordered me a cab and left to see his girlfriend. When I got back to my room, my stomach was really upset, so I just went to bed. I forgot to mention that at the market I found skulls made of sugar and dressed in sparkles and colorful paper. These are usually placed upon the ofrenda for the Day of the Dead, although I got miniature ones instead. A few nights ago I was catching up on my homework when I heard a knock at the door. I opened it, standing in nothing but my trousers. It was a group of people who attend my school. It was nearing midnight as I got dressed and joined them outside. I met a girl who went by Danny. She was around my age and she offered me a glass of wine. She spoke with me the most since she spoke the most English. More people began to show up. Danny told me to greet the women here. You hug them and kiss them on the cheek. There had to be at least 9 girls there, so each one began to approach me and we kissed each other on the cheeks. Danny then took me on a tour of the place and where she and her friends hung out. The tour ended with her bringing me into her room. That night, she had invited me to a Halloween party. She said it's the biggest party in town with a bunch of guest celebrities. I was excited to be going. As I lay in bed that night, I had my window open, and I could hear her practicing how to ask if I'm single in English. Around 3 in the morning, I ran to the bathroom. Everything was flying out of me from both ends. I felt so sick, and I was burning up. I officially had the worst food poisoning of my life. As the morning went on, I barely had the energy to leave the bed. The worst part, I was too sick to go to the Halloween party tonight. Something felt comforting about seeing the spirit guide statues I'd bought from the market on my bedside table. Of course, I called my mom so she could give me some advice. I took some medicine for my stomach and gave one of the Harrys a call. He picked up some water and snacks for me that would help my stomach. He let me know when he was here. So I threw on a shirt and stumbled to the front door in my boxers and unlaced tennis shoes. When Harry saw how sick I was, he apologized for not just coming to my room. My stomach hurt so bad I couldn't even think about the thought that I missed school. All I did today was sleep and rotate Tums, Tylenol, and Alka-Seltzer. I only nibbled on bread here and there. When night came, I tried to take another shower to try and break my fever, but no luck. My friends and family kept me company over the phone when I had the energy to talk. It's a new day, and last night I took my grandma's advice. I slept with a wet rag on the back of my neck and on my forehead. The fever was finally breaking this morning. I still felt horribly ill, but well enough to leave my room. I threw on some clothes, including my school jersey. Admittedly, I felt bad about skipping class. However, I was far too ill to even walk to school, let alone attend. I walked outside into the kitchen. I heated up waffles while taking in the fresh air. My room smelled terrible due to the fact that we are not allowed to flush the toilet paper, and I've been so sick. I decided to relax in a hammock and occasionally get up to dip my feet in the pool. The pool was still water, though, so I didn't feel comfortable swimming in it. I was listening to some music while minding my business when suddenly the girl from last night approached me. She kept me company, and I decided to order a pizza. I told her about some of my endeavors this year while we ate, like when I went skinny dipping. She said, "I'd love to see that." Then she hit me with the question, "Are you single?" We sat together on a swinging bench and spoke to each other. We sat outside so long the sun began to set. The sound of exotic birds chirping filled the air. I went to bed hoping I'd feel better tomorrow. Supposedly, another member who was supposed to be part of my group trip is arriving tomorrow. I guess a week late is better than not arriving at all. I woke up feeling a bit better but still suffering from a lot of nausea and bad stomach pain, though thank the gods my fever was gone for good. I woke up with terrible burning when I pee, and I could barely pee. Today I had to get some antibiotics. It should kill two birds with one stone, right? Luckily, there was no school today. I'm not sure how, but I clogged the toilet this morning. I asked the old lady for a plunger. I plunged the toilet, but it didn't work. It was stopped up so bad. The water wasn't even running from the tap. I grabbed a wire hanger from the closet and did the unthinkable. I shoved it down the toilet, trying to break up everything so the toilet would flush. It didn't work, but I didn't know what to do with the hanger, so I threw it under the second bed in my room. I knew they would have seen my efforts in the trash. I tried pouring more water down the toilet to help, but it just made the sink gargle. I decided to sit outside for a while. I sat in the hammock writing in my journal till a spider fell in my lap. It had long black legs with white spots on them in a skinny body. I didn't kill it. I just sat up and walked back to my room. Maybe I should have killed it. I had a spider bite on my ankle. Nonetheless, I poured Sprite down the sink in hopes it would help with the pipes, but there's nothing more I could do. It was time to leave to go meet the group member Tina. I just left the toilet as it was, hoping it would magically fix itself. As I stood outside the gate, Maru poked her head out. Her English wasn't very good, but I managed to understand. She said the water was shut off due to the construction out front. My face sank. All I could think of was my mess, sitting in the toilet with no water. I gave a breath of defeat. I got my ride back into town, and on the way I got the chance to practice my Spanish with the driver. I was dropped off near a sex shop and a fruit stand. A bunch of shoe polishing stands appeared out of nowhere. I finally got to meet Tina. It turned out she was 50 years old. I tried to keep an open mind, though. She wanted to go check out a book market for sale. One caught my eye so much I walked straight into a pole. We walked into a restaurant full of papier-mâché skeletons for the Day of the Dead. For me, it didn't matter what restaurant we went to. I would not be eating. I refused to get sick again. When the waiter approached the table, Harry said, "No, we're fine, thanks." Then everyone got up and left to go eat somewhere else. I just followed along. We are in a new restaurant now, and they keep trying to get me to eat. There was no way I was caving in. I guess they don't know what boundaries are. We headed back to the Wall Museum to meet up with some of Harry's friends, so it wouldn't be so awkward that only two of us showed up for the group trip. We met a 65-year-old man named Mike. He lives in Arizona but decided to ride his motorcycle from Arizona down to Mexico, which entailed him getting lost in the Mexican forest and hitting a deer, which caused him to drive off a cliff into a river. He fortunately lived to tell the tale. We met another girl named Daniela. She was a local here, and she was very fashionable. Her English was well enough that we could mostly communicate. There wasn't anything new about the park since they brought me here when I arrived. Everyone spent the afternoon along the tropical gardens. This was rather boring for me since I already did this. Then we headed back to the rooftop bar. It was like a repeat of my first day here. Although I did feel comfortable eating here, because I didn't get food poisoning the first time, everyone was cheerful and having drinks. That's when Daniela confessed that it's her middle name, and she doesn't like it. She told Tina and me that she just goes by Daniela because the Harrys can't remember her real name, and they would just make up names to call her. I thought that was inconsiderate of them. Her actual name is Maura. She granted Tina and me permission to call her that. Mike was more interested in talking to the girls than trying to get to know me, so I didn't bother wasting my time. It was dark outside now, and I had one of the Harrys help me find a pharmacy. The pharmacies here were small, hole-in-the-wall places, but here you can buy most medications over the counter without prescriptions. I guess not antibiotics still. We scoured the city to find a pharmacy. After what felt like hours, I finally found one. The doctor was in, and they pointed me around the corner. I walked around the corner to find a small, narrow alley that resembled the tiny urgent care. I guess you can just see doctors at the pharmacies here. I walked into the office, and the doctor and I communicated well. He understood enough English, and I understood enough Spanish. I told him my symptoms and allergies, and sure enough, I had a UTI, although I think the antibiotics will also help my stomach. I paid the doctor, then walked back around to the pharmacy, paid for the medications, and left. The doctor gave me his card in case I needed anything. He said he works in medicine in the USA as well. I waited outside for a taxi. I finally got back and started my antibiotics. I was shocked to see my room was cleaned and my bed was made. The dreadful poop hanger that I threw under my second bed was straightened and placed on top of my bed. A gasp of disgust. I grabbed it and launched it under the bed again. Thank God the toilet flushed and the water was working again. So I attempted to gather my things to take a shower when I yelped. I stared up in horror as a large centipede crawled upon my ceiling. I threw my arms in circles. What the hell? How do I kill that? I managed to maneuver a metal chair into the small bathroom. The bug noticed me, its hind legs standing up. I quickly jumped into action, smashing it violently. I felt bad, but they are venomous. I showered, then went to bed. I had a big day tomorrow. Las Estacas. October 27th, 2024. Today I got dressed in my swim trunks and packed a bag full of beach supplies and snacks. I met everyone outside on the roundabout on my street. Everyone was here, both Harry's Tina Mora and a new friend Gabriella. She was a local here like Mora. Everyone piled into a small minivan. I had a window seat next to Gabriella. I thought I was getting to know her better. She liked weird psychological horror films like me. We had a lot in common. Both Harrys sat behind us. I get along well with women, and I'm often told I have a flirty personality. I think this bothered Harry. We stopped at a gas station, and as soon as everyone got out of the van, embraced her and kissed her. I was super surprised. I didn't know they were dating. Things felt kind of awkward, so I just proceeded into the gas station, gathered some snacks, and walked back out to the car. As we all got back in the van, I tried my best to continue my conversations with her, but I felt uncomfortable now. Tina couldn't relate to us at all. The driving made me somewhat motion sick. I'm not used to the way they drive here. They drive super fast and barely brake. Not even on sharp turns either. Repeatedly, I was baffled. The car didn't flip over. As we drove, we were soon out of the city and driving through the rural forest of Mexico. Harry spoke of wanting to buy land and make cabins for their program. I didn't say anything. I feel like I'm being ripped off here. Tina, on the other hand, wants to buy a home here to retire. As we near Las Estacas, street vendors began selling various pool floaties. We didn't pick any up because the Harrys said they brought some for us to use. Las Estacas is a natural lazy river with a resort built around it. The van dropped us off outside the resort. Surprisingly, this activity was paid for. As we entered the resort, it was stunning. Large open grass fields, tall fruit trees that hugged the pathways. There were chauffeurs to get you around, but everyone was too cheap to buy one. Everyone walked ahead of Maura and me. So I stayed back because she couldn't walk as fast due to her short legs. We had casual talk and picked up a couple of umbrellas from a nearby bin. I figured we could use them as shade for the hot sun. My antibiotic told me to avoid direct sunlight. Once we reached the path, it led us to a suspension bridge above the water. It appeared to be deep in a jungle somewhere. The water was the most beautiful and clear water I've ever seen. It was a clear blue color, as if I were looking through glass. I was so excited I began jumping on the bridge in return, shaking the entire thing. A lot of people got scared, running off the bridge. I saw people floating down the river and knew instantly I wanted to hop in. We decided to go chill near the end of the river. It wasn't the end, but it was roped off to say it was the end of the resort. We laid out some towels and blankets beneath some tall palm trees and mango trees in the grass. The shade of the trees was almost perfect, and the heat wasn't too terrible today. Harry and Gabriella jumped in the river first. I admit I was mildly concerned about the bacteria in the river, but I wouldn't let it stop me. I've never swum in a river with this fast of a current before. Well, here goes nothing. I jumped into the river. It was freezing, but in a refreshing kind of way. It was exhausting swimming against the current, and seaweed kept getting caught around my legs. I picked some up and told Gabby to eat it. She put it in her mouth as I shouted, "I was joking." All she said was, "It tasted like seaweed." I refused to put that in my mouth. It was honestly more relaxing to just float around, but the current would quickly drag me toward the end. Maura jumped in with a life jacket since she couldn't swim. The water was so cold we couldn't stay in it too long without our legs going numb. We took breaks, relaxing on the blankets and shooting the breeze. At least I tried anyway. Maura, Harry, and I began to explore the park. There are thatch roof buildings that serve refreshments throughout the tropical forest. There is a massive water park with slides, monkey bars, and zip lines. I wanted to go swimming in it, but Tina didn't think it was a good idea due to the fact that the water wasn't moving. So we walked down a narrow pathway. I've never been in an environment like this before. The pathway opened again. We found ourselves back out near the water. I passed by 2 large ponds full of hundreds of koi fish. I continued walking along the river, and I saw a group of scuba divers swimming in the water. A small rental place nearby. They rented boats, kayaks, paddleboards, life jackets, and more. I continued to make my way to the start of the river. At the start of the river, there were 2 options to get in. Either A, jump off a plank 30 feet in the air, or B, take some slippery stairs with no railing down into the water. I was frightened for sure, but I decided to man up and walk the plank. Everyone in front of me did it with no problems, which helped boost my confidence. Before I jumped, I took note of the rushing waterfall to my left so I don't get sucked under. The brunette Harry had already jumped off, so it was now my turn. I peered down at the rushing blue water. It was clear as day, minus the bubbles. I took the leap and felt the rush as I was falling. Instead of keeping my legs straight so my feet broke the surface of the water, while in midair I began slowly falling backwards as I tucked myself into the shape of a cannonball. I couldn't stop it. My ass broke the water, and I felt a rush of bubbles and the fading sound of the crowd's "Oohs!" The current of the water shot me back out, and my ass stung so bad. Harry said, "Are you all right? You didn't hear it because you were underwater, but the impact made a huge slapping sound." I'm used to embarrassing myself, so I just shrugged it off. I climbed onto Harry's cheap pool floaty. It was covered in patches of duct tape. My floating journey down the tropical jungle oasis began. Certain areas of the river had a turquoise glow to them. Occasionally, the sun beat down on me through the breaks in the jungle trees. The cool water felt good in the humid heat. Every turn down the river brought breathtaking views with it. I tried my best to take it all in as I drifted through it. Traversing the crystal-clear waters, I saw fish swim past my feet, and wild birds soar through the jungles hugging both sides of the river. The seaweed danced in the gentle current, and ducks rested upon floating logs. For a moment I felt as if I were in paradise. A fork formed in the river, and a choice had to be made. We decided to head to the left. This was a great choice because we came across massive rope swings used for jumping into the river. I decided to get out and give it a go. I got out of the river and climbed up a tall podium made of bamboo. Someone grabbed the swing and hoisted it up to me. I was up higher than it looked. I made the choice to keep my glasses on so I could see where to let go of the swing. I sat on the swing and lifted my feet. I began to fly rapidly. I felt shocked by how fast I was going. I felt a rush, and my stomach was full of butterflies. As I looked down, it was now time to let go, and I was horrified. I had to let go. I gathered up my courage and jumped. I was catapulted into the air, and I screamed and kicked my legs while I fell for what felt like eternity. It was incredible, but I forgot to grab my glasses. They had fallen off in the water. It took me a few minutes to realize because of the adrenaline rush. The current was too strong, and with my lack of vision, I couldn't keep looking for them. A lifeguard pulled out some goggles and continued to search for them for me. I sent my mom a text saying I needed my prescription. She responded by calling me immediately to tell my ass off. I continued floating away while feeling defeated. As I neared the end of the river, everyone was waving their hands and screaming my name. Paddling to shore, it was a miracle. They had my glasses. I decided to go to the little market and buy some fish food for the koi fish I passed earlier. I decided to share some with the others in my group. Hundreds of koi fish began to show up. They trampled each other for food. The blonde Harry decided to put his finger in its mouth. Afterwards, I decided to take one more trip down the river with the old pool floaty. Only this time, about halfway down the river, I began to sink rapidly. So I climbed out halfway down the river. I was going to throw the thing away. The Harry stopped me, just claiming it needed more duct tape. I sat beneath a tree finishing my snacks I brought with me. I was still starving afterwards, so I decided to get some of the resort tacos after much convincing. When the tacos arrived, I felt confused because they appeared to be quesadillas. They didn't have much flavor, and I was scared to eat them after my last food poisoning encounter. The starvation took hold of me, though. On the ride home, I was exhausted, and my social battery was dead. At the end of the day, I was glad to be back. It was a great day, even though I was badly sunburnt. I guess I wasn't supposed to be in direct sunlight with the antibiotics I was taking. Locked out. October 28, 2024. Well, you probably guessed it. Yep, I got sick again. I went to class horribly ill today. To my surprise, my classroom was empty. The secretary approached me and shared the news. I have a new teacher now. I chewed on some stomach medication as Hannah, Tina, and I sat in the new classroom. I told the teacher I wasn't feeling very well. She told me that apparently you should never eat food from the wet market, and if you do, you have to wash everything thoroughly. This is because the local farmers grow their crops with human shit, and you can contract E. coli. I was too stunned and disgusted to speak. That was my last straw. In this moment, I decided I'm never eating here again. I was restless during the rest of the class. Hannah was more advanced than us, so the teacher made the work harder so she wouldn't be bored. This only increased the number of arguments between Hannah and Tina. I was glad when class was over. I walked a few blocks down to the local Walmart. I carried all my groceries back up the hill in the largest grocery bags I'd ever seen. When I got back to the house, I put my groceries in my room so the other students didn't eat them. Today, I also bought pan de muerte, also known as bread of the dead. It has sugar on it and is in the shape of crossbones. And then I also bought some marigold flowers, which are meant to help guide your past ancestors to your location. Lastly, I got some 100% cacao Oreos to try. In the afternoon, I headed back down to the market where I scored a luchador's mask that looks like a tiger. Not long after that, I crossed paths with Tina, and I decided to walk her home and see her homestay. It is late outside now, but the street vendors are still operating. We reached the front gate and spent around 10 minutes twisting the key back and forth till we unlocked it. Beyond the gates sat a two-story home with a large pool in the front yard. We reached her back door and tried the key multiple times. It wouldn't budge. She accidentally locked herself out. I couldn't see anyone around and we couldn't head upstairs because it was guarded by dogs. I started to scream, "Disculpa!" repeatedly. Eventually, one of the next-door neighbors peered down from his rooftop. With the help of Google Translate, I explained the situation. Luckily, he was able to get a hold of the neighbor, and she came down to let us inside. I was already thinking of ways of how to explain myself. I could only imagine what they were thinking of Tina bringing home a man they had never met. As I expected, they approached us, confused in their robes. I just explained she is my friend, and I was trying to help her get home. I introduced myself and apologized several times for the disruption. I then followed Tina inside and she gave me a quick tour of her room. I wasn't really that comfortable here, so I didn't stay long. On the walk home, I felt a little uneasy seeing groups of people lingering outside their shops, but I just greeted them in a friendly manner, and no one bothered me. Today I woke up and walked to school. In class today, we had a new style of assignments. I suffer from dyslexia, so I was struggling a lot. We had to read a sentence from right to left but translate it left to right. If you can imagine it, the two old ladies in my class began to bully me because they couldn't understand how I couldn't do the work. I walked home feeling defeated. I lay in bed for a while, but I decided to try and change my attitude. I don't want one bad experience ruining my day. I decided to go to the Palace Museum I have been dying to see. Everyone had been saying we would go. However, if there's one thing I've learned, it's never wait on anyone to do anything. I got in a taxi and arrived at the palace. Right outside the entrance was a human skeleton on display, lying in the dirt. I've never seen real human remains before. It was kind of creepy, but in a way beautiful to see someone resting at peace. I headed inside, not sure what to expect. I was quickly met with Aztec and Mayan artifacts, pottery, sculptures of stone, little people, and tapestries. I wandered around in wonder. I even crossed an old 1920s chariot. I made my way upstairs. While upstairs, I saw more strange artifacts. I saw a stone cube with Mayan inscriptions on it. I saw mammoth bones on display. Out on the balcony of the palace, there were large and vibrant murals lining the walls. They were painted by Frida Kahlo's mentor. The murals connected, creating one large story. It started out as people farming, then becoming slaves of Spaniards. Next, they began transforming into animals before fighting back and conquering those who enslaved them. I made my way through stairs and tunnels. Now here before me was the portal to the underworld. It is a large stone with an angry face carved into it. At the center of the stone was a large hole meant to be the mouth/portal. The energy surrounding it felt heavy, like death itself. It baffled me how a simple stone could be this way. It's 2,700 years old. My intrusive thoughts really wanted me to put my arm through the portal, but I wouldn't dare. I left this place trying to shake the feeling. So I wandered through the Mexican markets. There were Day of the Dead themed treats and large papier-mâché skeletons everywhere. They towered over me. I encountered many altars taking up multiple shelves. I also saw a few life-size game pieces from La Loretta. From here, I decided to head into a local restaurant to use the restroom. When I found them, I had no idea which one was for the men. Each door had a letter, one with an M and one with an H. I decided to sit outside the restaurant and have an ice cream. Strangely, there was an ice cream stand right outside the restaurant here just for ice cream. I was supposed to be meeting everyone here today to find things for the ofrenda. Soon I met up with Tina and the Harrys shortly. We ventured back into the wet market only to get ofrenda supplies. Today we are going to be making an ofrenda at Tina's house today. On our way through the market, I saw a pretty good deal for underwear. 12 pairs for 200 pesos. I said 12 XOXO, which meant extra large in Spanish. Tina said, "Are you sure you're that size? You don't look like that size." I replied, "Yeah." She replied, "Norman." Finally, I said, "I've got a lot of junk in the trunk." "Okay." They laughed at me, including the salesman. But what can you do? Now, in the holiday part of the underground market, I was surrounded by hundreds of decorations: sugar, skulls, pastries, marigolds, candles, paper flags. We got a bit of everything. I had to buy most of the decor myself. I got pan de muerto, some cookies shaped like little animals, and a miniature ofrenda with a table full of offerings. We also printed out pictures of our lost loved ones to put up on the altar. When we got to Tina's house, we began to decorate. I scattered marigold petals all over the table and put up my pictures. I put my offerings up next, along with some goldfish crackers and an Oreo Coke soda. I performed a cheer to my grandma's picture. Harry put up the paper skull flags and he accidentally ripped one. They are delicate on purpose, meant to represent the fragility of life. Tina's homeowner came out and taped it back together. We would be sharing our altar with them. Tina put up pictures of her dad, Harry put a picture of his Nana, and the owner of the home put a picture of his mom. The sun sank, and we all sat in a circle celebrating tonight. For tonight was the day the dead came to visit. A few nights ago, it was the pets who turned to come visit. We'll let the candles on the altar and watch them dance in the dark. I filmed some of it just to be able to see it again. I didn't think much of it. The rest of the owner's family came down to celebrate with us. I didn't stay out too long since I had to walk home that night. On the way home, no one gave me any trouble. I just had to be cautious crossing the busy streets. In my bed, I was re-watching the footage from earlier. I saw a green and white orb dancing around the photos, and I zoomed in to make sure it wasn't a bug, and it wasn't. I've never seen anything like it, and there was nothing around to cause a reflection. I believe it was a spirit visiting us. As I rested with my new friend, Denny asked if I wanted to play a game with her and her friends. I was bored, so I agreed. We went to Kevin's room and played Spanish trivia. I wasn't very good at this game, but it was just nice to have company. One of the girls was a nursing student and wanted to draw my blood. I politely declined, though. Kevin's roommate got bored with us and kicked us out. We couldn't find another game to play, so after a round of Uno, we called it a night because it was going to rain. Traditional skull painting. October 30th, 2024. The next morning, I went downtown. Why? Because even my grandma, who speaks Spanish, couldn't even help me complete my homework. So instead of being bullied, I decided to stop going altogether. Instead, I wandered the streets of the city trying to find the blue version of a bracelet I really liked. I searched every corner of the outdoor vendors, but I couldn't find it anywhere. However, I did stumble into a live performance. I stood before a tall, three-story building with each floor decorated differently. The first resembled a castle, the second a wooden ship, and the third the land of the Day of the Dead. A small crowd gathered around. 2 men brought out a prisoner and shot him. He came back from the dead and released a basket of marigold petals that showered down upon us. The crowd cheered while chanting, "Viva de Mexico." The play was about the liberation of Mexico. Next, a woman appeared above on the boat. I don't know what she spoke of, but next thing I knew, she lit a cannon that launched a bunch of confetti. The loud bang caught me by surprise. I couldn't stay for the entire thing because I had to go meet Tina for a traditional skull painting class. On the way back, I passed a mysterious wooden door with a lion door knocker. I've never seen a real one before. Past that, I saw another beautiful altar inside a restaurant. They were always so elaborate, with multiple tiers full of photos, food, drinks, and things that people loved. I saw one in every store and restaurant in town as the Day of the Dead near closer. The city was decorated beautifully with orange marigolds everywhere, paper flags, and papier-mâché skeletons. I finally met up with Tina and the Harrys. I followed them through the streets to their secret spot. The steep hills were unforgiving on my knees. On the side of the street, I passed a small shop claiming to sell magical wares called the Chamber of Secrets. A real British phone booth sat outside of it. Abruptly, we turned the corner. We knocked on a large metal door. A man opened it. Harry and the man exchanged a few words before he let us in. Once I entered, I walked through a dimly lit parking garage. This place was strange. I climbed multiple staircases, passing through what seemed like apartments, then a club, then a bar, then finally the rooftop. The views of the city here did not disappoint. The beautiful Mexican village stretched on into the Green Mountains. A stunning sunset rested behind them. I enjoyed seeing all the multicolored buildings, unlike everything back home, which was different shades of sand. We all sat at a wooden table. Our teacher was a local woman from a nearly extinct village. Due to this, she had been taught a generational technique for painting the skulls. She will be teaching us this today. She laid out paper and gave us each a ceramic clay skull. She then began to bring out acrylic paint in jars as well as the brushes. We were then given a paper with eye, mouth, flower, and bird patterns. Her skulls were covered in small, detailed, and intricate lines. As the creative I am, I did my own design while using hers as a guideline. The others in my group wanted to follow her perfectly. I made my skull more realistic with gums and crooked teeth. I made the shadows dark blue and the mustache around the eyes as yellow and pink patterns. The teacher showed me how to do this correctly. I covered the rest of the skull in yellow and turquoise flowers. It was night by the time I finished, but everyone was in awe of it. In fact, the teacher loved it so much she said she was going to use my style on her skulls and sell them. She said she was going to call the new style the Norman. I couldn't have been more honored. So if you ever find yourself in Mexico, Cuernavaca, and see that style of skull now, you'll know the origin. Tina and Blonde Harry's skulls were messy, but they enjoyed them. So that's all that matters. We celebrated our accomplishments with a toast and some Mexican bachata music. We put tiny tea-light candles in them to watch them flicker like jack-o'-lanterns in the night. The owner of this place invited us to the Halloween party, but I decided to pass. I honestly just wanted time away from these people. I joked about my intrusive thoughts wanting me to throw the skull off the building. Harry wanted me to do it, but I wouldn't, especially since it's the first one of many of its kind, not to mention the broken glass or hitting somebody. So I left. Back at home as I relaxed, I got a message in the group chat. It's a picture of Blonde Harry in an electric blue wig at the party. I just ignored it and drifted off to sleep. Today I woke up and decided to try and go to the zoo one more time. Since yesterday morning I attempted it and failed miserably. Why? Yesterday, my Uber just dropped me off in the middle of the road because the remainder of the road was torn up. Luckily, I had GPS to guide me the rest of the way. I mustered up the courage and trampled through the construction zone, dodging bulldozers and claw machines. Once I reached the zoo, it was closed. The Harry with dark hair, and I then almost got into a fight with some crackhead bum. When he finally left, he hopped into the only taxi around. However, today is a new day, and I skipped class again, and just my luck, the zoo was open. I don't know if I would call it a zoo, though, more like a nature park. Entering, there was a huge altar with a path of marigold petals leading from the entrance. 3 tall paper-mache skeleton Katrinas sat around it. The security corralled everyone into a corner to wait. My ADHD always gets the best of me. It usually works out for the better. I wandered through the crowd and found myself in front of a mysterious pond. It was small, and the water was clear. Yellow and pink flower petals danced on the water. A constant flow of water fell into the pond from a tall tree that stood next to it. I felt relaxed watching all the petals swirl. Then I decided to sneak into the rest of the place. I quietly sifted out of the crowd and followed the trail of marigold petals into the Mexican jungle. I was starstruck. I've never seen a real tropical jungle before. It looked so crowded. It seemed like everything belonged. I felt like a true adventurer wandering this place. There were various paper-mache decorations along the marigold trail. The flower petals kept me on the path. I saw many paper-mache Katrinas, skull heads, and paper flags. It felt strange knowing the spirits were wandering this place with me. Surprisingly, I encountered a paper skeleton hanging from a tree on the path. It was the size of the house. The only animals I saw were a peacock and a barn of goats and pigs. I reached an open space in the jungle. There was a large ofrenda in the field with petals in the shape of an alligator. I guess it passed away this year. I was intrigued by what sat behind it, a small shack called Reptile House. Inside, I was not disappointed. It was full of venomous animals, cobras, vipers, rattlesnakes, and even Gila monsters. I've never seen one in real life before. They are fat black lizards with orange bellies and are known for their venomous and painful bite. The employee asked me if I wanted to hold one of the boa constrictors. Of course, I agreed. She pulled out one that was white with yellow and black specks. His name was Confetti. She placed him around my shoulders, his tail wrapped around my arm. Every time I moved, I felt the snake contracting its muscles around me to climb me. Its face slithered up to mine. Its tongue flickered on my lip. This snake just kissed me. I held my breath. It now rested on top of my head like a crown. I wore it proudly. Not long after, I bid farewell to confetti. I continued following the golden flower trail throughout the jungle. I soon encountered a large pyramid that was made of moss and stone. A large paper skeleton, doused in flowers, lay upon it. The river flowed right beneath it. A few boats with papier-mâché skeletons floated upon it. I walked past it and beneath a strangely tall stone bridge. Past that, the river widened. It was still crystal clear, but had clusters of algae floating around in it. Dragonflies danced above the water. I walked towards the end of the path, where I found a small slice of paradise. There before me were a few palm trees, a small waterfall, birds cooling softly. The jungle surrounded the waterfall with perfect beams of sunlight shining down through the trees. As if it couldn't get any more perfect, a pair of white butterflies soared through them. I could have admired this place forever. Walking along the opposite side of the river, I came across a gray and white jumping spider. It was so cute. I pointed at it, and it raised its little head to look at me. In recent studies, jumping spiders have been proven to be sentient. Personally, I think it's rather ignorant to assume all life isn't sentient just because we can't communicate. There's even scientific data suggesting trees are sentient. Go stand outside and ask a tree, "Can you touch me, please?" I guarantee you it will, but that's beside the point. I continued navigating back out of the jungle when I felt nature's call. I stumbled upon an abandoned restroom. It was dingy, dark, and looked like it hadn't been used in years. I sat on the toilet. I don't know why I thought there would be toilet paper there, but there wasn't. So I did the only thing I could think of. I took off my underwear and used that instead. Not my proudest moment. I now headed back to the big city center to see the Day of the Dead parade. The city is completely covered in decorations for the Day of the Dead. Skulls and flags, flowers everywhere. The center of the city was setting up for a big concert after the parade. The streets are already lined with people waiting for the event. I was right at the front. The parade started off with a large dragon flying above the crowd. I saw the most interesting things following it. Approaching me were 4 skeletons about 20 feet tall. They wore clothes and top hats. One smoked a cigar, another had braided pigtails. They danced around smoke and people dressed as skeletons. Next, a group of Krampus figures danced to flamenco in a circle while cracking a whip. Now approaching me were Aztec and Mayan skeletons. They wore blue headdresses and armor covered in feathers. Behind them were 3 large alebrije, spirit animals, and they were huge, covered in multiple colors and patterns of stripes and polka dots. The animals were too strange to compare to our own. One was an eagle mixed with an axolotl and a leopard, another some form of lizard, frog, dragon, and butterfly. Lastly, a dog with 3 tails and bird-like talons. I've never seen anything like it. Coming up was a mariachi band made of yellow skeletons wearing sombreros. The hats bounced as they danced and played music. Beautiful Katrinas danced behind them. Hundreds more skeletons made their way down the road, dancing full of spirit. Some priests held large bowls of sage, cleansing the streets with smoke as they walked. Particularly some 10-foot-tall skeletons with flower petals around their heads traveled down the road. They had no arms and danced in circles. Finally, a large statue of the Aztec king and his hairless dog was paraded through the street. It was incredible. I couldn't believe how the dead were so celebrated here. It's beautiful. Some skeletons riding horses showed off their lasso skills before the parade ended. Once it did, a skeleton in a black suit ran into the street. He held a massive marigold flower that towered over him. The city was packed full of celebration. I entered the Mexican villa, and I saw ofrenda after ofrenda. They were all big, and each one took up its own room full of food, clothes, flowers, drinks, and items they loved. I saw one for law enforcement, homicide victims, the LGBTQ community, and more. I saw 6-foot-tall Katrina skeletons, one of which was smoking a cigarette that reminded me of my grandma. The walls were covered in colorful paper, flags, and chandeliers made of marigold flowers. I honestly think I may be enjoying this more than Halloween. It was dusk outside, candles and orange flower petals filled the city. I even came across a fake jail full of cowboy skeletons sitting at a table playing cards. Of course I had to join in. Down the street was a large chalkboard. In Spanish it read, "What do you want to do before you die?" I grabbed some chalk. I wrote, "I'd like to work and live in Japan." It really made me think about what some of my priorities are. I just feel called there. Usually that means part of my story is waiting to unfold there. I stopped by the city center. A TV channel host was announcing the start of the concert. The area was full of people in Halloween costumes. On the stage were mariachi players in sombreros and white ponchos. They played beautifully, however. I wanted to go see one of the museums that decorated. Everyone made me wait to see it. As I walked to the museum, I passed more Katrinas and a white kitten. It was dressed like a pumpkin and sat inside a McDonald's Halloween basket. After so many distractions, by the time I got to the museum, there were only 30 minutes till it closed. Everyone in my group is a lot older than me and decided they were too tired to stay out. Just my luck when it comes to the one thing I wanted to do. I still haven't gotten comfortable here. If this trip is teaching me anything, it's to stay firm in my boundaries and stop letting people walk all over me. Dia de los Muertos, November 1st, 2024. Today I started the day by rescuing a slug I found in my room. Around the afternoon, I met with everyone down at the cemetery. It was beautifully decorated with paper, flags, and marigold flowers/petals. Each headstone had a small home built on top of their graves, and it was so colorful. To the locals, this place was a place of happiness and celebration. As we wandered through the cemetery, I encountered eucalyptus trees before running into the church. Outside the church was surrounded by sculptures of skeletons, standing taller than the building itself. As the sun sank, I decided to follow the trail of marigolds leading inside the church, where a massive altar lay. There were so many people out tonight, and this was a special town, and I'll explain why later. Before the festivities kicked off, I had to go to some merchants to buy some special candles decorated in colorful tinsel. Once I purchased the candles, I then went and got my face painted to resemble a skeleton. This added to my festive spirit, along with my orange poncho with my calendar on it. Now comes the fun part. Remember those candles I purchased earlier? Well, what I'm going to do is follow the marigold flower petals that have made a trail, and when I get to the end of the trail, it will lead to a grand altar. When I get to each altar, I will give the family member a candle, and in return, they will give me food and a drink. I was a bit nervous, but I followed my first trail. The altar really was grand. The first one I saw a layered rug on the ground with tons of food, along with items that the person loved. There were a few portraits there as well, and many candles and marigold flower petals. Above that, there's a table with one of the person's favorite outfits laid across the table, and their shoes at the end of the pants at the top of the shirt. There lies a giant skull made of sugar. This is to make it feel like they are lying there at the altar. This one I was at had a giant canopy above the table, and it said the person's name across it. It read Johnny. Another interesting fact about these altars is that all the altars are from people who have passed this year. After I was done admiring the altar, I approached the family member that it belongs to and handed them a candle. In return, they handed me some Day of the Dead bread and a drink. In a way, this reminded me of trick-or-treating back in America for Halloween. Once I finished this place, I found another trail of flower petals. The petals led me, Harry, and Tina into a basement. Here it was, set up the same way. The person's clothes lay out across the table, shoes by the feet, a sugar skull at the head, and hundreds of flowers surrounding the table with all the food offerings at the base of the table. I approached the family. A member handed them another candle, and in return they gave me a small burrito and a drink. I had purchased a pack of 12 candles. This meant I could go to 12 houses. Some of them had lines that were extraordinarily long. The ones that had lines like this usually had larger altars. I stood in line for a few like this, and I will say that the altars took up not only one room, but the entire house or the entire front yard. The next thing I knew, we traveled up and down neighborhoods for hours, just exploring the different altars. I tried my best to be careful with the food that was given to me because of my horrible food poisoning I got earlier this week. I would say that I enjoyed this more than Halloween because it was more heartfelt and personal. I felt honored to be allowed into these people's homes after they have suffered a loss and turned it into a beautiful thing. Towards the end of the night, I had about 2 candles left, but my feet could walk no more. We had to go back through the cemetery, which I'm glad that we did. The cemetery was glowing with candlelight, and the graves that looked like homes with flowers surrounding them had visitors suddenly. People quietly sat with their loved ones, offering them pan de muerte or more flowers. After a full night's rest, it was time for me to enjoy my last day in Mexico. Today, the group and I are going to be climbing up a mountain to get to a temple. It was a little way by car, but when we got there, it was worth it. As we walked down the street in the middle of the city, you could see the mountain towering above us in the distance with a few clouds. At the very top in the corner of the mountain, you could see a small gray speck. That was the temple we were going to try to climb to. The mountain town was small and very touristy. We stopped at one of the largest ice cream shops I've ever been to. The ice cream shop had any flavor you could imagine, and it was the size of a neighborhood Walmart. This town was called Tepoztlan. They had special priests here. They wore a mask that had a long face that came to a point with a black beard. They wore all black, with black ropes, black boots, and red gloves, and a tall oval-shaped hat. I passed one when we walked by the church. We began making our way to the entrance of the mountain, where we would begin the trek to the pyramid of an Aztec god. I walked through aisles of merchants on either side of me. The closer we got, the steeper the path became to the mountain. Heading up the mountain, it was very green and consisted of large stairs made of stone. The stairs weren't really stairs, but more like rocks in the shape of stairs. The climb was vigorous, especially in the tropical heat. The views, however, did not disappoint. Fog gently rolled in, caressing the mountaintops. About halfway up the mountain, I was struggling to keep up with the group because they were rushing to get to the top. During this part of my journey, I had just learned how to walk this year after a procedure gone wrong, and they kept encouraging me to turn around and go back. I didn't see it as a possibility, so I just canceled out the noise and continued, pushing forward slowly at my own pace. Stair after stair. Sometimes I passed a few merchants that carried up some Powerade or snacks for us to purchase. 2/3 up the mountain, the trail began to level out a bit, which made things a little easier. I hiked long cliff sides and jumped some of the gaps in the tropical forest. I could look down and see the town from where I came. As we walked, we suddenly heard the roar of a jaguar. It caught me by surprise, and I looked around and couldn't see a thing. Hopefully, it was further away than it sounded. I continued pushing up the mountain, and I came to a final section made of metal staircases. As I climbed, people who were returning down gave words of encouragement that we were practically there. This kept me going. As I stepped up the final metal stair, I got my first glimpse of the pyramid. The pyramid was not that tall, and we were allowed to climb to the top of it. The stairs were short and very steep. Tina and I decided to climb to the very top. Here we got a great view of the city and beyond. Up top, there were strange carvings in the rocks that sort of resembled animals or dragons. There was a guide giving information about it. He said this was a temple where they did sacrifices to the fertility goddess. Knowing my history of the Aztec gods and goddesses, I know anything sacrificial probably meant pushing someone down the stairs. There was a small trail that was around the pyramid that I decided to walk upon. There was a strange animal that would reside here. They're called coatis. It's a raccoon-like animal. To me, they resemble anteaters with the tail of a raccoon and the eyes of a panda. I spotted a wild hawk as I admired the view. When I gathered up the courage, I began the trek down. For me, this was the easier part, but Harry and Tina began to struggle. I guess my advantage was having more stamina. When we got back into town, I decided to buy an Aztec death whistle from a local merchant. The whistle was in the shape of a jaguar. It was pink with a blue headdress, with gems all over it. He put it in a plastic bag for me, and I continued my way. Everyone seemed to work up an appetite, so we found a local restaurant to sit down and eat. While we were at the restaurant, I decided to get a cricket quesadilla. I figured I may as well try it once, and the food poisoning can't get any worse. I took a decent-sized bite out of my cricket quesadilla. It was flooded with crickets. It sort of tasted like spicy beef jerky. I couldn't keep eating it just because I was uncomfortable eating bugs like that, because it's not my normal. But Harry ended up finishing it. As we ate, Harry with the brown hair wanted to see the Aztec whistle I bought. So I took it out of the bag, and he held it in both of his hands. He gave the whistle a big blow. Suddenly, something crawled out from inside it. It was a large black scorpion sitting in his hand. He screamed and threw it into the air. Then everybody started screaming and jumped off the table. The people in the restaurant came running. They were trying to figure out what was going on, and we just kept saying, "Scorpion, scorpion." The blonde-haired guy got on his knees and started looking for it. But as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. Everyone joked about it being an Aztec curse, but I think it's probably karma for all the trouble I've been put through this trip. After we ate, I decided to browse the market some more, and it turns out you must pay for the restrooms here. One of the cons of being in a super tourist area, I did manage to stop in a local artisan market. I bought a ring that looks like a belt for your pants. Back at my accommodation, I decided to put all my leftover groceries in the community kitchen for all the other students to eat when I leave. I packed up my things, and next thing I knew, at 3 in the morning, I was outside waiting for my Uber to take me to the airport. I was a little nervous standing outside this early in the dark in Mexico. Next thing I knew, a giant police truck pulled up to me with a bunch of men holding large guns in the truck bed. He was asking me what I was up to. Frantically, I pulled out Google Translate and tried to translate as fast as I could. I told him I was waiting for my taxi to take me to the airport. He just nodded his head and continued his way, thankfully. For me, this trip was a blessing and a curse, and personally, I would not recommend it to my friends or family or anybody for that matter. I would say if you really wanted the experiences that I had, I would go through a real tour agency or just solo travel. When I got to the airport, I ran into one of my good friends, Delaney. I do think she's part of my soul tribe, and I'm so glad that I ran into her because she made me feel a whole lot better. Perhaps a little gift from the universe. It's always fun running into your friends who are long distance and in unexpected places. Thanks for reading, and stay tuned for my third Nomad Diary. Meanwhile, be sure to check out the first diary in this series. I'm not sure how long it will go on, but it will continue if I continue to have adventures, and I plan on having a very adventurous life for as long as possible. See you soon. Best of Norman. Thanks for listening. Stay tuned for Norman Diary of a Nomad 3.